Say hi.
Say hi.
Jack, say hi. Say welcome to Indie Event. Yeah, he's not. He's
Yeah.
not the show for us. He's not going to do that. Today's Indie Event is something, it's a pilot of sorts. We're trying to figure out how to make selling comics fun and interesting. So we have a different approach that we want to try. We're going to make mistakes today, and that's okay because we're working this out with the creators. We're trying to see what works, what doesn't work. What we're going to do is we're going to have some creators on throughout the day. They're going to tell you about their amazing projects. Meredith does a great job. But look, we can put the opportunity in front of creators. It's up to them to come grab it. We had a couple creators back out at the last minute, and that's okay. Life happens. I'm saying that because we have an opportunity for people who want to jump in even now. In the future, we're going to try to really cultivate this and really get this to be something that I hope other people steal from us and do. Because one of the aspects we have now that makes it like a con is you'll be on here, but we have back rooms that are only going to be recorded. For the record, we're recording them to make sure that no one can say anything inappropriate happened during one of our things. It won't be live streamed, but we are mindful of that. Do we think anyone's going to do anything inappropriate? No. We're going to be monitoring that as we have to. That's for the creators who have the time and want to spend it. A lot of people will just come in and pitch their wares today and tell you where to find them. We're excited about that. But again, Meredith can only do so much work. You guys have got to, in the future, get ahead with us. We had 3 weeks for this. You have to make the time. And if you couldn't make the time, this is what's crazy, kids. You could have given us a video. Meredith has been pushing it on every show she's gone on. She's been like, where are the bumps? Where are the bumps? How hard is it to make a video? I'm actually asking you guys, like, very, very concerned that you guys aren't even willing to make videos to promote yourself. I mean, come on, guys. We can do more professional behavior when it comes to this. I mean, I gave some people opportunities. They run for the opportunities. So you got to ask yourself, am I someone who wants an opportunity, or do I just want my fan base to come follow me whenever I feel like it? Because if it's the latter, you have a problem. You have to be the person who's always able to get yourself into situations that are going to promote, that are going to get things out there, and going to be exciting. And that's what we're trying to do for you. Look, we could have spent all of today talking about Terraform Comics. It would have been that easy. We're working with, we're working with the amazing Indie Vault. We're working with Geek Insider and Comic Book Advocates, and we don't have to do any of this. We can just be lazy and do what we want to do. But we're not doing that because we're trying to help everyone out because we want something different. We want something new. So I'm going to pass this to Meredith because I know we got our first guest coming in. And I'm just saying, like, guys, gals, creators, let's find a way to work together to make this industry inviting to fans and really get the comics to be the most important thing, not creators. And it all starts with us working together. So do that. Even if you make a video right now, I don't care if you make a video. You get us a video by 5 p.m. today, we'll show it on the wrap-up show at 5 p.m. I throw down the challenge. Show me how creative you are. Meredith?
Hey, so everybody, welcome to day 2 of Indie Event. This is the end of Summer Bash and book sale. And again, to piggyback off of what Rob was saying, this is something that's brand new. And we understand that Comic-Cons have been shut down and you haven't had that opportunity for the meet and greets. And, basically everybody's getting on StreamYard, Zoom, FaceTime, whatever it is that you're doing to interact. And that's the thing. A lot of people connect with people. And so you could have the best comic book, but if nobody likes you, are they going to buy your book? That's the question. So by getting on shows like this, by giving us your story, by connecting with us, we connect with you, we like you, we buy your books because we want to support you and we want to see you succeed. So these are opportunities that people should really jump on because not only are we promoting you, but we're doing it across multiple networks. We've got Geek Insider, Comic Book Advocates Network, Indie Vault Radio, then all of the social media that's associated with it. So again, I'm one person and I am the keeper of the calendar, but I can't do everything. I can't edit all the video. I can't update the website. I can't do all of this. Something's going to fall by the wayside. You know what happened is chasing people down to fill in these spots. I wasn't able to update the website. But that doesn't mean that's a bad thing. what's going to happen is now that I have a confirmation of who's going to be here, and at the end of the day, I can go through and say, okay, these creators were here. I've got your QR code. And just to show you, because our next guest is coming in and we're expecting him in a few minutes, Robert Chashonik, and I hope I said his name right. He's got Space 1975 happening on Kickstarter. And, so by sending me a QR code and some of his artwork, we are able to do this where it's very easy for you to just grab your cell phone. This is on replay. This is going to be shared on our website, indievent.com, INDEEVENT. That is where you can go. And we're going to have these QR codes listed with a short bio of who these guys are so that you can get to know them. We're going to have these videos. And again, it's that opportunity to say, hey, I don't have your audience. I'd like to be in front of your audience. So there you have it. And again, we're going to make mistakes today. Trust me, because there's so many moving parts to this. We've got people coming in. I'm like, okay, you've got a 15-minute slot that you're going to talk about your book. We're trying to do the selling aspect because as a person who goes to conventions, you go from table to table to table. We don't have that. So guess what? The audience is actually like the vendor. You're sitting there watching as we bring the creators to you. So it's the creators who are going from, they're doing the table to table to table while the audience is sitting and enjoying the stream of people who are walking by. And if it's interesting, if the book is compelling enough, if the creator is someone that you want to talk to who seems approachable, then you're going to want to support their book. Then you're going to be curious, like, oh, what are they creating? And you're going to go check them out. That's what we're hoping for. It's kind of a sales funnel, but we're doing it in a fun way where it's not like buy, buy, buy. We don't want that. All right. People connect with people, and then they connect with the product. And in the green room, speaking of which, we're going to bring him in here a little bit early, but that's okay. Hi, Robert. Long time no see.
Yeah. Wow. Deja vu.
Yeah. So I'm going to put you up on the big screen and let you introduce yourself, and then we're going to talk about your books as Robert plays with my Rob plays with this stuff in the green room here. Go ahead and tell us about yourself.
Thanks, Meredith, and thanks for having me on the show. This is, I think it's a great idea, a great way to spread the good word about a lot of projects. So speaking of projects, I'm running a Kickstarter right now, and it ends this Tuesday, September 1st. It's for a project called Space 1975. And that is it's a book that I'm trying to put together. I'm putting it together. It's already funded, so it's happening. It's a book of space opera prose fiction stories with a 1970s flair. So I had the idea a while back. I thought it sounded like something fun to do. I remembered the old Space 1999 TV show, which was a very cool science fiction show that was out in the 70s. That definitely had a 70s flavor.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, if you've got a minute, I'm going to play that little clip that I've got for you. Okay, hold on one sec. And there you go. That was our little flair of, of some 70s there. What a way to wake up.
Yeah, yeah, it's got a real powerful beat and a great feel to it. It was funny as I was watching it. I was thinking back to when we first developed the video. It seems like an eternity ago.
Yeah, I mean, so tell us a little bit about the book and tell us a little bit about you.
Okay, well, the book is, as I said, it's a collection of prose fiction stories, but it has a strong grounding in the comic book world, in the comic book universe. So if your viewers are really big comic book fans, you're still going to find a lot of fun content here related directly to comics, because two of our authors, Peter David and Mike Barron, both are comic book superstars. They've done a lot of work in that universe. So Peter David, in fact, has written tons of Star Trek fiction and Star Trek comics, and he wrote episodes of Babylon 5 and Crusade, and had George Takei in his wedding. So his credentials in the space opera world are just exquisite. So so these two guys are definitely, they're stretch goal authors, but we've hit our second stretch goal. We've got Mike Barron definitely writing already, and I know Peter's going to be writing a story as well. He's our third stretch goal, but we're almost there. That'll be at the $8,000 level, and we've already crossed $7,700. So I feel really good that we're going to reach that. I know we're going to reach that third stretch.
You know, I think it was a couple of days ago where you were under that mark, and I mentioned, I said, you're going to be burning your F5 button until you hit at least the goal. And now you're talking about stretch goals, so I am really excited about that, because it's just one of those books where I was going through the Kickstarter and going, I really want this in my library. So I am so happy. I'm so happy to see that, because again, you know, I'm a comics noob. I did one Kickstarter. It wasn't successful, but I didn't actually go in there with the plan to have a successful Kickstarter. I just wanted to see how the tools worked. Yeah. And I don't know, maybe that'll bite me in the butt later on. But
no, I think that was a smart move. Yeah.
What was your motivation behind putting this together? Like, how did this come to fruition?
Well, I wanted to do an anthology. I wanted to develop an anthology of stories, and I knew that space opera was something that I loved, and it's really very popular right now. And I thought, let's try to pull it together. That's sort of what inspired me. I've always loved space opera and science fiction, and I've got a lot of author friends, and I wanted to do something with them, and it just sort of all came together right about the same time. That somebody was talking a lot about Kickstarter, one of my friends, and saying what a great way it is to raise funds for a project. And I thought, maybe I can make this happen, because otherwise it can be expensive to pay all the authors and to pay the publishing costs, pay for covers, pay for all kind of promotional materials and advertising and things. And it's hard to go into your pocket and get all that money, and you're not sure how the book might sell. But with Kickstarter, with crowdfunding, or Indiegogo, or any of those crowdfunding platforms, we're selling directly to our audience, and we know that they want the book. You know, we know that they want the comic or whatever, and so it all falls together. So that's really the inspiration. Was just, I love this kind of stuff, and I've got great writer friends, and I wanted to do it.
So for those who aren't familiar with like space opera, they're like, what the heck is that? And why do I want to read it? You know, they're like, what opera? for the maybe for those who aren't familiar with it, why don't you let them know, you know, like the inspiration, the space opera, what does that mean to you?
Well, the best way to, and the easiest way to tell people what space opera is just two simple words: Star Wars. That's total space opera. It's science fiction that is has almost like a fantasy element to it. It's wide open in regards to technology. You don't have to stay locked in necessarily to the laws of physics or the latest literature coming out of the scientific community. You can you can sort of make things happen like lightsabers. We don't know if that would work in the real world, but in Star Wars it does, and it's fun. And that's like a key component of space opera. It's just fun and exciting. There's a lot of action as well as strong character arcs, just as in Star Wars. Those are key components. But you're not locked down. It's like the universe is wide open, basically. That's what makes it so fun. And it's just adventure and excitement, and it's great. I love it.
One of the things that I enjoy as a prose writer is really the story arc and the mini arcs that you can find within it. Like you were saying with the characters, there's always an opportunity for that to maybe be its own story. Is that something that you see happening with Space 1975?
The character arcs being the powerful part?
Being, like kind of jumping off and being their own book eventually.
Oh, that could be fun. In fact, I know that some of the guys or some of the people who are contributing to this book they're writing stories in universes or series that they've already started or already working on or are planning. So yeah, absolutely. This could be a jumping on point. This could be the first appearance of characters that could go on to become really successful in other works for these writers. So it's a great place to jump on.
Yeah, and the other thing is also, I think that the characters, if they're interesting enough, they might be, they might like cross into somebody else's universe, which makes it very fun.
Yeah. Oh, that would be fun. I would like that if some of the authors got together and said, "Hey, let's mix our characters together and our storylines," and that's very cool. I love that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because for me, like Star Wars, obviously space opera, but I also think of Spaceballs.
That's space opera.
Because it's fun. It's kind of campy. It brings you along, and you're like, I recognize those characters, but there's something off about them, and I love it.
Dark Helmet is the most menacing character ever. I mean, Rick Moranis was great. That's absolutely space opera, and that's what's so great about it. It's just fun. It's wide open. The possibilities are endless. You can do anything. And it's great, and this is it's a wonderful project. I've been working toward it for so long, and I'm hoping that this will be the first book in a series. That's my idea. That's my grand scheme. I've got this idea for a series called The Decadium. Each book will be a collection of stories that's connected in some way to a specific decade. So this is the 70s. The next one might be the 40s. Or the 60s, or the 1860s, or whatever. And we can bring in elements of those time periods that make the stories unique and exciting in different ways. I just thought it was a cool idea. So I'm really hoping this will be book one. And based on the response we've had so far, we're just getting started, and the series is going to happen.
Now, when after the Kickstarter is over, when can you? Or when do you plan on delivering the books?
That's a great question. Our original target was November. We were planning to deliver all the books by November, and we had a good schedule worked out. However, we had a little last minute addition to the project, which was a new 3-week writing workshop taught by Dean Wesley Smith and Christine Catherine Rush. They're great writers, and they're huge and influential voices in the indie publishing community on the fiction side, though they both worked in comics as well. So they came up with this workshop, which is at the $150 pledge level in the campaign. And if you enroll in the workshop and participate in it, you will be asked to write stories, and one of your stories could be considered for publication in the book. So This has really taken off. However, we realized after we got this underway that it would push our publication schedule just a little bit forward. So we're actually saying December is when we're planning to deliver the book, and we'll be in touch with everybody. We'll let everybody know every step of the way how that schedule's flowing. But we are sure December is the date. So December of this year.
Well, can you talk a little bit about that call to action that you had for that? Is it more like a writing workshop? Was it just like, hey, we're gonna kind of sneak in an idea here where we just need more material or something like that? We can be a little bit sneaky with stuff like that.
it's just something that Dean and Chris do really well. And Dean's one of the authors on the project. He's a longtime science fiction writer. He's written at Westerns and everything else. He's a very big success in the indie world. And we were looking for some ideas of ways to beef up the campaign and bring in more people, bring in more backers, and make it more enriching all around for everybody involved. And Dean said, you know what, why don't we do this workshop? And then so we'll, this will make it a bigger campaign. And so we said, yeah, let's do it. And sure enough, it's become a real success. A lot of people have signed up for this, which is, from my point of view as the editor, it's good and great because on the one hand, we'll have all this new content coming in for me to consider, and it could really make this a more interesting and exciting book and give some people an opportunity to be published in a professional book. But on the other hand, it also it's increasing my workload a lot because already we have a lot of people signed up. There'll be a lot of stories coming in, so it'll be a challenge.
Yeah, and sometimes you're like, oh, okay, lesson learned. We're not going to do that again.
I don't know.
I hope that you do, because it really, I think for anybody who is interested in getting published, it's kind of a toe in the door.
Yeah. And I have to say, as many of your viewers no doubt know, if they've been submitting work and trying to get published, it's difficult to be published in a fully paid, professional rate paid market. There are a lot of publications out there that are for the love, right? And it's a little bit easier to get published in those kind of things. They're not paying, or they're paying very minimally, or royalties only. Right, you get a percentage of the sales, but the magazine might or might not sell a lot. Right. And there are a lot of websites that might publish your work for free, but it's hard to get published in a paid market, and that's what this is. It's a paid market. So, people are coming in, they're getting the workshop, and they're getting the experience and the learning through the workshop, which will then help them to sell more after this book. But in the meantime, they have a shot at a paid market, which is not easy to get.
Yeah. Absolutely. I wish you the best of luck. I am so glad that you guys reached goal, and now we're hitting those stretch goals. And if it goes like a runaway train, do you plan on adding more tiers to that? Or are you kind of like, okay, this is, we've kind of hit it. We're just waiting until this is over. This campaign is over so we can sleep, because I'm pretty sure you're probably not getting any sleep.
Well, Meredith, as you move into more crowdfunding projects of your own, I'm going to give you a heads up. It is hard to find sleep time. Yes.
I know my F5 button is my F5 button is probably the first to go on my keyboard.
That's a lot of work, especially if you're running the project. Oh man, I was surprised by how much actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, if as we pass these last stretch goals, we have two more that we have to hit. One is at the $8,000 level, and we're real close to that. When we get there, we will add a story by Peter David. Okay, so he's the last of our authors that we have to include, and I really want that story because that guy is great. Like I said, he's written for television and tons of comics. He's got a comic series out right now, Maestro, an Incredible Hulk series. And anyway, so after we get to 8,000, we got Peter David on there. And then once we hit 10,000, we'll add illustrations by our cover artist, Ben Baldwin. He's a British artist who's incredible. He's done artwork for like all kinds of publishers and presses. He's done special covers for special editions of Stephen King books for publishing. So once we get to the $10,000 level, we'll have him. And then after that, we're going to add even more content and even more stuff. It's just going to get better and better. So as people jump in and back this, we will just continue to make it even more exciting.
Okay, guys, we have to switch over. We do have a room that Meredith has set up, and Meredith is going to walk you over to it, Robert, and then come back to the room with me. She'll set you up so you guys are out. Real quick, though, because the radio listeners aren't hearing it all, how can they find you listening to it? For those listening and who haven't subscribed to the Indie Vault YouTube channel, let them know how they can actually get you by typing it. What's the easiest way to get to this amazing Kickstarter? And does it come with an audiobook?
It does not come with an audio book, but thank you. That's a great idea. Maybe that's what we'll add as one of our new stretch goals as we get more funding. The easiest way, I think, to find this is go to Kickstarter.com and look up space : 1975. However, there's also a link, and I'll give you that right now because it's a little bit tricky. I'm going to just walk through it real slowly here. It's HTTP :
I don't think anyone's going to be able to write that down.
You got it. Okay, that's fine.
What we'll do is on Indie Event on Monday, we will post all the links from today. If you guys can't find it, Indie Volt Radio, because we don't want you having to try to write down an entire URL, but thank you for trying, Robert. But we also have the image on the site that we'll have up on Indie Volt, on the Indie Event page itself, which you'll be able to see right away for his amazing book. Go check it out. Meredith, go ahead. Take him to the other room, and you guys can meet and greet him right now, and the conversation can continue. And make sure you drop that link in the chat, Meredith.
I'm going to drop the StreamYard link. So if you are interested in doing a meet and greet, we're going to hang out for a little while. And I dropped that in the wrong room. Hello.
All right. I'm going to take over with David.
Guys.
See you guys later. Thanks for being on. Hey, David, what's going on?
Hey, how are you? Thanks for having me on again. I appreciate it.
Oh, no problem. So tell us what you're coming to talk to us about today, and tell people about the exciting wares that you have.
Yeah, thanks for letting me peddle my wares. I appreciate it. So I'm David Whalen from Correct Handed Comics. We actually just had issue 13 of our ongoing series, The Offspring, come out last week on Wednesday. So we have actually volume 1 of issues 1 through 4, volume 2 of issues 5 through 10, and then we're going to be having issues 11, 12, and 13 come out in a third volume, I'm hoping before Thanksgiving, and that's actually going to include our first one-shot that we have of our 24-page one-shot of Shady Lady on there. So we've got a lot going on here. I am actually in the middle of our next black and white one-shot called I Won't Stop. The cover is on our Twitter feed, correct_handed, and it's going to be up on our Facebook page tomorrow. So please, everybody, let us know what you think. Comment, share, all that good stuff. We have our 4-issue miniseries, Evolution Utero, that's out now and ready to go. And lastly, our 100-plus page graphic novel, The Loved Ones, that's up on Amazon. You can go to our website, correcthandedcomics.com, and find all that stuff. We've got a lot going, and we're not stopping.
So let me ask you a question about the creation that you have. What do you think is your favorite character in all of the books that you have, and why are they your favorite character?
Yeah, so one of my main characters in The Offspring, named Sarah, she is, if you're not familiar, your listeners aren't familiar with The Offspring. The Offspring is a book about 3 young adults. They're all 19, 20, 21, and they were all abused physically, mentally as children. Their abuse spawned superpowers in them. So however they were abused, the powers that came from that abuse starts to manifest itself because of that abuse. As they get older, they're shipped to a alternative school, and they come to realize that they're not just having these powers together, but they're also linked in a more specific way that I'm starting to get into now in issues 10, 11, 12, and 13. And they start to realize that their powers are all kind of linked together. They're kind of linked together. One of the main characters, her name is Sarah, and I love her because she is just everything you would want your best friend to be. She's smart. She's tough. She doesn't take any crud from anybody. She gets the job done. She has a past and has problems and has all those things. We meet her in the first issue, in issue 1. We meet her coming out of prison for the first time. So she's clearly got a past, clearly made mistakes, but wants to also push forward to be a better person. And it's not just her powers that make her awesome. It's not just the fact that she is overcoming the past, her past problems that makes her awesome. It's just the total package of her and how she not only reacts to her issues, but also reacts to the people around her, which sometimes positive and sometimes negative. And I kind of write her as, what would you want to do in any of these weird situations, in any of these stressful, hurtful situations? and she's just always a delight for me to draw and to write.
So let me ask you a question. How many books do you have in the library?
Yikes. So The Offspring is issues 1 through 13 that are out right now. We have our 4-issue miniseries Evolution Utero, which has 4-issue individual issues. If you buy all 4 issues, it makes one big poster. The covers make one big poster, and it's also out in trade. We have our 100-plus page graphic novel, The Loved Ones, which is about the children of classic movie monsters who are raised by a monster hunter who eventually go out and try to hunt their parents. So it's a really interesting concept written by Brian Menard from Dojo Kun Comics, and one of the many collaborations that I've done with other creators, and it's amazing. And then our first one shot, our 24-page one shot, Shady Lady. And also I have if I can show that off also, where did I put it? I have a novel. If you like Westerns, I don't know where I put it, Rob, I'm sorry. If you like Westerns, I have a novel out called The Last Ride to Tyburn. And it's a traditional Western. I can't find it, I'm sorry. It's a traditional Western with a lot of non-conventional twists in it. So if you like shootouts, if you like horses and wagons and cool stuff that you always see in Westerns, you'll like the book, but it's also got some stuff that I think that you've never seen in Westerns before. So that's my novel that I put out called The Last Ride to Tyburn.
So let me ask you, if you have to pick the best platform you've had, I saw you're on Amazon.
Yeah.
How has been your best selling experience so far?
Yeah, Amazon has done pretty good for me. I have a few books on Comixology, working on getting more books on a Comixology right now. I have a few books on Lulu, working on other platforms and trying to make sure that I get as many eyes on the books in as many different places as I can. Starting off, wanting to get that content out as quickly as I could. Amazon has really actually gotten the job for me. I'm not going to be able to retire anytime soon, but I've sold some good number of books through Amazon, through my Amazon author page, and sold books through Comixology, sold books through Lulu. But I've really found that my trade paperbacks that combine some of those books together have really sold well. And I am looking into other platforms to be able to continue that upward trend.
Now, the one thing I haven't noticed you talk about is Kickstarting. Do you use a platform for crowdfunding?
I have looked into Kickstarter, Indiegogo, those kind of things, and I'm not against it. I probably will end up doing it. For the most part, I'm a one-man band. Most of the books that I have out, I've written, drawn, colored, lettered. I have a great editor, Patrick Daniel, who has edited some other books and some small press books that are great. You can find him on Facebook. And he does a great job making sure that I'm dotting all my T's and crossing all my I's and everything's spelled correctly and the continuity is correct, especially with my ongoing series. And I do have a colorist who has actually worked with Marvel, Disney, Boom Studios, has done some great stuff. He worked on Disney Mandalorian with some thumbnail sketches, scene sketches, and stuff like that. So he's a great guy. His name is Chris McCauley. He did the coloring of the cover of issue 13, which looks amazing. And starting issue 14, he's going to take over the interior covers, so I can focus a little bit more on the writing and drawing and lettering and producing and all that stuff. And you can find him on Facebook, Chris McCauley. And I'm super excited to have him start the colors on issue 14. But I haven't kickstarted because, like I said, I'm kind of doing it myself. I don't need to worry about paying anybody else to do it. Because I've kind of done it on my own, with more people wanting to join the team, being able to have such a great group of guys that have come in and helped me. Kickstarting is something, and Indiegogo is something that I'm definitely looking into, and probably I'd say by 2001, middle 2001, you'll see me on Kickstarter, you'll see me on Indiegogo, and we'll see how it goes.
I definitely suggest Kickstarter.
Yeah.
it's just a good way to build the fan base. It's a fantastic, and you work so hard. You've done such an amazing job on all these projects. Why not get the backing of some amazing supporters? That because let's be honest, sometimes people don't even know you're where you are, and Kickstarter itself is now a platform that builds awareness.
Oh yeah.
So I definitely think that you're worthy of being on there and getting the love you deserve. You're a very passionate creator who. I mean, how many books have you created without crowdfunding now? You know,
yeah, that's a good number. Yeah,
get that money, cash that check, get the fans behind you.
Yeah,
All right.
I think my mindset was since it was me, get the content out, make sure that it's quality, make sure I'm getting out good solid stories with good solid art, and then worry about the crowdfunding later. But you're absolutely right. I'm in the process now where kickstarting crowdfunding is the next step that I'm definitely going to be taking.
And you should. And, you know, I always say this, and I get it from Chuck. Chuck says that issue number 1 is a guarantee that you have a series, but that guarantee doesn't come to be unless you have an issue number 2. And you have had more than issue number 2. And we talked about this on the show yesterday. It's like the person who does an issue number 1 has like a 63% chance that they're going to do an issue number 2. And then it drops suddenly to like issue number 3 is like in the 80s, and issue number 4 is in the 90 percentile that they won't have another comic. You're a guy out there just creating for the love of work, not asking for a lot. You should definitely be on crowdfunding, and everyone should be backing and supporting creators like David. David is working hard to make sure that you guys are entertained by his wares. I appreciate you taking time with us today. We have a few more minutes until we're on to our next block. Remember, we're in a radio audience that can't see anything. So what is the best way for them to find them? I dropped in your face in the Facebook link for the correct-handed comics link. How else can they find you on social media?
Yeah, you can find my website, correcthandedcomics.com, and there are links to every book I've ever created on there. You can find us on Amazon. Just do a search of Waylon and Correct Handed, and all my books will pop up. You can find me on Twitter, correct_handed. And on Instagram, correct_handed. And you can find me on Facebook at correcthandedcomics.com. Or I'm sorry, at correcthandedcomics. And I love, Rob, I have to say, Rob, I love that you have a radio audience that's just tuning in on the radio. It makes me feel like those FDR fireside chats kind of a thing. I think it's a great way to be able to get more creators with more ears into those creators, and more hands in those books and those creator books in people's hands. I love it.
Yeah, and that's all thanks to our friends over at Indie Volt Radio. And of course, you guys have to subscribe. Download the app. They're on Roku as well. Check out indievolt.com for more details. Before we go, because we have all of 1 minute, I want to thank you for the time and invite you, if you have time, we have a different StreamYard you can come hang out with us in at the moment. And I'm going to send that to your messenger because we have to back out of the way because another guest is, and I'll follow you over. If you guys want to come hang out with us, we are going to be in that chat room for at least 5 or 10 minutes. Me and David are just going to be catching up and talking.
Yes, so, I'll definitely chat with you.
All right, I'm going to head over there, and I'm going to yield the room to Meredith. Thanks, David.
Hi, Meredith. Thanks, guys.
Well, it would help if I had my my mic off of mute here. So coming up next in our live stream here is Christy Shin. I'm going to bring you into the room. And, you know, Robert was in here playing with, like, who gets on the big... There you go. Hi.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, look at you. You have lipstick on and everything. Crazy girl.
Well, you know, I just wanted to get dolled up. I mean, it's actually coming close to my birthday, so I'm just like, you know, and also, like, in quarantine, they say, well, you got to, like, what are you going out for? I said, look, you can still go out in a lot of places to outdoor restaurants. And honestly, just get back in practice of kind of doing the thing. Even though people are like, you're not going out to parties. Why are you buying yourself a night dress? Why the fuck not?
I know. You know, when I was kind of like in a depressed mood or anything like that, you know, somebody was like, a really good friend of mine said, oh my God, I am just sick and tired of hearing you bitch and moan. Why don't you just go paint your toenails or something? I was like, what does that mean? And I went and did it and I felt better. And I was just like, oh, there's something to that, right? I mean, like if you've got something to do and you get a little bit dolled up, it kind of gives you a little bit of energy, that boost of adrenaline.
I mean, it kind of focuses. And again, I know people are like, well, what about your store? Well, like, we'll talk about that in a minute. But like, also what I've noticed, like even going to a Marshall's or TJ Maxx or something, and you find some bougie lotion and soap, just buy yourself some. And I mean, a lot of us can't go to the spa anyway in some of the states. So it's like, just do the thing. Screw it,
Mhm.
you know? And that's how I feel about it. And, you know, I mean, it's just like, you just got to take care of yourself in any way, shape, or form. And I think people, like, in order to not help them cope, they either go all out, like, I'm not doing anything for myself, to just, I'm going to be at home and be a depressed blob. It's like, okay, you know, neither one of those are healthy. So that kind of gives you a thing of normalcy. And here's my evil little black cat. Hello.
So tell us a little bit about Horror Studios, kind of like the genesis story of that. You know, I love the genesis story, and I know it's only we only have a short amount of time here because we're going fast paced today. This is something new, but we want people to know who you are, what you do, and where they can buy your stuff.
Well, I essentially I live in LA. And I basically, I do comics. I create comics like Demon Bitch right here. So I just did a most recent one with one of my buddies, and it's called Demon Bitch Alcoholics and Anonymouses. And it's like water for chocolate, except shitty. So it's got these like alcohol recipes on top of it. My background is ethnically Korean, so I kind of like, and then I'll tie it into later on. But, you know, like we're associated with drinking and all that. We can both relate on that, and anger. So there you go, a lot of it in here. And also the thing is that too, Horangi is Korean for tiger. Tora is Japanese for tiger. So it's just like kind of like a play on tiger. I forgot who did that poem, and I probably sound very illiterate, but it's the guy that did Tiger, Tiger Burning in the Night, and he misspelled tiger. So yeah, and so it's kind of also, tiger is like the official animal of Korea, so I kind of like that too.
Mhm.
And we have like Demon Bitch, like those other two books. Also, I did a Kickstarter, and
I know you had all kinds of swag and good stuff.
oh yeah, it's like this one right here,
Yeah.
the Plague Doctor. And I drew them with big tits and asses because I just wanted to make fun of the situation. And I so know some people are like, that's fucked up, the living. I'm like, okay, have you not looked at history where they made fun of fucking everything?
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Like there's Kothic 19 and she's glitter. Never trust a big butt and a smile. So there you go. That girl is poison. Sorry, my camera cannot focus, but yeah, it's a pin. They're enamel pins. They go for 20.
And those are sizable pins.
Yeah, I think these are 3 inches tall, because there's one called Pancreas Tits. This was after my pancreatic tumor as of last year. It was not cancerous. That actually, just mess with it. There you go. Pancreas Tits. And that was half the size of my tumor. It's 3 by 3. So
Wow.
my hand, it's pretty big. And this is $15. So because this is soft enamel, and you can touch your boobs all day long, I guess, or something. Because I know some people are fucking thirsty during quarantine. I know I've been hit up by some dudes, man. Like it was random. Like one dude hit me up, and then we were talking, and he just told me hugs and kisses. I'm like, we weren't.
Do you even know me?
Well, it was just like there was no lead up. Like there was no, hey, I like you, or hey, do you like me? Let me feel this out. Okay, we just had regular conversation, and then I just go right into it. And it's like, okay, while I do appreciate direct, there's an art to it. You can just say, I like you, and go from there.
Mm-hmm. So
I don't know.
I love this story of Demon Bitch also because it's really the way I describe it, I guess, would be like cutting. It's cutting into the crap that's out there, and she's ugly, but she's funny. I mean, I enjoy the humor, and it's almost like the things that you want to say and do, but you know, maybe it's the Asian culture. I don't know. You know, my mother is Korean, where I'm like, no, I can't say that, but I can think it. You know, and you just blast it out on in your art.
Well, I think it's funny because Korean culture, like at least my mom, like she was in a shop with other Korean people. My parents are both from Korea, And like literally she was in there, and this people that own the store were like, how come she's not buying anything? If she's not buying anything, she should just leave. And they all spoke Korean. And I'm like, I don't know if it's post-war, if it's like the wartime or post-war. Because post-war, I've noticed post-war Koreans are considerably more mellower. But the wartime, the ones that were kids during wartime, it's like, they were like,
yeah.
man.
My mother was born in 51. So that was right at that time period.
Yeah, like she was a little baby at that time.
Yeah.
My dad, I don't know if it affected my parents differently, because my dad and my mom, my dad was about 5 to 10 at the time. My mom's a few years younger than him. So it was kind of, I think they were more aware, but I don't know. It's like weird. I mean, I kind of like, your mom might not have been that aware of it because like it was the first 5 years, but then she could have been hyper aware. I don't know. Whereas my dad, he was more aware of the situation or at hand. So that was kind of weird and gnarly. And sometimes my dad would just sit there and he'd start chuckling, and I'd say, like, what's going on, Dad? And he said, oh yeah, I had to dodge bullets on my way to school. I'm like,
yeah, it's like, you kids don't have it that rough.
yeah, we weren't even being like complaining. I was like just sitting with him like a few years ago. We were both adults and we were talking, but we weren't talking about anything heavy. And then all of a sudden he started laughing, and I'm like, what, Dad? And he said, oh, I used to dodge bullets on my way to school. I'm like,
that was your random thought of the day?
He says random stuff to me. I mean, his mind is very clear, but I think he just remembers stuff and he just kind of laughs at it now. I mean, I sort of get that because my dad, he's like the eldest kid in his family. So my grandpa, I found out, was captured by the North Korean military. He fought for South Korea, but they captured him and held him for a year. So essentially my father had to be the man of the family. And that's what I know. And he would tell me really crazy stories about the Chinese soldiers, because they were there too. I don't think he really saw the Russian soldiers. I know they were there, but it was more Chinese, North Korean soldiers and the Americans. And he would tell me all sorts of weird shit that they would do. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's crazy. And there was one time where my grandma and him, and at the time, like 2 more of his brothers were alive, like they were born. So it was like the rest of the family was kind of born sort of post-war or something. So my dad and his brothers, they were out in like they found bulgogi. It's like Korean beef that you guys all love. And that's so plentiful in Korean barbecues. But back then, Korea was like a third world country, and meat was really hard to come by, like just anything, and especially during wartime. So my grandma found some bulgogi. She was making, grilling it like in this ghetto ass like grill. I mean, it was a third world country, like shacks and shit. Like you see it now, it was so different back then. And so they were grilling it, and then a bunch of North Korean soldiers came by, and then I could imagine the standoff with my grandma and them, and they're like, and I said to my dad, well, what happened? He said, oh, they left, there was nothing. And I'm like, so it's kind of like, but I kind of understand that because like I had a pancreatic tumor. It was one of those ones where it would 100% been cancerous. Like it would have been like, boom, cancer. And we know how generally pancreatic cancer spreads, and that would have been like stage 3, I think. I mean, that's what the surgeon told me. But this tumor took about 70% of my body. I'm not cancerous, by the way. It was just in one of those things. So I kind of laugh about it. That's why I did pancreas tits. My mom was like, don't you laugh about it. That's so messed up. But I was laughing about it because it's like, it's either that or be a crying mess. And it's fine to be a crying mess. I certainly was. But it was weird because like literally a day before the surgery, I mean, they had just poked me in the inside to see what was going on. And if you guys ever had pancreatitis, I had mild ones because they poked my pancreas. It really feels like somebody punched me in the pancreas. It's a very specific feeling. And I was just sitting up the night before. I said, get this fucking thing out of me. And that's it.
You know, my mother had a sigmoid tumor. So it's not quite colon cancer. And when the doctor was saying, well, we're going to take like an inch off of either side because it's part of the large intestine, you know, right before the colon, I think. And she says, well, take like 2 or 3. And they're looking at, you know, like extra inches off of either side. And they're looking at her like, most people don't want body parts taken out. And she's like, no, I just want to make sure that you got it all. That was the attitude.
Well, it's weird because it's like after I like had the surgery and like literally they'll rearrange your guts. They cut off part of my stomach and put it on the small intestine. They put the pancreas on the end of the small intestine. And as your body's kind of shrinking back to normal, you're like, my guts feel weird. And then they took out my gallbladder. And for a while I was feeling really
Were they
upset.
like, they did that just because they were in
No,
there?
I think they had to wire the bile duct in because of how everything was. I've never really asked. I should actually if I do see him, but they're like, "Oh, you're fine." Like I bounced back really well. But it was really funny because like I was just kind of sitting there like for a while I would be sitting there and I'm like, why do I feel sad? And I'm like, I really miss my gallbladder. I was like, how can I feel really depressed about this shit? It's like weird.
That's missing.
You didn't do anything. Why'd you take it out? You know, but they wired the bile duct directly into it. So
Well,
yeah.
Christy, we only have a couple more minutes, and I do want to flash your QR code because this should be directed to Horror Tour Studios. Look at that picture. I'm like,
So
why are you so?
Actually, I look really pretty angry, but that's most of my pictures.
Yeah, you're like, I'm over it. Just take the damn picture.
Yeah. I feel really weird smiling in my pictures unless like I'm talking with somebody and I'm enjoying their company. I just kind of like, I don't know. I don't really like smiling, like smile for the pictures. And I'm like, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is the QR code that takes you directly to Horror Tour Studios. This is where you can find Christy Chin's books. And we highly recommend that you get over there and take a look and see what she's got. Now, you've also got webtoons?
Yeah, Webtoon. I have Webtoon. That QR code leads to the store, but you can always click on it and then it'll go put you back. But the Webtoon is on horrortourstudios.com. You can look at Demon Bitch Weekly. She comes out every Tuesday for free. And it's going to be probably more disgusting and awful the next one. It'll probably inevitably piss people off. And I was just doing some quasi-political cartoons. Now people, before they grown, it's not the typical ones. It's just the shit that pops out of my head, in my head about stuff. And, you know, it's like just what I absorb. Like if you go on my Instagram, horrortourstudios.com, I pop it up there. And it's kind of weird how it's oddly prophetic. Like I did one called Triggered, and I was just annoyed with fucking everybody screaming and yelling because they've been cooped up in quarantine. Then they got to feel important because their job is most likely furloughed or they've been laid off and they've been unemployed. And then everybody's screaming. And then the whole thing in Kenosha happened like the day I released it. I'm like, well, but it seems like people really like it. So it's like, as I said, it was not about Kenosha at all. It was just like I was making fun of fucking everybody because I make fun of everybody. I mean, that's the thing. And I think I've noticed my friends from both sides of the aisle really like it because it's just honest. It's not like pro-Trump, anti-Trump, pro-BLM, anti-BLM. It's just like, you guys are fucking stupid. Go away.
Yeah, it's like everybody is equal opportunity.
Y'all are acting like fools. Go away. You know?
So we have a couple people who are tuning in. David Whalen was in earlier. We want to thank you for being on. Pops Van Zandt, Russell Allen, thank you guys for being in here. Christy Chin, once again, where can we find you? And then we're going to bring you over so that you and I can say goodbye. And
there's my website name right there if you want to type it in. You also saw the QR code. Either way will lead to my store or website, but they'll either cross-pollinate across each other. You can also follow my social media at horrortourstudios.com and at Demon Bitch Official on Instagram. But I have so much more. But I have links on my website. It's on the top bar. So you can click on it, follow it, do whatever. I know sometimes like people put a whole slew of like, Jesus, I don't want to read an encyclopedia of links. So there's my main link, horrortourstudios.com. Just go on there. There's the Webtoons link. Everything is on there.
All right. And I'm going to send you over to another StreamYard so you and I can say goodbye properly. And we're going to bring Thomas in here. We're going to put you in the green room, Christy. Hold on one second. And we're going to bring, hey, Thomas, how are you today?
How you doing?
Doing well. Oh, I love your voice. This is the first time I got to sit with you and chat. I'm like, ooh, you sing, don't you?
I'm all right, man.
I'm sorry, I'm being a little flirty. Rob, I'm going to pass the baton to you. I'm going to go talk to Christy in the other room.
Go for it. I'm here.
All right. See you later.
All right. What's going on, my man? We're here to talk about your Kickstarter. So tell them how it is. And remember, we're talking to a radio audience that cannot see what we're talking about because they have yet to subscribe to IndieVault.com's YouTube channel. So when they do that, they'll be able to see your amazing work. But for right now, just tell them what you're working on and how they can get there.
Well, the name of my project is Average Joe. It follows a run-of-the-mill guy in a superhero society, and he lifts the veil on one of the top heroes, and pretty much decides to take the superhero into his own hands. So that's pretty much the premise of that story. Right now, it's live on Kickstarter. This is like the last 24 hours, I think 23. I don't know the exact number, but it's like in the last 24 hours of it, and yeah, and some of the stuff that's there, once it's gone, like the variant covers and things like that. You said we can't show anything on here, right? So they wouldn't be able to see any of it, right? Or
Yeah. So why don't we bring it up and show off what we're talking about?
all right, cool.
So I'm going to bring that up because I have it in the background. In the meantime, tell me what was the inspiration for such a comic book?
Well, I came up with the idea itself as the average guy as a hero probably maybe like 4 or 5 years ago. I had the idea sitting in my head because I'm a writer, so I've been writing since a kid. Writing is that's my thing, that's my joy. So I hadn't written anything, but I think actually one of the big things that inspired it, to be completely honest, is when The Boys came out. That's what really got me writing, because it's like, oh man, I had this story, and then I seen The Boys. I'm like, I wish I would have wrote that. So when you look at Average Joe, to an extent, it's somewhat as if I had written The Boys. So that was a big inspiration for it, for sure.
All right, now we're seeing the art that's going on with this project.
Mm-hmm.
So you had said that in the middle of this project, you had noticed that you had picked up on something, and we talked about it briefly.
Mm-hmm.
What changes have you made since you first launched this video?
Well, first of all, this is just like the rough penciling. I follow that kind of mantra where I just move before I'm ready. So I was like, I'm gonna make the video, and I'm just gonna make the video and put it out there, because if I don't make it, I'm just never gonna put it out there. So I made the video. These are the rough pencils with this guy right here. So when I first started it, I had come across a hero called the Shield, right? And to my understanding, long story short, I thought it was public domain, but he's not. So I had him kind of as a piece of my story, and had to make a big change in that regard, and just take him out of my book because copyrights and stuff. So that's like the biggest change. The other change since the video is that everything completed looks like a million times better than just the raw pencils and inks that you see here. So those are the main changes.
I mean, that could happen to anyone. This public domain stuff does get a little tricky. Mm-hmm. So how did you replace the character? Can you give us a little hint? You don't have to tell us fully, but how have you dealt with it, or are you still trying to figure it out?
For the most part, I mean, first, I took his name totally out of the book. The character design went through a lot of changes because it was like almost 1-for-1 in the beginning. The way the character looked, it's like, all right, so if I put this out, I'm done. So I pretty much changed the character design. I had to go back to my artist T in the Uncaged, which is a great artist, and I had to change the character, rewrite, take his name all out of the book, rename him. Now the character's name is General Justice as opposed to the old name, and those are the main changes. But the story itself stayed intact. Thankfully, I didn't have to change the story itself, so that's good.
Sorry, it never helps when you're on mute and you're trying to talk to someone.
Yeah, I figured you was muting it and taking it off.
Well, I got Jax in the background, so I try to keep muted in between takes. But this time I thought I left it open. No, but importantly, I want to give you a lot of credit. First time creator, you raised $2,782, 54 backers. So you came in the right way. I got to admit. And you want to talk about this stretch goal of 3,500? Guys, we still have time to hit that stretch goal. We're only talking about $718. We have 22 hours. What happens with this $3,500 stretch goal?
Well, I'm good friends with a guy named Jermel Lessie. He's one of the creators at this company called Concrete Comics. And he was talking to me, and he pretty much offered to say, hey, man, you can take some of our books and use them as a stretch goal. So he offered me the digital versions of their number ones, their Acolyte, their Absolver, and their Odina books, which are amazing books by an amazing group of people. And so at 3,500, pretty much I will throw those into the pot as well. On top of all the other physical rewards, the rewards that go to physical backers and digital backers.
And there we go. Mute, unmute, mute. When are we going to see the actual book? Because I know a lot of people with Kickstarters like that. They're like, well, when will the book be delivered? When are you going to have it in my hands? So that's usually a question.
I don't want to say it. I had set the date for December, which is really out there, just to give myself enough time. But I can tell you that Matthias, the letterer, just sent me the last few pages of the letter pages. So I have all the pages right now. I have all the covers right now. I literally have everything set up with the printer. I'm just waiting for a final count on everything to just get it printed, send it out. Well, I'm gonna get sample copies just to make sure I get it right the first time, and then I'm gonna get them printed and sent out. And t-shirts, if people had t-shirts in their tier, the t-shirt person I know personally, so it's just a matter of doing it at that point, production, and just making sure I give people the best possible product that I can do with the funds that I raise.
And that's all you can do as a creator. And I love your energy. Like the fact that, like I saw it on the video, you have this huge smile. You can't fake the smile you have when you're talking about your creation. And I'm absolutely in love with that. Can you tell us a little bit about your creative journey and what inspires you?
Yeah, like I said earlier, I was a writer since a kid. That English was always my favorite subject. Stories, I love stories since a kid. So I've always been writing. At one point in my life, I was writing music. So I was writing a lot of hip hop stuff. So if you were able to hear the beat, it's a hip hop beat that I have brought for somebody, which I'll get into. I'm not even gonna get into that. But yeah. So I was making music, and in the midst of that, I actually decided to join the United States Army. So when I joined the Army, I really didn't have much time to write, but I did keep writing like poems and screenplays and things that interested me, stories here and there when I could. When I got back home, I doubled back down on my screenwriting. I continued to write because I just love to write. I love to write, and I love to learn the process of writing and the elements of it. So I just continued, and it got to a point where it's like, man, I want to make one of these movies. Like I want to make something, but my ideas are so, I feel like my ideas are so out there to my demise that like a lot of the stuff that I wanted to make is like, all right, you're going to need a CGI guy and that's going to be millions of dollars. And I wouldn't have been able to afford it. So I'm like, man, I don't know what I'm going to do. But then I think I was looking at storyboarding and I'm like, man, maybe I could just make a comic because I'll still be able to get the ideas out there instead of trying to pay for animation that's like way out of my budget. And yeah, so I took it from there. And Average Joe was the first one that I actually came through and I wrote, and it came to me. Like usually it takes me months to write something. This came to me in probably a month, like the entire story, and it's like a 10-issue series. And yeah, it's been like that ever since. Now I have like 2 or 3 other projects on the back burner right now, but I'm trying to get through this Average Joe thing at the moment. Oh, and what inspires me? It's great stories. I just like great stories. Story time in school was it was one of my favorite times. I just like great stories. I like being immersed in great worlds and seeing things that I've never seen, seeing things in a way that I've never seen them before. So that's what I'm trying to emulate in a lot of my work, is to give people a different experience in a way that they probably never seen it before, or at least from my take, which I know that I can only do it my way. So.
Now, I'm sure there was a big learning curve as we end this 15-minute block I have with you. There had to be a huge learning curve. Like you see storyboards and then you realize, wait, comics aren't storyboards. There's a lot of things I have to do. How's that process been? So I'm assuming you were a comics book fan well before you even thought about making a comic, right?
Yeah. It was definitely a learning curve. First of all, writing a screenplay and writing a screenplay script and writing a comic script is just like 2 different animals, 2 separate things. And the first, I want to say the first, because I write a lot. I think like the first 7 drafts of it, I just wrote it wrong, and I wrote it in a way that an artist probably would be like, "What are you like? What are you doing? Like, I don't understand what you want from me in these panels." So probably like the first 7 drafts, I wrote it wrong, but I'm glad I wrote it wrong because it helped me make the story better as I went. and a little bit less derivative from my inspirations. So yeah, I had to learn how to write it. I had to learn how to find artists, good artists that are reliable, which is extremely difficult, very difficult to do. Like it ain't easy to find an artist. I'll tell you that right now. Lettering, I tried myself. Horrible. I was like, man, it's just the letters, but then I soon learned that you don't even put the cross-hatched I on, like, it's just stuff to know. I just didn't know a bunch of stuff, but I made those mistakes, luckily, in the development process, and then I got the people to help me do it correctly, because if not, I probably would have missed out on some great work from people. So it's definitely been a learning curve. It's been like a year and a half to get this book actually completed. Just going back and forth between artists and just trying to figure out like what to do to learn Kickstarter. I didn't even know what Kickstarter was a year ago, honestly and truthfully. I was like, I'm just going to put it on my website and people are just going to come buy it. But then I found out about Kickstarter, and that helped a lot, because it's a platform full of people that look for the thing that you have. And I'm like, why not? So it took a while. Yeah, like a good year and a half for me to actually get it produced, but it would have took me a little bit longer if I wasn't as motivated to really get it out. So
I appreciate you spending time with us today on Sunday. One last time, for those on the radio, give us the elevator pitch. And mind you, if you want to find this, it's on Comic Book Advocates in our section for crowdfunding, because Thomas is a smart guy. He reached out and asked someone to promote himself. How smart is Thomas? I love that. A hungry creator. That's what you have to be in this industry, hungry. We're going to be talking about Thomas a lot in the future. You just watch and see. I love the Average Joe Kickstarter. I'm going to be backing it. I have to actually get on it today. Sometimes being on these shows, I don't sign in, so I can't actually back it while I'm live, and then my son distracts me. So do me a favor, in a few hours, go, hey, Rob, like at 8 o'clock tonight, be like, Rob, you told me to remind you to back my project. That's how important it is to me, and that's how important it is to everyone. Go out there, check it out. I have the comments in our section right now. You give us the elevator pitch while we're closing out.
All right, so Average Joe is a story that follows Max Buchanan, average guy in a superhero society who he works for a hero public relations agency, and he gets on the account of the #1 hero, General Justice, and he comes to find out that General Justice is a piece of crap. He's not what everybody he's not what all that he's chalked up to be. He's not the person that people love, and due to an unfortunate event with General Justice, it leads Max down a road where he says, you know what, forget these heroes, I'm going to be a hero. And I mean, pretty much the premise behind the story is that anybody can be a hero to somebody that's in need. That's really what it comes down to. You don't have to have superpower. You don't necessarily have to be anything special. You don't have to be an army soldier, but anybody can be a hero to somebody when they're in that position, when they're in need. So that's the premise of the entire story.
So is that based on a relationships? I swear it sounds like one of the relationships I've had in my life, where you thought they were someone and they're not. What's that t-shirt look like?
This is actually sketched. This is the sketch of one of the pages from TNA on Cage, man. Like, he's an amazing artist, man. So I just took it and put it on a shirt, because I was like, man, this is beautiful.
Yeah, and you got to subscribe to the YouTube channel to see what he's got, the Indie Vault YouTube channel, man. This is amazing. We'll be talking about it more. I'll be promoting it tonight. Reach out to me so that'll be a reminder to put it on my page. And once you get more back, I want you to be around in this industry. Thank you for spending some time with us, my friend. We have to bring in the next guest, but you've been awesome. Thank you. And he rallied today. We had a cancellation, and I reached out to Thomas, and Thomas was like, yeah, I'm on. Just tell me what to do, man. I'll be there. I appreciate it. Hope you get at least 20 more backers before it ends today.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you.
All right. Thanks for being on. All right. And we're going to be bringing in our next amazing actioncomics.com. We're going to be bringing in another friend that we have of the show. And tell us what you got, man.
How's it going, guys?
Meredith, come on.
Nope.
We're bringing in Meredith to come hang out with us. So don't worry, you get the big screen.
Oh, fantastic. I got a big head.
Big screen. Hello. Tell us about yourself and what you're doing.
Hi. Well, first I want to say thank you guys for setting this up for all of us in creators. This is awesome, so I appreciate that. My name's Justin. I am the writer and creator of Project Shadowbreed and Red Hyena. Both series are from Amazing Action Comics, a small indie publisher. And what it is Project Shadowbreed is based on super soldiers, but not the normal super soldier like Captain America. Government started creating werewolf super soldiers that can control their transformation. They wanted an elite killing pack. And what ended up happening is they had 2 alphas, and they got rid of one to the CIA. He gets broken out of the program and is now fighting crime in Seattle and starts unraveling darker secrets of where the government is involved in weapon smuggling and drug smuggling, using Seattle as the cover front. As that's it in a nutshell right there. And then the Red Hyena series, she makes her appearance in issue 4 of Project Shadowbreed. And then we gave her her own spin-off series. It's called Head Games. It's a 3-part miniseries. And it picks up right where she leaves the Project Shadowbreed series in stealing some vital information from the Syntech Corporation, the people behind creating the Project Shadowbreed serum and turning soldiers into werewolves.
So now Rob and I have totally different approaches when it comes to sitting with our guests and things. I love to, because I'm part of Geek Insider, I love to actually get, the inside scoop and hear the genesis story. So, I mean, tell us a little bit about your journey into comics. Was it something that you read when you were younger and you were like, I always wanted to do that? Is it something that you kind of fell into? How did you get into comics?
Well, I started as a kid back in the 90s reading X-Men comics, Spawn, Blade, fell in love with all of those. And then in 99, 2000, I hit high school, so I focused more on guitar and playing sports and girls. Fell away from comics for a bit. And then about 2010, I had a job where I spent 12 hours a day standing at a machine. And so I started daydreaming about characters and then started buying digital comics to pass the time and started coming up with these characters and stories and then started writing, and then here I am. It kind of just all worked together in a weird way.
Rob left me a little private message. Says, "Ow, you dropped a knife in my back." Well, we do have different interview styles, Rob. Get over it.
Yeah, I want the elevator pitches. Like, that's what I want. I want Justin to come in here and give me elevator pitches. Like, I'm ready for tablecloth.
Yeah, but for me, if I'm going to buy a book, maybe it's a difference between that extra X chromosome, or I don't know, the XY thing, but I want to know the creator before I buy his book. If I like Justin, I'm going to buy his book. If I don't, then chances I'll be like, oh, I lost your link.
Well, now I got to impress Meredith.
Yeah, you really do. Like, he's the boss. We realistically, that's why we have that back room today. For those who don't know, we really haven't seen anyone show up. We have a back room where people can hang out. We're calling it the after show, so everyone gets to show up. If you have any questions for even Justin, we're going to invite him to be part of the back room. I know that's weird.
I would love to.
Yeah. Why would you have a second StreamYard at the same time? That gives you the feeling that you're at a con. That's why we're bringing it up right now, because we're missing that. We're missing the ability to. We watch these shows, but we don't get to talk to the creators. This allows Justin to talk to anyone who shows up, and he can hang out for 10, 15 minutes, answer any questions. This is all new, guys. We're all doing this to literally promote these amazing comics that Justin has brought to our attention today, and so we can all build each other's communities. So make sure you're sharing this, liking it, and sending it on your way. Meredith, I'll let you finish the interview since you do it better than me.
Oh, I didn't say that. I didn't imply that at all. We totally have different styles, that's all. And I have boobs. So, comics and boobs.
I have boobs, too.
They do go together.
You do. See, he's hiding behind his his logo there, Rise Against Bullying, Cat Dad and Supermom, where we were misbehaving before, but we won't go there right now. Justin, we want to focus on you and Amazing Action Comics. I'm going to drop your link to the website here for our viewers so that they can
appreciate it.
And I'm going to touch base with you later. Again, it's just one of these things where this is so fast paced today, and we do want to hear elevator pitch. We want to know what you're bringing, to the comic book world, and like the website, getting to know you again. It's really cool because I'm kind of new, and I love new to me people, and sitting down is just a pleasure. So let's talk a little bit more about your books. I see, Rob's got the controls here. He's got Guardian City.
Yep, that's one of
what-
our other titles coming out later this year. Right now, we're focusing on Project Shadowbreed. We first, a little quick backstory. When I first did Project Shadowbreed, I got picked up by a smaller indie publisher, and in 2017, for the first 5 issues, we won Best Storyline from Comic Central. I know it's only a small award, but it meant a lot to us knowing that people were really digging the storyline. And then they couldn't keep up with sales and money owed to me, and so we kind of left them. And same thing happened with another indie publisher. It takes off with the first 5 issues, and they can't seem to get their business plan together. And so after 2 failed attempts, I found another artist to start the second arc of Project Shadowbreeds, issue 6 through 10. And me and him, Angel, we decided to start our own publishing to get the books out because we believed in these stories. So we started Amazing Action Comics ourselves earlier this year in January. We started by releasing the first 5 issues of Project Shadowbreed and the first 3 issues of Red Hyena. So right now we have 8 individual issues for sale on the website, or you can get them together right now. I got a copy here, handy dandy graphic novel of all 8 issues in one book. It also has a photo gallery of all of our variant covers, a bunch of artwork. It's over 200 pages of material, and that way you get caught up on our entire universe before the launch of Volume 2 next month with issue 6 of Project Shadowbreed.
So now, where can they find the paperback?
They can get the trade paperback at amazingactioncomics.com, all one word, amazingactioncomics.com, and go to the online store. We have the trade paperback. We have single issues. We also even have trading cards of the characters you can get when you buy some ones. So we have, trading cards, single issues, variant covers, trade paperback. We have a lot of stuff going on AAC, and there's more to come. We also have 2 other titles coming up. Sorry.
Hold up those cards again. That's really cool.
Oh,
I
yeah.
wanted to put you on the big screen.
We have some trading cards here of the different characters. Merrick,
cool.
our main character. We have a Red Hyena one. And then on the back, it gives you, just like, there we go, just like the Marvel cards, there's stats and info and little, like, side notes, backstories for each character as well.
Very cool. Now, is this, I'm not sure if Rob had asked you already, is this something that's going to be on Kickstarter or Indiegogo in demand or anything like that?
We had tried them on Kickstarter and Indiegogo before, but like I said, when we first released them in 2017 with those other indie publishers, we sold, I think, of all the issues together, over 2,000 copies of everything. So we knew that when we did this 3rd time, we didn't get a lot of supporters, so we kind of just took all of our own money and stuck it in to get the publishing going, knowing that we do have a fan base waiting for the next round of issues, which we have lined up right now for Project Shadowbreed alone. We have an artist working on issues 6 through 20. And then for Red Hyena, we have another series started for her. So we're going to have a lot of content coming out for just those 2 titles. We also have the Courage title coming out later this year, and Drunkard of Space coming out later this year. So us guys at AAC are really, really busy kicking out some indie titles for you guys.
Yeah, very cool. It's, I mean, you've got a lot going on there. It's really cool to see that much creativity. I mean, with the beer bug and everything that's going on, a lot of independent creators have really gotten busy. And I know that Rob has even said it, if you're not creating new stuff, then you're wasting your time and opportunity. Yeah. So, I mean, just to have that whole, that amount of work that's out there and gearing up for the next thing. And I'm sure you're already planning ahead even after that. So that's really cool.
Yeah, we have a lot of stuff already mapped out way beyond even the 20 issues that we have in production right now. So yeah, we have a whole universe and a lot to get out to you guys. So we're really excited for the launch of everything. And this year has had its ups and downs, but we've been able to focus on a lot of our creating and getting material out to the fans that we have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very cool. Let's see, we've got about 4 more minutes. So let's, again, if you were going to sit at the convention table and you were pitching a book to somebody who's brand new to Amazing Action Comics, let's hear your pitch.
Well, if you're a fan of The X-Files, you're a fan of 90s indie dirty comics, that whole grunge feel. The comic takes place in Seattle, so it always has that dark, brooding feeling. There's the dark humor aspects of it. If you like the Blade movies, our main character, Merrick, he has a handler just like Blade did. I have our own Whistler. His name is Leroy. And it's X-Files. It's super soldier werewolves. It's high-tech mercenaries coming to town to try to get the bounty. It's everything the 90s wanted, all wrapped up in an issue. A lot of people tell us it reads like a movie. So one of the aspects of going for is to have each issue kind of almost be like an 18 episode where you get that short story of who the bad guy is with the overall telling arc of what's going on through the whole story. So it reads like almost you're watching a TV series. So each issue sets up the next one, which is why we probably won that Best Storyline Award in 2017, because everyone dug it. Each issue leaves you craving for more. And so, yeah, I mean, if you're a fan of sci-fi, a fan of mystery, a fan of dark humor, horror, werewolves, this is the series for you. And then with Red Hyena, it's the exact opposite almost. It's lighthearted, it's fun, it's more adult humor. It's not really for kids, it's more teenage and plus. There's a lot of first 6 pages of A1, if it doesn't set up the mood for how the overall series is going to go, I don't like, that's where I catch you or I lose you, and majority of the time I'm catching you within the first 6 pages. So again, check out Red Hyena, check out Project Shadow Breed. AmazingActionComics.com has all of that stuff on our online store. We have them in single issue prints, we have trading cards, we have paperback with all 8 issues in one book. I'm a Leo. I enjoy long walks on the beach. And support indie comics. Everyone who's on here is trying really hard to get you guys some good content. So check everyone out and back their Kickstarters. No, I'm not. I'm happily married, man.
Then don't tease with that beard. I'm telling you, you're like chocolate.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Rob, why are you flirting with the guests?
Well, you
because
can't
of the beard.
Is it beard envy? Do I need to grow mine out?
I want Meredith's beard. I do. We have butt beard, now we'll soon have Meredith's beard. Thank you for being on the show, my friend. You're awesome.
Hey, thank you guys for having me.
Anytime you want to come on the news, promote something new, we can get you on Geek Insider. We can get you on the Indie Vault. Seriously, come take advantage of it and be part of it.
Definitely will. Thank you so much for having me.
And when we figure out this after show back room, where in the future we'll have you hang out behind the scenes and talk more about comics. We're still working that out.
That works. Just shoot me a message. I'll check it later today if you guys get it up and running, and I'll come hang out for a bit.
Yeah, we're having a little bit of tech issues with it in the background. We're trying to fix it, but we'll get to it a little later. All right?
All right. Well, for having me again. You guys have a good one.
So much. I'll be in touch with you.
Have a great one.
Bye-bye.
All right. Since I don't do good at interviews.
No, I didn't say that. I said we have different styles. Very, very different.
Well, we have a great interview right now, so I'm going to let you get that.
I want to do a little program thing. Oh, look at you. It's all dolled up. But you know what? We're going to give Indie Vault a little shout out here first. Hold on one moment.
Hello.
All right. Hello. We have Enes Eskander. Why don't you introduce yourselves and let us know what you're working on? We've got basically about 15 minutes to pitch your book and tell us a little bit about what you're doing.
Hi, so I'm NS Iskander. I'm the writer and creator of Ava, which is now an in-demand campaign on Indiegogo. It's a cyberpunk comic, sci-fi set in the 23rd century. Imagine the likes of Facebook taking over the world, and everyone's implanted, so they know everything and what you're up to and what you're thinking and what you're saying. And you have Ava, who is like, it's like a David and Goliath story, you know? So yeah, if you're interested, have a check it out. Over to you, Meredith. I'm still working on my pitch.
There, it helps if I'm not on mute.
Yes, awkward moment there.
We know the people who say their pitch all the time because it's like, well, you know, and it's like, and it's perfect. And it's like, okay, I get it, you know,
Yeah.
and so, but it's a work in progress. Tell us a little bit about Ava and your inspiration behind that, and why people want your book. I mean, who is your perfect customer?
So my perfect customer is somebody who grew up in the 80s and 90s, who is a big fan of Blade Runner, Tron, sort of Eon Flux, sort of that kind of stylized sci-fi set in the future, and it's all got the lovely colors and the gadgets and everything, and it's a little bit thought-provoking. So there's a little hint of Black Mirror in there, where, you know, it just questions sort of the status quo. You know, it is a very surreal world. But in a way, it kind of touches upon what's going on now and just kind of exaggerated to an extreme. And it's set in a post-apocalyptic world. And I didn't want to go down the route of Mad Max, where it's all really depressing. And what I wanted to sort of have is a world that has kind of come out from the ashes and is now affluent again. But it's a question of, do we repeat the mistakes of the past, you know, because technology could, you know, end up being, you know, our undoing, and do you want to do that again? And so there's kind of three worlds. You know, you have the Ardents, they're very into their implants, and then, you know, sort of you have the reformist world, where they're very sort of, we want to stick, you know, get back to nature and the respect the environment and everything, and we don't want to go too crazy with technology. And then on the other side of the spectrum is that you've got like people who have learned nothing from the past, you know, and just want to sort of carry on the way they're going, and are very ruthless and kind of maniacal and are very manipulative as well, and they just want to sort of have, you know, world domination is their agenda. So yeah, and Ava's in the middle of this all. And so if you're into these kind of stories and you love, you know, so it has that 80s, 90s nostalgia, which is what I grew up with. And if you're a big fan of Eon Flux, that's going to so tick your box, because I'm a big fan of Eon Flux. And I just, you know, as a character, she's just feisty, and it was really surreal. But so I just kind of took that strong female lead and kind of did my own version of it with a completely different storyline. So yeah, you know, she's easy on the eyes. She's kind of like, you know, like a Vargas girl, but like, you know, a futuristic Vargas girl with a hint of burlesque, you know. And so yeah, she's like a really interesting cocktail. I don't know what I was on at the time, but yeah, I just went with it.
Well, you were saying it's kind of an out of the ashes kind of book, but
Yeah.
you know, a lot of the pages that we've been able to see on your Indiegogo here, there are a lot of dark colors and things with the spots of beauty, and she's obviously a very powerful woman, empowered, I would say. What was kind of the what was the thought process behind that? Was it like, were you in the mind of Ava, or was this more of an like a story arc in whole when you were thinking about this story? Was it like her, you know, were you like, you know, sometimes when we create stories and things like that, it's like, that's the woman that I wish I was, you know?
Yes, that definitely, that I wrote her as if that is the woman that I wish I was. She's athletic, she can do anything physically, she's also, you know, sort of very clever as well, and scientific minded. I mean, I have to say I did well sort of in my sciences as well as art, but you know, she's kind of the heroine that I would like to be, or would aspire to be, or would look up to. You know, somebody who sort of sings to her own tune and does what she thinks is right, rather than kind of being told what to do. You know, so she has got the courage of her convictions, and you know, she follows her own moral compass, and she is not afraid of kind of standing up to the, you know, the authority, but at the end of the day, she's not perfect. She makes mistakes like everyone else, and she really is talented to in putting her foot in it, you know, sort of inadvertently creating a really big mess that she ends up decides that the only way to redemption is to, you know, fix the very mess that she's made, and a lot of people are counting on her to do that. In terms of the colors, you know, like I've got a fashion background, and I don't like to sort of, when I do my fashion design, I don't like to use, you know, direct colors. You know, I love playing with shades and tones, and, you know, like sophisticated colors and sophisticated color palettes. So that's where, you know, all that comes from. And also, you know, like it is, yeah, I do like dark worlds. I don't, you know, I'm not a big fan where it's all sort of happy-go-lucky candy colors, you know, unless there's like some kind of contrast to it, you know, that there's kind of a yin and yang thing going on. But yeah, definitely, you know, like that's pretty much my taste level, really, when, you know, I'm a big fan of blue. So Tron went down really well when I was watching it as a kid, you know, that it was very dark, and you had that highlight of that gorgeous, you know, sort of turquoisey blue. And as a kid, that really sticks with you, because that's what you perceive as the future, you know, very, very dark world. But then you've got these pops of sort of electric colors. But, you know, with mine, I think my influence comes from an architect, the late Zaha Hadid, and she is, you know, renowned for this kind of futuristic style architecture. And I went to an exhibition of hers where she like before I mean, yeah, it was her early paintings. So alongside the architecture, she was doing these absolutely gorgeous kind of really, it almost looks like it could be architecture, like a cityscape, or it could be like a plan, you know, and the colors that she used were just so interesting. And I took that as an inspiration. So if you go onto my Instagram page, you will see like sort of snippets of how we put mood boards together to create the world, sort of mood boards for the color palette. So everything was planned in advance of actually sort of applying it. So yeah, like, I mean, that's how I worked. Even that's when I say I'm the creative director, you know, sort of I pretty much drove the direction, but it was Timothy Green II who did the most amazing artwork. I'm just so pleased with it. And you know, we just had such a really good relationship that we're happy to go down the road again and produce number 2. So yeah.
Now, and that was what I was going to ask you next, because I know with this being in demand,
Yeah.
I think you've got some swag that finally came in.
Yes,
so
I do.
You're going to be sending that out soon.
Definitely, yes. The post. So I've got the postcards that have come in. So I've got this one, and there you go. So there's that one. So these are pages from the comics. And the nice thing about it is that they've got the logo and they're labeled with each of them has a name. That's Ava upside down on a pole doing her burlesque thing. It's we won't go into her style of dance. Might be a little bit too early for some people. And
it's never too early to talk about that.
You won't stick up a PSA, So yeah, and then I've got the lovely art prints. Sort of. She's a very, very. I have to say, when I saw this, I was like, whoa, it's almost like looking at Rob without his vest on.
Well, thank you. I do like gems on my body. It really brings up my eyes.
I'm so doing you a T-shirt with the gems, strategically placed gems.
I'll wear it.
And yeah, I'm going to hold you to that. So, and then this is the drawstring bag, and it feels natural. So it's not sort of, I mean, I absolutely loved it because I really like the natural colored drawstring. And it was really pleased, really good quality. We strive for excellence at Ava HQ here. It's only me.
So now that you've reached the goal, and now we're striving for more with the sales and things like that. You said something about book 2.
Yeah, so basically we're carrying on selling book 1, and the aim is to get book 2 funded. So everything, all the extra funds just go straight to Timothy, because because I have to pay him to get all the illustrations done. So, and then we'll just keep carrying on for as long as people are, happy to join us on our extraordinary journey.
I was on mute again. So I am looking forward to this, because I know that, I wanted the bag as well as the comic, and I had ordered one for my daughter-in-law as well.
Yes. So the comics, so basically the comics went into, they went to the publishers, I think it was on Friday night or Thursday night. Can't remember. It was like 3:00 in the morning. So I can't remember what day it was. It was the day I was a bit googly-eyed on your show, Rob. Yeah, he's smiling. It's like
she had been up doing the pacing. That back and forth is the book ready.
Yeah.
You'll get there, Meredith. That day you put it to the printer, like when you're in the hospital and the baby's coming out.
Oh, yes.
Nervous day.
I was just like, breathe, press the button.
Yeah, like right now I'm the F5, reset, or what the heck is that button called? The refresh button. It's like F5. When I'm looking forward to things, I can't even imagine what it would be like to have my first comic book out.
Well, I just thought I was so looking forward to the day when I actually send it off to the publishers. And when you do it, it's like, okay, yeah, I did that. Next, it's like I've got so many other things that I need to do. Like I've got the website that I need to sort of refresh, because at the moment it's just the video, so that needs to be done there. And then just so many things to prep. I was buying bubble wrap and book wrap mailers and stickers for, to print out the the postage and everything. It's just never ending, but it is a fun ride, and I have to say, it's been such a pleasant surprise to sort of be part of the indie comics community, because I just didn't realize how big it was until I actually launched the comic. And then people started coming to me and saying, you should be actually promoting this. I was like, yeah, how?
Especially being that this is your first book. I mean, you came out of the gate really very strong. Rob, we're at the 12:45. Do we have
stretch? So we had that cancellation right now, so we have a few more minutes. We actually moved up. Ines was able to jump on a little early, which I know benefits her because she'll have the evening off to get the kids ready for school tomorrow. So she was actually gracious enough to jump in early for us and save us from having a block empty.
Thank you for having me on. I'm always luckily I just come back from the deer park, so yeah.
There's a park with just deer in it.
Yeah, just about 20 minutes. It's like an old mansion house that's been taken over by the National Trust, and you walk around in the park and there's just deer running around freely. And
I think they all belong to the Queen.
Do they? I didn't know that.
I thought that like the wildlife, like the deer, I thought that they all belong to the Queen, but I could be wrong.
I'll find out and I'll let you know. But I know it's a deer sanctuary, and it's just really beautiful because they just roam around freely and they don't seem to be really bothered by sort of the people walking along the paths. But they do tell you, this is the sanctuary part, and you need to, don't go in there. So it was just such a lovely walk. We got our 10,000 steps in, and had a picnic as well. So it was just nice to really get out and enjoy a day of no rain, even though it's a little bit cloudy. So we'll take what we can get here,
Well, you had on the show the other day, it had been raining a lot. So I'm glad you got to get out. So we've had weather in Florida lately. Me and Meredith are like, is there a storm near you? Because we have some of the nastiest, like, I think they said there were 20,000 lightning strikes in Florida last year in one month. Just 1 month over the entire year. It's like 100,000 lightning strikes. So we're used to it. But it all happens in it gets real scary, and you hide in your house, and then you go back out.
Yeah, it lasts like 10, 15 minutes, and then it's over. What I'm going to do, Ennis, is I'm going to put the QR code up here for anybody who is viewing, and we highly recommend that you do. Go over to Indie Vault YouTube, go to Geek Insider YouTube. We've got this posted right now. This is also going to be up on the website when I update it. I'll probably sleep in tomorrow, tell you the truth, but
it'll be up by Tuesday. Let's put it that way.
It'll be up by Tuesday. We're going to have all of the QR codes of the guests who are on, who graced us with their presence and told us about their books.
And you take a screenshot right now on your phone. If you're watching us, take a screenshot, save this for later, look it up. There's actually programs you can get that you can look at a picture and get the QR code later.
Yeah.
Join the 21st century, kids.
Anybody with a smartphone can basically go to use those QR codes, and it goes right to the site or wherever it is that if the creator sent me a link, it's a mystery until you hit the QR code with your smartphone and visit. But that's a way to go directly to her Indiegogo. You can order this; it's on demand right now, and. So I know that shipping to the U.S. was very affordable when I made the purchase, which was it's early on in your campaign. Have you adjusted that?
Not yet. So it's basically I've done an update. I've shown pictures of what close-ups of what the postcards look like, the art print, and the bag, and just informed everyone that. As soon as all the contributions get sent out, and we've got a realistic price of how much everything is costing us, then everything's going to be adjusted after that. After I think it's sort of probably around the 8th of September. Prices are going to go up. I warn you now. So take advantage while you can. Because it's going to cost a whole lot more. So yeah, so sorry.
Don't be sorry. Blame the post office. Damn you, mail carrier.
Right?
I originally calculated with a flat envelope, and then thanks to Larry and his little sermon, about book wrap mailers, it was just like, hell hath no fury. So yeah. So
you don't want to make the nerds mad. Don't make the nerds mad.
No, I am definitely looking after everyone, making sure that they receive all their goods pristine in the most excellent condition they can achieve it in. So yeah, I don't know if I said that right, but anyway. Rob's disappeared. Was it something I said, Rob?
It was my 5-year overlord who demanded popcorn. So I
love that 5-year overlord. Yeah, I've got a 6-year overlord.
Yeah, I'm so glad mine are grown and I'm like, out, get out. Like,
You
my
still
life's
here? You
fine.
still here?
But I am looking forward to this, and so especially I cannot wait to do the package reveal when that gets shipped to.
Ooh, lovely.
It's going to be a lot of fun,
It'd
and
be
then
nerve-wracking for me to make sure.
So now I'm curious though, because you said that book 2 is in the works. Do you have kind of a rough idea of when that might be, when we could expect that? The Kickstarter or the Indiegogo for that?
So I've got the script. As soon as I get everything sent out, the script is going to get a polish, and then I'm going to book the work in with Timothy. He's currently working on his comic. It's called Basement Land. I've actually sort of had snippets of it from him, and it is so good. It's just hilarious, and so he's just finishing that off. We also talked about tarot cards. So, like I did some mood boards for him just recently, but he's all set to go, to get started on doing the paneling and everything. I mean, I could aim potentially, I could say like in 2 or 3 months, but then I don't want to end up hitting the Christmas period. So realistically speaking, it will probably be, mostly after Christmas that I can get things shipped out. So yeah, I think it's a case of watch this space, but we are aiming to get it out as soon as possible.
We probably need to yell at Timothy a little bit. Just
Why is it? Oh, because he doesn't come on, does he? He's hiding in the woodwork.
Is it something I said? Everyone always blames me. Tell him I will not hold a sign up. I promise no signs.
I did say to him, it's a lot easier when you have other people on the show. So it's not all about you. You get a break and, so, when I talk to him, he's like, a regular guy, like it's like talking to you guys. But I think he's, sort of he's not used to kind of the limelight. He's a very humble guy. He's very talented and very humble, sort of all in the same package. But yeah, I think definitely he needs to come out of the woodwork and kind of promote his work as well. But you see him doing a lot of promotion on Facebook. His work is just on another level. And because he's worked on Star-Lord, even has had a credit, sort of from Guardians of the Galaxy. And so, and he didn't even tell me that, until very, very late on. So yeah, I will have words with him.
Well, it's kind of funny because you've been very busy and consistently so, where you take the opportunities to jump on a podcast and you talk about Ava and where it's going and what you're doing with it, and it's one of those things where the more you do it, I think, especially in an online forum like this, I think it makes it a little easier when it comes time where the world opens up and you're sitting at a convention table and you're talking about your book. There's a certain amount of comfortability, is that the word? To sit and really, now, because you've been talking about it, you really have the insight to the book. You can I guess kind of gear your conversation to who's sitting at the table with you, saying, hey, what can you tell me about the book, and really speak to them on an emotional basis. Because again, for me, when I meet somebody, if I like them, I will most likely buy their book if I have the funds. It's just one of those things. And as the creator, you have to build that emotional connection between your character and the person who is going to potentially buy your book. So Timothy really needs to get on here. I would love to hear his perspective on the drawing process and what his thought process was behind Ava and the inspiration behind drawing it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I know he did an interview. Actually, I'll put up the link where he did. It was a written interview, and you could see sort of like how he, sort of approached it, and sort of what he thought of it at the time and everything. Also, like on the one of the tiers, it's got the PDF of the behind the scenes, and what it is, it's called Ava Evolution Behind the Panels, and it's a series of emails that went back and forth as we were developing the characters and the world and the costume and the gadgets. And it was the first ever time I ever pitched it to him. And so it's kind of like you're a fly on the wall in terms of like the history, like the backstory, and you actually see the authentic correspondence between us as well. So that's a really exciting sort of offer as well. For now, until we can sort of manage to pluck him out. I'm sure when he's got because he's got Basement Land coming out. I'm sure when Basement Land is coming out, it's kind of like you've got to do it. There's no hiding anymore, and I appreciate how daunting it can be initially, but like you said, once you get started, it just becomes more and more comfortable, and just like talking to your friends, and you don't realize, you just try to put off how many people are listening.
Yeah.
Otherwise it just becomes really daunting.
And I'll say this because I know that we have to sadly wrap this up and move on to the next guest for the show. I want the second issue to have a cover made by you. I've seen your artwork and I'm amazed. And I'm putting you on the spot. I want you to say yes, that you're willing to do a cover for the second book.
Yesterday I met Mog, wasn't it? I really liked her stuff, and I was like, since you've done Game of Thrones, would you be interested? And I was just thrown. She's like, yeah, sure, why not? But yeah, I mean, I will have a go doing my own version, and we'll see if it looks like a turkey. It's not gonna see the light of day.
It's not gonna. I've seen your art. It's not gonna look like a turkey. I look forward to it. Tell them where they can find you, so they can make sure not only how to get this, but to follow in your continuing adventures, including that cool Instagram.
Yeah, so you can find me as Ava Comic on Instagram and also Facebook. Or you can also find me on Twitter, but it's under my name. And yeah, that's it for now. But on Indiegogo, you will find updates as well. But yeah, that's where you can find me. Over to you. You always do that to me, don't you? Look, I've got the big screen to myself.
I have an overlord, okay? He's demanding.
It's really putting me on the spot there.
And I've got like a million tabs open. We all do.
Such a short time just to get out of this little massive box. Look, make me smaller, please. Make me smaller.
Don't tease the guy with the controls. He'll put you right on the screen. Thank you so much for spending time with us. Go enjoy the afternoon with the kids. I know how important it is spending time with your kids, because then they bully you. I'm getting bullied. Send help.
I like the term overlord. I'm gonna see my son in a whole new light now.
Thank you so much for being on.
All right, thank you for having me on. Right, take care.
All right, I'm gonna step out and let Meredith take the room.
All righty. And before I bring in the next guest, we're going to boot. Okay, we've got her there. Before I bring in the next guest here, I'm going to put in a little bump here to give some network love. At Geek Insider, we foster relationships with those in the geek sphere so we can give our audience the insider view of entertainment, tech, and more. All right, joining me now is Bill McSci-Fi McCormick. How are you today?
I am wonderful, Meredith. How's the world treating you?
Oh, it's I keep doing these damn events, and my world is crazy busy, and then I get to sleep for a day.
Sounds about right. We've been I've been just talking to lots of people here lately in Chicago. I think I actually used every single possible video platform one right after another one morning. I went through like 7 of them. It was like, wow.
Wow.
That was fun.
Well, while we've got you here, you're on the big screen. Tell us a little bit about yourself, where we can find you, and what you do, because you do a lot. You do a lot.
You know, I get that, and no, I don't. I just write. I write comic books. I write novels. I write a movie script. I write short stories. I write anthology pieces. But all I do, really, when you get it boil it all down, is I just write. I tell stories day in and day out, and. But yeah, I'm Bill McSci-Fi McCormick. I got the nickname from an Amazon rep who screwed up my webpage, my old author page at Amazon. So I kept the nickname and moved my author page. But so yeah, you can find me everywhere. I'm Bill McSci-Fi. You'll find me at BillMcSci-Fi.com. You'll find me Bill McSci-Fi on Twitter, Bill McSci-Fi on Facebook, Bill McSci-Fi on Instagram, Bill McSci-Fi on Pinterest. You might see a theme here. You can find me. I don't hide. I got several comic book series out now. I've got a brand new one kicking out in September. I'm really excited about. It'll be my first teen comic. It'll be my second true teen comic, where I'm really thrilled about it. So,
are you kickstarting that or doing any kind of crowdfund?
Nope. I got an angel investor, and they've seen my other work, and I've lately been attracting the attention of venture capitalists who want to get in to do something in the arts and entertainment community. That's how I got the movie deal. I did a Kickstarter a couple of years ago for Legends Parallel, and it all ended up on my plate, and it failed miserably. And I don't want to do that again. I find having a direct relationship with the investors works a lot better. It's a one-on-one thing. They know where they're getting their return from, because when you set it up with a venture capitalist or something, all the money goes to them until they recoup, and then it comes back to you. It's kind of like an old record deal in the old days, except it's not $250,000. I don't get a limo, and there's no free cocaine. But minus those lacks, it's a good way to work, and I've been very, very, very careful about who I'm working with, and so I got, like I said, I got stuff out. I got more stuff coming out. Got a couple licensing deals that we're putting into place this fall, one for Africa and one for England, and just keep them busy.
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop your website into the chat here so that gets shared out. BillMcSci-Fi.com. But yeah, so tell us about I guess the most recent comic book, and I've also seen. I want to say I've seen music videos.
Yeah, I used to. I was an executive producer for a record company, and I did a lot of music videos, all over the world. And then recently, actually, as part of a promotion for Legends Parallel, we teamed up with Kid Baudet. He's a rapper. He just recently appeared at the BET Awards in California. An amazing kid. But we hooked up with him and used the Pisces War as a soundtrack for a video commercial that we did for Legends Parallel. And he loved it. I loved it. We've got pictures of everybody together, and we all wearing T-shirts and stuff. So it looked good. So I'm still involved with music. I still love music. I just don't really. The business end of it doesn't make me happy anymore. It's all gone. So I like doing what I'm doing instead. But yeah, the most recent comics that we got out are these. Let me pull them up here. Dun-dun-dun-dun. These are. Can I show them? Yeah, there we are. Make sure I don't. There we go. Hybrid Zero. This one here is called Juggernaut, and this is 2 different titles. It's called get over there, Jungle Girl and Cassandra and the Changeling Sword, and they're all part of the same multiverse. This gets really confusing. The Hybrid Zero multiverse is basically a multiverse where consensual sex is lauded, sexuality is celebrated, violence is taboo, but a family of assassins may be the only hope for the multiverse, and they're genetically modified because, of course, mom needs a tail and giant boobs. It's very violent, very weird, very, very fun. I was a fan of this, and then I got looped back into actually writing it. I did not write the first 10 years of this, but I have written these last 2 years of it, and we got it nationally distributed. We've got it out now in several markets. It's won us fans. The Hybrid Zero multiverse. A little quick story here because everyone loves a fun story. There's a group of British Asian women who live in Britain. They work in the adult entertainment industry, and they discovered Hybrid Zero, and it's legal over in England. So God bless. They pay their taxes, they get their benefits, but they ran across Hybrid Zero, and even though some of them don't really speak that much English, because it's so eye-popping. The colors and the graphics in it are just. See if I can give you a quick example here. Yeah, this is like a splash page in Hybrid Zero.
Yeah, let me get you up on the big screen.
Yeah. Let me see if I can move this in here. Yeah, there we go. But this is just an amazing piece of graphic, and it's not really showing up too good because I'm too close. But it's as detailed as a painting, and every page is like that. And they fell in love with that. They loved that. And then a couple of girls translated the story, and they thought the story was fun. And they started sharing stuff on Twitter that, hey, I read this, hey, I read that, here I read this. And we ended up with a fan club of them. There's like 10 different groups that started talking. And then all of a sudden, this one distributor reached out to me and said, I noticed you have a fan club that's very Asian-leaning in England. And I had to laugh and explain the whole thing to them. And I talk to some of them a couple of times a week. We stay in touch. So the distributor's thinking, it's kind of going to be like a licensed distribution because it's pointless for me to print the stuff in America, ship it to London. Then, it'll be $35 a comic on the streets. But to keep the price down, we'll ship them the PDF. They can print them and then license them and distribute them. And I think that's what we're going to do in Africa too. We're going to be a part of a convention there, the Ibadan convention, this November. We were going to fly out and do it in August, this week actually. But I don't know. You might have heard a rumor. There's this thing called COVID-19.
How is that affecting you guys? And that hasn't been shut down?
Oh boy, it's affected us tremendously. I mean,
here in the U.S., but you're talking about Africa.
Africa, Nigeria, they have functioning adults there, so they're actually staying pretty much on top of it. They're rolling things out, but like the convention would be 20,000 people. No, they're not doing that. They're not putting 20,000 people in an indoor setting. They're not stupid. So the convention's getting clammed, but we're going to do it digitally and do the best we can with it. But yeah, here in America, summer's in my convention time, so I'm out like every other week selling books, saying hi to people, signing stuff. And right now I'm just sitting at home and I've got a living room full of books. So feel free to buy them, just reach out and buy them. And
that's why we want to direct people to BillMcSci-Fi.com. That's where we can buy your books directly, right?
Yep. Yeah, you can buy everything. Anything I have in stock, you can buy directly from BillMcSci-Fi.com. And I've got a couple of things that I have not gotten back in stock yet, but I can do print on demand for you from our private printer, not from Amazon or something else. It's I have a private printer, so it doesn't cost me $35 to print a full color comic. So we do that, and that way people don't have to pay extra or anything like that. I try and keep prices consistent on everything we do. And
well, one of the things that I love to ask guests, and we have a little bit of time here, is the genesis story. How did you find this love of comic books to create that, and even some of the storytelling, because you have novels as well. Was it like the first choice? Was it the only choice, or was it something that you kind of fell into?
I fell face first into it. I've been writing nonfiction since like about 1986. I'd written for music magazines and sports magazines and blogs and all sorts of stuff, and that was fun. I loved it. But then about 2010, I was going through a really rough period in my life. I was getting a divorce and blah blah blah, and they say the demons in your head kind of thing. Well, I had some nasty ones, so I decided it was either going to basically kill myself or get these things out on paper. So I started writing out my stories. And as I was doing it, I realized I had some good stories there. They were poorly written because it was just like first draft, rough draft. But I started writing these stories. And in 2011, a company called Bewildering Stories out on the West Coast, I submitted a story to them called Vorbliss, which they sent me back a 2-page rejection letter, specifically noting the fact that there were 47 F-bombs and they were a Christian company. So this is a bad fit. But that they thought the story itself was so amazing that if I had something else that didn't have a wall of F-bombs in it, they would be interested in taking a look at that. So I sent them out another story called And the Beat Goes Phut, P-H-U-T. And it's a story about a disc jockey in the future who witnesses like a techno apocalypse. And they thought that was great. And they released it. And they were originally going to release it on September 11th, 2011. The 10-year anniversary, famous anniversary in America here. And my protagonist, the antagonist, was Muslim. And I was like, wow, you guys have got some balls. I mean, dropping this story on the 10th anniversary of 9/11. Wow. And they hadn't thought of that. So it got pushed back to November. But it got pushed back to November and people liked it. And Bewildering Stories released a couple more things for me. I won an award, 2013, an Editor's Choice Award for science fiction. And wrote The Brittle Riders, which eventually got published by Azoth Chem in 2016. Anyway, as all that was happening, as Brittle Riders was actually still in the process of coming out, it hadn't come out yet. A guy named Brian Daniel reached out to me from Hadithi Sambaba Comics, and he's like, I've got this mess. And he did. He had 64 characters that were written out that were supposed to be part of one story. And I'm like, no, that's just too many. You know, no one's going to remember all these people. So we started playing around with it, and I wrote a script for it, and it was a very nice script if it was being made into a movie. Dorothy Jean, who does a comic called Spirit's Destiny, we sent her the script. She sent it back to me in tatters, just completely shredded it because it was a bad comic book script. And it was one of those things where she's like, you know what, don't waste my time anymore. Here's a link to how to write a comic book script. And I went and looked at that, and I went, oh, this is different. And it is very, very different than any other form of writing. So I wrote it down, and then Brian said what he wanted was like a 12-story arc, so he could have this kind of epic arc that could then be packaged into different things. So that's what I wrote. I wrote a 12-story arc for it, and we put the first comic out, and we were a little concerned because it's got some nudity in it. It's got it's very LGBTQIA friendly. The lead character is African American. I mean, we basically all the things you're supposed to do to have a good comic these days, according to Comicsgate, we did none of them. And then it came out, and Comic Book with an ED at the end .com gave it 5 out of 5 stars, and different places started going, whoa, this is something you really need to read. And Brian went, I think we're onto something here. And we've done a couple more issues. We're doing more now. We got the graphic novel out, which has a photo shoot from the lovely and talented feisty Nicole Brown. She was the body model we used for the character Ocean, who wears, think of like Poison Ivy, but with just a couple less flowers, not as well dressed as Poison Ivy, or as cluttered with clothing, as I like to say. Anyway, Feisty in the real world has no body modesty whatsoever, so she cosplays as Ocean for us. So I thought, as a thank you, we put a photo shoot from all her modeling gigs in the book, contrasted with different comics, different things of Ocean doing stuff in the book, and it really came out good. I actually had a guy. He bought one copy for his comic book store. That he owns a comic book store. He bought a copy with the idea that he was going to sell it. And then he reached back out to me and goes, nope, can't sell it. I love it too much. He goes, when we get my doors fully open in a couple of weeks, I'll buy a box off you. And I went, okay, that'll work. So he's going to buy 25. We got that set up. So, but people like it. It's a good story, and it's a fun story. And so, I'm really proud to be a part of it. I mean, I like all the stuff I do. I like all the stuff that's out. I know what's coming out. Bob Sins of the Sun is heading out in September. Story about the son of death wants to be a superhero in Chicago, so that's something different.
Well, Bill, I'm just going to cut in for a second because there's something that I think a lot of people don't know about you, and you actually do work with troubled youth.
Yeah.
I would love for you to touch on that a little bit too.
Well,
a little bit of time.
Yeah, I don't call them troubled youths. There's mentored kids that I talk to. But yeah, you're right. I mean, they're kids who are having some trouble in school or trouble focusing on things. And really, that's it. It's just, for me, it's a matter of reprocessing the way they learn. And then they learn very well. And as a matter of fact, Southern Michigan University, SMU, green and the gold, they've started a thing where they target different areas where their kids are poor and get the better ones full ride scholarships. And I was part of getting several kids who would have been ignored because they didn't have enough money or didn't have enough, but they had the grades. They had 3.4, 3.5 out of a 4.0. They're A students. And so like 10 of them now have gotten full rides from SMU, and they're doing this nationally. It's not like hey, Bill's over there, let's go there. That's not that at all. But it's been a proactive thing that they've been doing to get the best of the best from students who would normally not get served. And I think it's a great program. And I know other colleges are doing it too, but they happen to be the one that I worked with briefly. So.
Yeah, I was going to say, because a lot of people, if they're reading your books and stuff, you almost get like that projected persona, but there's so much more behind the creator. And that's just something that I love, is how dynamic you are as far as the creativity and as far as the outreach.
Whoops, wrong screen. Meredith, my turn to take over. I want to do some house cleaning, just get a couple comments read, do a couple station identifications before we have our next guest in. So,
all right, cool. So I missed the first part of what you said, Rob. Are we cleaning up? Are we finishing up with Bill?
No, I have reading comments. I have to show the fact we haven't shown in a while. The comments thing, because Varian's very strict on me when I'm to make sure that we're holding up the comment thing. Just the usual house cleaning stuff. Play some ads for some people, keep people happy.
Yeah. Well, Bill, you know all about that.
Oh yeah.
You know what? We've got about 4 more minutes left with you, and I want to thank you so much for taking the time to be a part of this. We are going to be updating the website. We're going to have your QR code so people know where to find you. Cool. But again, just give us a quick pitch what it is that you do, your books, and where we can find you.
Yeah, well, obviously everything's up at BillMcSci-Fi.com. I wanted to touch on one thing. You were talking about the mentoring and working with the kids. I had a couple of kids who were transgendered, and they were looking for representation, and there isn't really any. There's a couple of ancillary characters like I'm transgendered. You can't tell, you don't know. They're there. So I wrote a character called Savarchik. For personal reasons, I set it in Russia because Russia's my novel, The Brittle Riders, was bootleg there. They sold 35,000 copies and didn't pay me. So I wanted to upset them. And so I did that. But I worked with the kids, and we came up with a realistic transgendered superhero named Savarchik. And when I first came out, a lady drove 2 hours. The book only cost $2 because I packaged it so I can pretty much give it away. Lady drove over an hour, almost 2 hours, to come get me to autograph the book so she could turn around, drive back another 2 hours. And I found out later that she did that because she had a transgender daughter. And she wanted to show her daughter that she had something, which, by the way, she could have ordered online. They had it in a couple of days. But no, she did it this way. And she got an autograph, got it to the kid. And about 2 weeks later, I got an email from the daughter. And it was perfect because it was like you could hear the eye rolls of a teenage girl. She's like, well, I really kind of liked it. I mean, I know you're not like a friend of mine, but it was really nice. And thank you for writing it. so I could just hear the gum popping. It was great. So she's going to be a perfect woman when she gets older. She's 16, 17, She's a teenager.
That is a tough age.
Yeah. But yeah, like I said before, I'm a science fiction writer. I write in multiple genres or multiple markets, like comic books and novels and movies and short stories, anthologies. I even took a rip, and this is kind of fun, reimagined Edgar Allan Poe, and that ended up getting published in the Edgar Allan Poe Chronicles, which is nationally distributed, so that's cool. But I think if I have one weird highlight I'll share with you is that the University of Southern Illinois uses Legends Parallel to get people to understand the concept of a non-chronological multiverse. So that's fun. In other words, there's not 1,000 versions of me out there. There's just 1,000 Earths, and things have developed very differently on each of them.
Well, Bill, we're going to say goodbye. Again, anybody who's listening in, BillMcSci-Fi.com. That's BILLMCSCIFI. Not with the Y's, with the I's in Bill McSci-Fi. And again, we want to thank you for being a part of this show. We are going to have the timestamps on the website and your QR codes that's going to be directed to your site so that anybody who's listening in right now, you can go and visit indievent.com. We will have those updated with all of our guests, timestamps, QR codes, and all that good stuff. Bill, I'm going to put you down into the green room here, and we're going to say goodbye as Rob takes over the controls. Thank you so much for tuning in. Rob, do you have a bump for us?
More cocaine. Oh, wrong kind of bump.
You're on mute.
There we go. I have a couple of things I'll take over from here. I have a couple of things that I'm just going to share with you guys. Of course, we want you guys to be enjoying the event, so we're looking for feedback. So I'm going to switch over to my room and tell you where you can give us the feedback to make the future edition of this better. And one thing we did want to acknowledge while I'm in this room is the untimely passing of the actor from Black Panther. And there's a quote that he said that I wanted to read and make sure it was in this show. In times of crisis, the wise build bridges while the foolish build barriers. We must find a way to look after one another's one another as if we were one single tribe. And untimely passing of a great actor. I loved his portrayal of Jackie Robinson. I definitely suggest looking into his video library well beyond Black Panther. Talented actor taken way too soon. Very upsetting. And we wanted to touch on that and acknowledge that throughout this weekend, that we are, of course, going to miss his acting abilities. He was a great guy. And I didn't even know this. I found out yesterday that Denzel Washington had paid for him to go to acting school. And he wound up saying it at a conference or some sort of award show. And it was a beautiful moment. Look it up. He was really a genuine guy. We're going to miss it. Now, so Angry Varian doesn't come into the stream and yell at me. We do have to play this bump where we pretty much let you know that it's not Indie Volt's fault for everything we've been saying today. The opinions expressed in the following broadcast are not necessarily those of Indie Volt Media LLC, its staff, contributors, or sponsors. Viewer discretion is advised. And today's festivities have also been brought to you by comicbookadvocates.com is the global digital Comic-Con, but it's more than that. And you can be more too. Be more than just a fan. Become an advocate for comics like comicbookadvocates.com is for their creators, for their crowdfunding, for the very books they're creating, because we love comics. And, of course, brought to us by Geek Insider. And subscribe to IndieVolt.com to recharge your fandom and to get an education. Be sure to check out all of the Indie Volt programming on the Nines with hosts like Randy Zimmerman, The Kid, Varian Grant, The Indie Princess, with more hosts and shows to come. All right, I'm going to bring Meredith back in, and we're going to just have a couple minutes of shop talk right now where we talk about the event and how it's going on so far. We're going to go back into our official designated room. So we had a little bit of problems with the secondary room. Clearly that was a problem that we had to work out, a little bit of a snafu. Well, like we said when we started this, we're going to be doing a lot of stuff differently. We have the radio audience of tens of thousands of people listening to us today. So we're going to continue on with this. We're learning from this. We're going to need all of your feedback. So that's why I should have moved so soon. We actually had to show off the card that you guys can send us for information. So here it is for those listening as well. If you have a concern or a comment, send it to my email, the Indie spelled right, INDEE, devil@gmail.com. And we're going to address it, and we're going to get everything that you guys want. I'm just going to put a background up for the indie event, so in case we come back into this room for any reason, we transition seamlessly. But it's been an exciting day so far. Obviously, one of the things that went wrong was the side room where we're going to have people in there. I had sent something out to promote it, and for some reason, Facebook flagged it as spam this morning. That caused an issue, and I have no idea why they had done that. That's Facebook logic for you. I think it's because we're not using their rooms, and maybe we will use a room in the future. Or maybe even later today, we'll set up a room and see if that can work during the after show. So we're up to anyone's suggestions. We're here just trying to help creators out. So what we're going to do right now, and I thought this would be cool, why don't we show off some of your URLs that you have created with QRC codes? We have this whole library that I don't even think you've gotten to show off. So right now, get your cameras ready. Get your snapshots ready and get your screenshot apps up. Right now, we're going to spend just a couple minutes until our next guest arrives at 1:30. And I'll tell you, the next guy up, Meredith, he's trouble. He's trouble. He wrote a book about Cat Dad and Supermom.
Oh, geez. Well, before you even do that, let me just take a moment and say I appreciate everybody who's been on the show, anybody who's tuning in, who's listening live. We really appreciate you. Thank you very much from Geek Insider, Indie Volt, and Comic Book Advocates. This has been a journey. We're doing something really new. And a lot of people are like, well, you're just on StreamYard. This isn't new. This aspect right here just kind of of getting people on and pitching their books and stuff, getting these QR codes, trying to do the direct sales so that you can sell your books, especially if you've got books on hand and you're like, I need to offload because maybe you ordered them in January thinking that you were going to have a full convention, and that didn't happen. So this is a really good way of like getting your books sold by interacting, jumping on these shows and getting in front of these opportunities and saying, hey, I got books to sell. Why not? Almost everybody has a PayPal. If you don't have a website, you're doing it through DMs on Facebook. Whatever the case might be, get on these shows. When you have these opportunities, take advantage of them. That being said, I've been really busy chasing down people for their QR codes, and I'm at the point where it's cutting into my creativity. I don't have time to write because I'm doing this, and then I'm creating these QR codes and things so that I can promote you. And I love doing that. Don't get me wrong, but I want to create too.
Well, I said it this too. Meredith was going to start charging a little fee to do such things in the future because she deserves to get paid for her skill level. So if you want her to make that stuff, she can make it, but it's going to cost you. This was an experimental thing, and I want Meredith to get paid for her skill level. You can make it on your own, or you can pay Meredith a fair wage so she can make it, because this is a talent, just like writing is a talent, just like drawing is a talent. What she puts together deserves actual income for, to make these things continue to happen. And we've always talked about this in the very beginning. We were going to design these things, find a way to make them work for everyone. And then eventually the people behind it should also get paid for their skill levels. And, Meredith does a lot for free for this community, and no one thanks her enough. I constantly thank her. I'll be honest, I was a little disappointed how people did not respond to her when I found out today. I was a little mad. You can ask her. I was like, just tell me who's not responding to you, and I'll take care of it in the future. And I'll have a conversation, because it's one thing to be busy. That's fine. But to not answer someone who's asking you a simple question is very disrespectful. And, these things we're doing all for free, but they're not free for us. We're giving up time. We're paying for StreamYard. We're paying for the programs that we're using. None of this is free for us to do. So we lose money every time we do something like this. So in the future, too, we will not be doing this program on a Sunday. We did this on a Sunday because of the back to school aspect, and specifically because we wanted to play with something. We wanted to try something new on a weekend when we thought just people would be around and we could talk to some people and get your opinions. We want your feedback. We want to make this better. But part of making it better is that you're going to have to be involved, just plain and simple, or you're going to have to pay people to do what you don't want to do. It's that kind of world.
And we, we love indie, especially at Geek Insider. We love indie creators of all kinds. So it's not just comic books. We wanted to focus on comic books with this weekend. We've got more things in the works. And again, the invitations are going to go out. We're going to approach people, but then we're going to have an open call to fill in the spots and things. And it's not because you're less worthy or you don't need or because you don't deserve a personal invitation. But again, it's we're working with a very small team, and basically we shouldn't have to chase you down. If you're hungry enough, if you want your books promoted, if you want to get on the circuit of, Rob, how many podcasts that do we like between the three networks? I mean, we have a lot of podcast shows. 10
different opportunities a week.
And that's just within the three networks, not to mention who we network with and say, hey, you do a podcast. I've got a great guest on here. We're not going to pass the ball to somebody else if you're a crappy guest. I mean, that's the bottom line of that. But again, it's one of those things where you can lead a horse to water. You cannot make them drink. If you're hungry enough, you're going to seek out those opportunities and talk about your books and try and sell. Again, I know a lot of people who are complaining that they bought boxes of books, and they had no place to go to sell them. This is it. Opportunities like this. And I really do hope, because Rob said it earlier, I really do hope that people take this idea and run with it. run with it, because it doesn't belong to me. The ideas, we came together as a group and threw together this idea and said, let's see if it works. And if it does, I want to hear about it. And if it doesn't, I want to hear that too. I want to hear the feedback so that we can make the next event better.
And like we said, today we noticed that Facebook kind of gets in the way of something, so maybe we'll involve the Facebook aspect. Maybe we'll start a chat room for what we're watching right now, and I'll play with that in the background at some point today. And that's the learning curve that we have here. She's done an amazing job, Meredith. I had my mom die during the planning of this event, and she was always communicating when she knew she could, but I wasn't there like I should have been. And there's nothing I could have done to change that, obviously, but she did an amazing job. And I want to stress to you guys, not only is this the last, I think this is our last official indie event this year, because the next event will be Geek Insider's Halloween special, which, of course, comic book advocates will help out in any way, shape, or form. But we have no plans to do another full indie event on a weekend the rest of the year. We would like to have indie events now show up for these sale blocks in the middle of a week. That is our ultimate goal. We don't want to play on the weekends. This is the official us ending, because also, if we're being honest, September is usually when the con season geared down. There weren't as many shows in the fall. Everyone goes back to work and stuff. We've gotten through the summer. Next weekend, you have Pops, who I know has his CromCon, but that's also Labor Day weekend. And then that's it. We're all going to start thinking about Halloween, back to school, Christmas. Next thing you know, we'll be talking about it being January. We've lost a lot this year. We've given as many opportunities as we can. We'd love to continue this throughout 2021 when the cons come back and make it special, but it requires you guys. Now, don't get me wrong. I can do this with all my friends. We deliberately tried not to just do it with our close friends, because trust me, with Last Call Comics and Terraform Comics, we could have filled this whole block today and been selfish. And I have to go deal with my overlord again. But I'm going to pass it off to Meredith. But seriously, we want to help you. Stop being so fucking difficult to help.
Well, I don't know how to get on with that, but quite honestly, IndieVent is it's a labor of love, and we're doing that because we are creators. We are content creators. We're comic book writers, artists, illustrators, pencilers, inkers, whatever it is. But not only that, when I step in with my Geek Insider hat, we advocate for indie musicians and movie makers, actors, and all that stuff. So it's really important for us to get the messaging out, because we are, as creators, we know what it takes to get our products in front of people, whether it is your book, whether it is your movie or your music. And so coming from that perspective, we approach it as a peer rather than, like being up on a pedestal and stuff like that. We want to be here and lifting everybody up. As Brian K. Morris likes to say, rising tides raises all ships. And that's what we're trying to do. And it really isn't that difficult. With all the listeners who are out there on IndieVolt, please head over to IndieVolt YouTube. It's I'll drop in the link, but do a Google search. You're going to see the logo. It's a familiar logo. Go over there and hit the subscribe button. Then share it with a friend. Leave a like. Do a thumbs up. Leave a comment. Things like that. That moment of time that we take to do something like that for not only our network but our friends helps grow and helps us grow, first of all, but it also helps with the search engines. I did an experiment with a friend of mine before. He was trying to build his YouTube channel, and he did a search for it, and it was like on page 20 of Google. And he said, do me a favor, now go in there and leave a like. And he jumped up about 5 pages. He says, now leave a comment. And the next day he was up like on page 5. Those things make a difference. We need you to do that. And we do that with each other. We grow each other's networks. We grow each other's channels, the outreach, the advocacy. I am not one for follow. I will never promote follow, because not everybody likes the same flavor of whatever it is. And that's okay. But when you do a little bit of digging, if you take the time to actually go to somebody's social media site, whether it's IndieVolt, whether it's Geek Insider, whether it's mine or Rob's, or Variants, it doesn't matter. Take a look through, see if it's content that you're interested in, give it a follow, give it a like, leave a thoughtful comment. All of those things really mean a lot as far as the search engine and the algorithms to help find each other and bring us higher up on the search engines. Again, it's not just me, it's advocacy. When we build our networks together, what happens is you have a stronger voice, I have a stronger voice. So when it comes time to promote, that network is just that much broader. And I think that's really important, especially if you are an independent content creator who is trying to sell your books and trying to survive and thrive in the market as it is today, especially when you cannot go out into the field and sit at a table and interact. Trust me, a couple of months ago, I had thought about getting in front of the camera, and I always kind of pushed it aside. I see there's value in sitting here and being in front of you and speaking. I am not good with being off the cuff. I've gotten better at it because I'm practicing, and I do that with every show that I'm on, whether I am hosting or whether I'm a guest. And it's important. You have to cut your teeth somewhere, so get out of your comfort zone. Send in your, when I do a call to action and I say, hey, we're doing an indie event, like Rob was saying, we want to try and do this more often, maybe in the middle of the week. And maybe it's not going to be an all-day thing. I don't think that it would be, because we want to be busy. We want to be out in the world and doing other things. But maybe it'll be a 3 or 4 hour block of time in the evening where we're inviting people and we're dropping in those QR codes to your store, or we're dropping that QR code to your PayPal me account.
And to be clear, one of Meredith's idea for these shows in the future is to have themes. If you're into horror, we're going to do that. So Meredith already has bigger ideas for this. This was always meant to be us doing it. I don't know why Varian doesn't put himself in. This would not have been possible, by the way, this weekend with the radio and all that without a Varian grant helping us out.
Absolutely.
Varian, you're going to talk to us about some Last Call comics today?
Sure. I mean, I can. They can go over and buy all that stuff.
And Meredith's a better interviewer, so I'll let her tell you.
I didn't say that, Rob.
Ouch, the back still hurts.
Varian, did you catch any of that? I said that we have different interview styles.
Yeah.
I heard about that. Oh, I'll send you some Desitin.
And tissues, please.
Yeah. My interview style is just pretty much just ask the person a question and throw them curveballs. That's my style is no style. But and two, it's like, how can I make the interview about me? That's the important thing. How can I make it about me? Last Call Comics, started that with my wife back in 2012. Even though I've been making comics before that, 2012 is when I started Last Call Comics. It's been an adventure, and we've got a couple different books. I've been known to publish other people from time to time. Don't do that much anymore, just because it's kind of a pain. It's kind of a pain in the butt.
Well, you do it now, but you do it through Terraform Comics, I think is what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it was like, I really don't mind, but I think that it's I think that you have a team that's better, a larger team, because you have different people who bring different strengths. When you just got me and my wife, it's a little difficult. And Last Call Comics was never created to do that. It was created to kind of be an outlet for my products. But yeah, you can go over to lastcallcomics.com. There's a place there called The Brewery, where you can buy all of our books that we have available. And there's some swag up there too. I think there's some hats, and there's some Gosh, there's some comics. There's there's all kinds of stuff. I bring it up, but there's like an internet outage everywhere right now.
Yeah, that was the thing that I was afraid of yesterday because it wasn't raining all that hard, but the wind caught. And about an hour before I was supposed to host the girl chat, my electricity went out. I was like, "Oh man, this is gonna suck."
Yeah.
They made me get naked. Varian.
We tried.
Yeah, there's a you can go to the brewery. There's a bunch of stuff up there you can go buy. Please buy all of it. Buy all of it. We'd like to get rid of it. Got some new stuff coming in 2021. We're excited about. So if you go over there now, that'll make room for the good stuff that's coming next year.
Can you give us some spoiler alerts about that?
Well, there's a book there. There's Nothing There, The Begotten. That's a big hint. That's a book that I've been working on for 4 years. It is I've been very quiet about it, but it's something that, I mean, I've been quiet about it as quiet as I can be. You know, I'm a pretty loud person, but it is. Oh gosh, I used to say to someone stole it. To someone stole the comparison, but I would like to say it is probably X-Men meets Supernatural meets oh gosh, I don't know what else. It's a lot of different elements. I've been working on it since I was 18 years old. I've been working on the story, and it's something that's, I think the characters are near and dear to my heart. I know these characters. They live in my head. I know that sounds really weird, but I know these characters and who they are. It's weird, man. I need some help because people living in my head. I've been living there for years.
See, and that's why I write, because when they live in my head, they don't leave me alone until it's like purged. Yeah. It's got to be on paper. It's got to be in a Word document or something. It's got to get out of my head. Otherwise, otherwise I can't get anything else done. You know? And I think that's probably like the manic OCD type of, my personality as far as that's concerned. But you've got a lot of really cool things over there. I saw some mugs. I saw USB.
Yeah, there's mugs, there's comics. Yeah, we got a lot of outside merch, not just the comics. I mean, we wanted, it's about brand building. So you can pick up comics, you can pick up all kinds of stuff. We got mugs, we got wearables, those bottle openers. In fact, those bottle openers, I don't know how many more we have of those, but those go pretty quick because they're spinners, but they're bottle openers on the other side. T-shirts, dresses.
And yes, it comes in yellow.
Yeah, it comes in yellow. The kids love those, and it's like, I'm glad we didn't have that many because like the spinner craze kind of came and went. But I figure if you're going to have a spinner, it might as well be functional. So why not make sure it's a bottle opener?
So now if I could tell you to go and sit on it and spin, you can. You actually can.
Yeah.
See, now when people think of Variant Grant, they don't normally think comic books. I wonder why Indie Vault,
Well, that was a concentrated I'm not sure that's the right word, but that was intentional. I didn't want people to ever say, "Oh, he's putting his books above mine." Never want anyone to say that. So it was always.
Well, you should. We've seen some of your guests. Your books are far better.
It was say why not? I mean, you're building a platform and you're advocating for others, and you are a creative person. So
well, the reason why is because I know sometimes people tend to kind of they push their stuff over everyone else's. I didn't want that to be that to ever be cast upon me. Oh, you're just using us for that. So I kind of sometimes, I'll be honest with you guys, sometimes I forget I draw. Oh, that's right, I can draw, and I'm also a fan. I mean, that's the other thing too. being a fan, you can't help it. Sometimes you're just gonna be interested in making, reading other people's comics, learning about their creative process. So for me, this isn't when I push other people's stuff, it's not that bad. Hey, there she is.
So, Varian, I have to ask if between all the things that you do, all right, so we just saw Liberty,
Yeah.
LEDG, we see Indie Volt, the website, the radio station, the TV, with Roku, and then Last Call Comics.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to pick one that was truly your passion project, and I'm putting you on the spot here,
Mm-hmm.
and this is not to lessen any of the other things that you're doing, because I feel that they all have, but when we have that passion for something, we tend to put a little more focus into it. Which of all of those things would you say, if money wasn't an object, if I wasn't out there, trying to make a living, if I was doing this because it's my calling, it's something that I'm meant to do, what would that be?
Oh, it'd be the comics.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be the comics. Just because that's what brought me to the show. That's why I'm here. Comics, and because without Last Call, without any of those books, without Catharsis, Psycho Siren, Jeremiah Cross XP, there would not be I wouldn't have thought maybe there was a need, because I go to the cons and I'm like, man, I know my stuff is good. How come I'm not getting media coverage? Mm-hmm. And then you realize, well, we're not getting media coverage because the big guys are taking it all up. So there wouldn't have been an Indie Vault. There wouldn't have been, an LEDG, because, it's hard to get into one of the mainstream publishers. Are almost unfair. It was unfair practices. Mm-hmm. So for me, the comics, and it's what I'll always go back to. I think that I'll end up being full circle. I'll end up going back to comics. And it's like Todd McFarlane said, I'll probably be an old man at my drawing table drawing when it's all said and done, despite whatever else I may create between here and there. I've said, okay, I've got the comic publishing company. I've got the distribution, got the media company. That's 3 pillars. Need a 4th. And my wife told me she'll kill me.
You see the gaps where there's a need, and you kind of fill it, and then I guess as things get settled, you can delegate it to people that you trust. I know that you did that with Indie Volt, with passing the baton as editor-in-chief, which has freed up your time to do other things, and that must have been a relief. But at the same time, did it bother you at all to kind of loosen the reins?
It did. Because I felt that the handoff, I felt that it could have came.
Rob.
I felt that the handoff could have came at a bit of a better time. I felt that I was but really, I mean, she's trial by fire right now. The new editor-in-chief. She's taken over during one of the most almost tumultuous times that we've had. So it's been really interesting. Being there to back her up, though, let her know, hey, if you need me, I'm there. I'm not gone. I think people thought I was gone, like I was out. And no, I'm not out. I couldn't walk away completely. And I wouldn't want to. I'd want to be able to keep, to be there to kind of guide it. But yeah, to your question, which is it was a little difficult to walk away, just because you have this idea of what you want to accomplish, and we didn't have luckily she and I share some of the same values and beliefs. She is she's a lot different than me, though, when it comes to leadership, when it comes to her vision for what it could be. She her vision is a little bit different. So there is a course change going on a little bit. You can see in the site that she already started some new things with the site that I held off on, and but it was all for the betterment. I'm talking about the Watchdog, which targets BS in the industry. And she says it's to keep people honest. They know the watchdog is out there. You know, they'll stop. And you know, the cool thing about that is that you know, it's something that maybe I would have done eventually, but my wife, she gives 0 Fs.
She just jumped right in there and said, "Hey, there's a need again. You know, filling in the gaps and stuff like that."
Set up a phone line for it. Can you believe that?
I'm curious. Have you been getting a lot of like spam phone calls or just trolls or anything?
No, I did get a email. They get an email, and the thing is, and I guess I haven't had a chance to talk about this, but with the Watchdog tip line, which I mean that covers the phone and the email, we one of the things that she wanted to make sure is that everything is proven. She didn't want to run rumors. She didn't want to run, you know, rumor mill stuff. She wanted to make sure that everything could be proven. That if someone said, you know, Rob Anderson is actually blonde and dyes his hair, that you need to be able to produce a picture of Rob holding a bottle of Just for Men, you know, dyeing his hair. We wanted to make sure that it was provable. And so so we don't want it to be a witch hunt line. It's not what it's about, you know, and it's actually about, it was actually set up too. When it was conceived, it was, you know, let's make sure that, you know, artists aren't getting screwed at shows, you know, or you know, like you got to the convention and your table isn't there and they're charging you extra, or they put you in a corner that you didn't, you know, that type of stuff. But I mean, people are going to try to abuse it. We know that, and that's why the, you know, investigators are there. So nothing gets reported and goes right up on the site. It's all, you know, hey, let's investigate this. Let's get down to it. It may take a week. It may take 2 weeks before we can actually report on something. But yeah, so far, no spam, no trolls. They'll probably be there tomorrow. Yeah, we'll wait.
What are you doing, Rob?
Get my popcorn ready. I want to sit back and watch them all burn. No, I think it's important. It is. Because if there wasn't accountability, people would have continued doing it. Even if you can't get them held accountable directly, you stop them from being able to continue to do it.
Yeah.
And that's super important.
Yeah.
Look at Marcel Dupree. Marcel Dupree said that, you know, I couldn't hurt him. I was nothing to him. He blocked me and thought that was the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
He wrote a letter about someone costing him a lot of money and costing him a lot of problems. Over a year. I wonder who that could have been. The point is no one's unapproachable. No one should be able to get away with anything in this industry. We all are watching, and there's a line where we can no longer stay quiet. Indie Vault doesn't do stories. You know how much Varian knows that he could just ruin careers right now and cancel people for legitimate reasons because they're out there trying to hurt other creators? He doesn't run stories like that. She doesn't see the inherent value. It's just a gossip thing, so he lets it go. You know, Varian's talking about hitting where it's important. When someone's abusing people, when someone's taking advantage, when someone's stealing from someone, when someone's not living up to their crowdfunding campaign slogans. That's what Varian's talking about. I support him 100%.
Yeah, I had an individual a couple of years ago reach out to me and said, hey, my business partner ran off with all the money at a con. He was like, hey, no, this money has to go elsewhere. And I paid for my books. This guy paid for all of his books, brought them to the show. They sold out of them. And his business partner was like, sweet, thanks for the cash. And that would have been something that, you know, he could have reported to the Watchdog. And they would have, here's the good thing. Here's the hope with the Watchdog. The hope is that you never have to write an article. The hope is that you can make a phone call and say, hey, what's going on? We understand this and this is happening. And through that, both parties can talk and come to some type of mediation. And we don't have to write a story about it. Worst case scenario, we have to write a story and warn people. That's pretty much it. Yeah.
And sometimes all it takes is reaching out. There was an incident. I won't go into it heavily. where Varian put me to task, said, this is going on, handle this, and we were able to resolve it without ever publicly really having to talk about it all that much.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, yeah, that was, and it was funny because having reached out, it was, it was kind of brushed to the side. When you go in there with a little bit more, when you send, a particular person or a particular person with a skill set in there, all of a sudden shit gets done. And
that's it. I mean, you try to be diplomatic at first,
Yeah.
Publicly diplomatic, and then you have to like tighten the noose a little bit. But that's it. That is something that my father always taught me. He's like, you give enough rope to a person, they'll hang themselves.
Yeah.
You don't have to do it for them. But at the same time, you want to have a tight grip, especially if it's affecting you and your business and your brand. It's so important to protect that.
Yeah, and two, there's so much dirt going on out there, so much unfairness that we just felt like, what, if you want to call in, sometimes people just want to call in and complain. We see that in our emails every.
Is it because they're lonely? You think
I think sometimes they don't know who to reach out to. Like, people come to Indie Vault and they will type up long, Lola's seen them, long emails, their story. This is what's happened to me. This is how it happened. What do you guys think I should do? And, way above the 90-word limit. And we always try to, like, I'll reach out sometimes in the email. Hey, look, maybe try this, try that. Outside of that, get a lawyer. Sometimes, it's not a lawyer situation. Sometimes it's, my girlfriend ran off with the guy who's drawing my comic. That type of thing. What should I do? I feel horrible. People have reached out to us about that. So that's always, that's maybe the watchdog can't do that, but others can. And you want me to take over for a minute, Meredith?
Yeah, hold on one second. Trying to get Henri in here.
Okay.
Our 2:00 guests, and
Varian, over? Cool. See you later, Varian.
I think I sent him the wrong link, so my bad.
But I think that it's very important to have something like that, though, just because, like, how many times have you gone to Comic Cons and they advertise, we've got 9,000 people to come to the door on Saturday, and you're like, no, you didn't. And you call up the watchdog and say, no, they didn't. They did not have 9,000. They're lucky if they had 1,000 people come through the door. Because I did a convention last year where they swore down. They had 1,000 people. Was 2 years ago? 4,000 people through the door on a Saturday? Lies. At any point, maybe.
Actually, I have a better story for you, Varian. Mm-hmm. Find me a Comic-Con that tells the truth about their numbers.
Well, yeah, that'd be nice. I will say I know two cons that tell the truth about their numbers. One is Grand Rapids Comic Con. Mark is unusually honest with his numbers. Mark, and I don't think he'll get mad at me for telling this, but he did a show called Grasp. It was, and Rob, you would have loved it. It was aimed at indies. It was an indie show, no big time media guests or anything like that. And it was, in Mark's words, not well received. And I was there, and I was excited to have a show like Space here in Michigan. And I'm telling you right now, we got up there to that show. It's a 2-day show. We checked into our hotel room, and oh man, it was bad. It was bad. In our section, we were lucky if we got maybe 100 or so people back there.
Like, yeah, we all had shows like that, but yeah. I mean, sometimes you can't help.
And I remember I went upstairs and I saw Mark, and Mark, he was upset because he knew that there were people down there losing money. And I really appreciated that. I appreciated him being angry that he knew that we were losing money. and he wanted to make it right for us. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I agree with you. Absolutely, 100%. You want to see that.
Yeah. So it gave me a lot of respect for Mark, and you know, and he said, "I'm never doing this show again." We've been joined by Henri.
What's up, everybody? How y'all doing?
Yeah, pretty good. Henri, I seen you working out, man.
Yeah.
Come on.
Doing my third leg push-ups.
He's got 15 minutes to amaze us. He only has 15. Don't talk to him about working out. We want working out for the girls. We're not the girls right now. Meredith went away. She's not here to flirt. When she comes back, you can talk about working out. For now, tell us about those amazing comics. And
Absolutely. Absolutely. So my comic book series here is called Yisun Shin. It is about a Korean admiral that battled the Japanese in the 1500s. He was outnumbered 10-1, and he beat them 23 times in a row without ever losing a single battle. And this is all based on a true story. This all actually happened. And that's him right there. And we got a deal going on our website, 20% off everything. So if you wanted to right now, you could get the first full arc of our series. That's 4 comics here for just $10, shipping included. And I sign your books for you for just $10. If you want to get all 9 issues that we have out so far, that will include our second arc right here called Fallen Avenger. So you can get that for an extra $10, and then you can get issue 9 right here for just $3. So for $23 and not a cent more, you get 9 comics, all signed by me. If you want to go all out, I got a trade right here, 2 trades actually. Normally these retail for $25. Why? Because it collects the first full arc, and it features a forward by Stan Lee, and has over 50 pages of bonus content that's not found in the single issues, which includes a director's cut of how the book was made, interviews with our international creative team, and character profiles in the back. So these normally go for $25, but right now, $20 with shipping included. $20, you get this hardcover book. You want the second arc, it's an extra $20. So for $40, you get 2 graphic novels signed by me with shipping included. And then I have another book right here, and I'll shut up after this, I promise. This is a story about my grandfather's life. It is called Marks, A Tale of Neglect. And during World War II, my grandfather was a Russian Jewish soldier that battled the Nazis. And I managed to get his story from him as he was dying. And this is basically the graphic novel that reveals how I got everything from him. It's going for just $15, shipping and handling included. And I sign everything for you. And all your books come bagged and boarded too. So if you get all 4 single issues of the Yisun Shin series, I throw them in a bag and board for you. And I even include bookmarks in there too. So yeah, there. I'm done shutting up now.
I think that's again, we talked about this when you were on. It was Geekgasm. You know, I've known you for some time, and it's really interesting. You go from the one hardcover to now multiple hardcovers. And I remember, I believe you were working on, was it Marks? You were working on that at that time.
Yeah. I was working on, you know, my books come out when they're ready. They don't necessarily, I don't follow this like monthly, you know, release deadline thing like most publishers do for a few reasons. First off, you know, there's we put a lot of effort into making sure that we get the best for what, you know, we put into this, and everybody on the creative team is very committed. But even so, I think independent comics move at a different pace because there's a lot more at stake when you're doing it yourself, as opposed to Marvel or DC who can just constantly push stuff out. And it's not that they don't care about quality. It's just like a different system. It's a different pipeline. It's just a different means of getting content out there. So yeah, that's kind of like, you know, we take our time with it. And, you know, Marks took about 5 years. Warrior and Defender took about 5 years. This also took 5 years. So it all takes time to just, you know, really get it out there and make sure that the creators have enough time to work. You know, they also have other projects going on as well. So all these things play into effect.
You know, I knew a young creator who I'm glad that when you met Stan, and I'm pretty sure you had a chance to pick his brain just for a little while. He wrote a foreword for your book. he gave you information that you were able to decipher and use, because he told someone something once and they totally took it the wrong way, and they believe that trying to put out monthly comics as an indie creator is not just possible, but you have to do it. And that I would rather see somebody walk around with a issue number 1 for 4 years trying to move that while building and working on issue 2 than to put out 2, 3, 4, and 5 and they all be sucky ass books. I know that you take a long time to do yours because a lot of your books, I remember, talking to you about Yi Sun Shin, and you could feel the passion, and you were dedicated to that project, trying to make sure that you are dedicated to that project, making sure that it is accurate and entertaining, which can be a delicate balance. Sometimes
it is, especially when it comes to something with a historical subject matter. Like, that's the one thing my co-writer David Anthony Kraft and I always make sure to kind of underline, is that history is just a backdrop. We don't even want to use the word to associate it with with Yi Sun Shin or what we're doing with the book, because first and foremost, this is a comic. Its job is to entertain the audience, and the fact that this happened, it's kind of like the icing on the cake. It's just sort of like it's a backdrop, and in a lot of ways it helps because it keeps us kind of streamlined in the direction that we need to go with the story. Whereas, when you're doing superhero stuff, you just kind of have to make shit up as you go constantly. Mm-hmm. And I mean, you still have to explain it and you still have to do your research. It's just a different kind of means of doing it. And, I'm starting to kind of see that because with, my next project, I'm diving into superheroes now. So it requires a very different very different approach to actually making comics. And, you want to do something that I think, what I took from Stan personally wasn't about the process of how you do things. It's about enjoying what you do. He said, when you love what you do, it's not work, it's play. And that's how I treat my projects. Because I'm stuck with it, and it doesn't matter if I got 10 issues out or 1 issue out. The point is that I could take that 1 issue and be proud of it. And I will stand in front of a table at a convention and I will push it all day long. Because I believe in it, and I know that if I can get that, if I can get the people who are at conventions to feel that enthusiasm, then I've done my job. The books will sell themselves because people will want to be a part of it. And I also think another aspect to it too is making it affordable for customers so that you give them even less of a chance to say no. And of course, everybody's got a different take on it, and I don't think that there is one. I know some guys who can charge $10 for a single issue book and get away with it. Some of them can do it for $100 and get away with it because they have different means of making it work. And that's what makes comics so unique, I think, is that everybody has an idea, everybody has an approach. Some of them work, some of them don't. And the ones that work, people think that they need to copy that exact formula, but I don't think you can, because not everybody is into the same thing. I can't do kid stuff. I don't know why. I mean, if you paid me enough money, I'd figure it out. But I mean, if I had to self-publish my own kids' book, it's not really what I want to do. And that's kind of the thing with, independent publishing, is you're primarily focused on what you want to do. What is your vision? And how far are you willing to go to get that vision out into the world?
Yeah, I think that, again, I know how much Yi Sun Shin meant to you. Now, Marks, that must have been another roller coaster, because that's actually your family.
Yeah, it is, and it's a very different approach because like Yi Sun Shin, I wanted with all my books, I want consistency, because I really hate when I pick up a Marvel book and it has one cover, then I open up the book and it's a completely different art style that may not necessarily be bad, but it just throws you off. Mm-hmm. It's I remember I was reading Uncanny X-Force. Yeah, was it Uncanny X-Force? Everybody was saying it was a great series, and that's how I got introduced to Jerome Opina's work, and I loved his work. But then they threw in another artist and I forgot who it was. It could have been Gabriel Ba or it could have been somebody else. And I was just so thrown off with the artwork because you'd have a cover. The covers were done by a completely different artist. So they were all kind of like, but I pick up the next issue and I'm reading it and I'm like, this is a completely different art style. It's pulling me out of the story because it's not what I expected. It's not what I wanted to see. And it just it's just not what I like. So I always wanted consistency. Well, unfortunately with Marx, I had to adapt because I couldn't have one artist do the whole book. The artist that I hired to do the first chapter, Nick Bell, he got another job in the process of working on it. So he was working very, very slow. Just the first chapter of Marx took him a year to draw. And at this point, I talked to my editor on the series, and J.M. DeMatteis, and I talked to him, and I'm like, I think we need to figure something out. And he goes, well, why don't you have Nick finish this chapter, and maybe we can get a different artist for every chapter. And I said, well, that sounds good, but why don't we kind of try and see if there's some kind of theme that we could, come up with. I would rather have Nick do another chapter and let him take another year to draw it and get some other artists to do the other fill-in chapters. So what we did was Marx is a very thematic book. It starts off with kind of like a fairy tale type of art style, and then it ascends to more of like a darker Bill Sienkiewicz inspired art style by Vasilis Gogzilis, who's based in Greece. And then it gets to become very surreal and real with Dan Doherty's artwork in the middle chapters, where we actually see my grandfather on the front lines of war, and as Germany and Russia were going at it in World War II. And then the style descends back to the Bill Sienkiewicz style to kind of show what it was like when my grandpa was in the labor camps. And then it transitions back to the fairy tale story style of the in the final chapter, because that's where I kind of explain how my grandfather met my grandmother, which is not originally how I wanted to end the book. I actually wanted to end it where my grandfather was released from prison, but I think that was a really dark point in his life. So, ending it there didn't feel right. I needed to kind of bring it together and give it an over-encompassing feel of, satisfaction, so that, you could see what my grandfather was fighting for the whole time.
Yeah. I think that what takes me out of a book, like you mentioned, there's usually the old, oh man, they got a different artist. I've seen them do it like on pages, like, and it's not intentional.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
it's just like the artist just like blanked out, and it's no one's fault, like dude could have gotten hit by a truck.
Yeah.
And they need to get somebody else in. So, it's not, I never judge on the decisions that people make. I don't hold anything against anybody. And that's part of my style of working at conventions too, is I'm not interested in drama. I'm not interested in politics. I'm only interested in sharing my work with other people and learning from other creators too. That I think is a primary thing, is we need to learn from each other, especially the independent creators, because they're in the same field as I am, and we're all finding different measures of success in different ways. Like some guys are much stronger on the crowdfunding platforms. Some guys are really, really good at podcasting. Other guys are awesome at conventions. Other people are really good at doing panels. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that we're all required to wear so many hats and have so many different skills, that there's so much we can learn from each other, that I don't even have time to get involved in other people's politics and drama. I want to learn. I want to get better and master my craft.
I used to be very good at avoiding that, and then it started to find me.
It's you and me both, brother. I just want to get back to the fucking to shows, and pardon me for dropping F-bombs, but I am missing the convention scene more than you could ever imagine right now.
Yeah. I think too, the convention scene kind of keeps a lot of the drama down, because
it does.
I'm gonna see you at some point. And people usually say, oh shit, I don't want this person to see me. I'm gonna put up Hope I had it there for a second. It went missing.
And one thing I forgot to mention, everybody, and I know we kind of got detracted, is here I am pitching the book, but I forgot one key detail that's extremely important.
What's that?
It's where you can actually go to buy the book, and it's right here, www.easunshin.com. And I know you guys, I really appreciate the fact that you created a QR code for me so folks can, take a picture of that and pick up the book that way. And as soon as you order books, I ship them out and I get them out to you right away. And there's no messing around. I also include a personalized message because no matter who you are, if you're giving me business right now, it means something to me because I can't actually go out and work and make money the way I do by going to conventions and moving books. So anytime I get an online order right now, it's not just showing me that you believe in what I'm doing and are supporting me, but it also shows me that you care, and that really does mean a lot to me, as corny as that sounds.
And you guys can take a picture of the screen right now and get that amazing package that he's offering you guys right now. So please do that. Take a screenshot if you're unavailable to look at it right now.
Yeah, and it's I mean that's a good deal. Because Henry's like pretty much wrapped shipping and handling to all his prices. So I mean that's if you're looking for because sometimes we get sticker shock. We buy that book and we look at the shipping and we're like, oh my goodness, I can't afford it. I know I've done that recently on some campaigns, so that's pretty cool. And you're buying it right from Honor. You're not even toss easy. This goes right to Honor. This isn't going. He doesn't split this with a crowdfunding platform or anything. This is directly to him.
Nope. No, this is directly to me.
Yeah. So this is
and another thing too. It's like the dropping in the shipment is me telling you that I don't want anything keeping us from being able to connect, even though conventions are canceled right now. Me dropping the shipping is me saying thank you again for just giving me the support. I'm still making money off of the books because I've gotten really good at printing and figuring everything out over the years. And so you're just straight up supporting the business, allowing me to continue what I'm doing and getting it out there. That's the most important thing.
Hey, look, that's convention prices. You buy the book, there's no shipping. He's offering convention pricing online. So definitely take advantage of that while you can.
Yeah. All right, Henry, we appreciate
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rob. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
And before our next guest gets in, we are going to show off some URL codes with Varian Grant. So thank you, Henry.
Thank you. Varian, Rob, thank you so much. You guys are upstanding gentlemen. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Varian, you ready to show off some of these URL codes that we have?
Sure.
We're going to have to switch back and forth. I don't know where by the way, when you get a second, I can't find in the room anymore the warning. The things that people say, for some reason, it disappeared out of the Indie Vault room.
It's in there. It's got a different background now. It's fancy.
Oh, you changed it?
Yeah.
Okay, because I did I can run the video since I'm in my room. Just again, a warning about language and all that. This is a quick warning. Don't say that no one ever warned you. And I'm stalling, so I'm going to the videos because I switched things. And then we'll be right back on the other side of this warning. The opinions expressed in the following broadcast are not necessarily those of Indie Vault Media LLC, its staff, contributors, or sponsors. Viewer discretion is advised. All right. Now, first and foremost, Varian, how can they help support Indie Vault? What can they do? And let me go on screen for this. Sorry. I've been eating churros in the background. That's why you guys aren't seeing me right now. Because I've been trying to eat while we go today. It's been one of those days. So let me get on the screen so you guys can see me now. Because it's better to have a representation of somebody here. There we go. So no one thinks that we're just caught in a pause loop. So how can they support Indie Vault? Because, I mean, you guys have got to get costs going up there with the hundreds of thousands of listeners that come across your radio station now weekly.
Mm-hmm. Well, we are planning a I hate. I don't want to call it a podathon. I know that's what Randy calls it, but we are planning something of a fundraiser to help out with the pricing of the site. Running a radio station is not cheap. Running a TV station is not cheap. So we are going to start asking for donations whenever someone can. We don't want to break the bank. Didn't want to do a Patreon either. Just figure we'll eventually go. And I can assure you guys, we're not going to become PBS. We're not going to come every 3 months, saying, hey, we need more money. This is a service that I'm committed to bringing you, but from time to time, it would be nice not to have to take another mortgage out on the house to provide this. It is something that they can do that. They can come to tell their friends about IndieVolt. They can go subscribe to the YouTube channel. That's huge for us. You go subscribe to the YouTube channel. That's almost worth a donation right there. Just that subscription. It means a lot. So that's another way they can support the channel and watching the videos we post.
And subscribing to the YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Make sure, radio listeners, you guys are subscribing so you can see what we're talking about.
Exactly. Now, I want to give a little note about the YouTube channels, okay? In order to monetize YouTube, this is for anybody, not just us. It's for you as well. If you're trying to build your YouTube channel, you need a minimum of 1,000 subscribers, and you need 4,000 watch hours within a 12-month period in order to monetize. Now, Varian, I know I've heard you yell out numbers that of your IndieVolt listeners, and it's ranged anywhere from 50 to 83,000.
Yep.
Go to YouTube and hit the subscribe button. It's not that hard. I mean, it literally takes less than 30 seconds to do.
Yeah. Radio listeners. Yeah.
Yes, I'm employing your listeners. I'm employing Geek Insider listeners and anybody who's out there to go over to IndieVolt and hit the subscribe button. We need you in order to help, and quite honestly, it would be great to have that as a vehicle. I mean, certainly it wouldn't be the only thing. Crowdfunding is good. Tips are great, but kind of getting residual income of the content that you're already doing, it's not that hard. But we need you guys to do that. Just hit the button.
Yeah, Carl Witzman says, "Hi, I've been listening while cleaning, but I stopped to subscribe just now. Thank you, Carl. Really appreciate that. That again, that's worth that's worth money right there."
And for the record, I know a few people have been wondering, I am no longer broadcasting as part of Comic Book Advocates channel. We're going to keep that solely as an educational platform from this point on. Everything I do will go through IndieVolt from now on, to not only help IndieVolt get to 1,000 subscribers, but to give them the necessary airtime to get the videos played and to help them raise money. I believe in everything Varian's doing. And I always said if someone did something better than me, they'd get 100% of my support. And Varian Grant has done everything better than me than, being me. I bring the me to the IndieVolt. But seriously, it is amazing what he does, and I'm 100% behind him and Geek Insider. I called it yesterday the advocating Trinity, the advocating Trinity. That's what I'm going to be going for from now on. It's Geek Insider, IndieVolt, and Comic Book Advocates, covering all your geekdom together, making sure that we all get people on our different shows. I am booking now for IndieVolt to make sure new people get in and out of IndieVolt, to make sure Varian doesn't have to have any more pressure on it, so he has more time with Liberty. So that is going to be something I'm going to be helping him with. We're bringing you great, great programming and exciting new creators as often as we can. And no one, and I've said this many times, good and bad, no one kicks down the gates like Varian does. He'll let anyone on his show, and I mean anyone on his show. I might be a little bit more picky, but he's the boss. You ever notice that he shows up in a show? Last night he went off on a rant. I walked away. I keep you back. You don't tell the boss what he can do. You just sit there and Okay. Yep. He's gonna do that. I gotta get him a house to stay at when he's in Florida.
I tried not to, but I was on a rare forum last night. So
we get an old man angry variant paid a long overdue visit to talk to someone who had been talking some smack. So devil's advocate, it was kind of on topic though. If you really think about it, it was about people creating sides and saying things they shouldn't. Basically,
I think that the message was received. I think that
did you get flowers?
I think there's just so much going on right now, unfortunately, in our industry. I think Ivory said it best. Man, I just want to create comics. I don't like all the politics and the drama. I just want to put my head down and get to working on my book and reading good books and reading books from everyone. But there are people that are just creating issues, and I think they excel at us versus them.
There's always a motherfucker trying to ice skate uphill.
Yeah, there is.
One of my favorite lines from a movie, if you don't know that, shame on you, that's from Blade. Hands down, still one of the best comic book movies ever made.
I just wish that we all had the ability to sit down and talk about what our issues were. Not all of us do that. Very few of us can. I mean, Rob, you and I have had discussions about, the best way to advocate for comics. We don't always agree, but we're not going out there saying, I have maybe alluded to you being dressed funny, but that's it.
There's some other things there too. We'll just let it go today, but there's been other comments you've made.
But if you can sit down and talk and say, hey, I don't like how this I don't like how you did this. And if we can have a conversation, because maybe you decided, maybe you don't understand why I did something a particular way.
The most powerful thing you can do as a human is ask a question.
Yeah. Or I can ask a question wrong to him. Why are you talking shit? Now, now I've asked the question. Now they got to answer it.
No, you got to ask the question. Hey, I heard you talking shit. This guy told me you said this. You want me to call him up and tell him he's a liar? I'll call him in right now. You tell me why you're talking shit. And then you get really mad and you threaten to. Oh, wait. I'll tell you what you do after that on the show, the after show. And in the meantime, let's all ask for forgiveness. Bring in Luke Stone.
Hello, everybody. I missed Varian going off on a rant on someone yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Man, I wish I'd have seen that.
Yeah, smiley face McGee.
I think I know exactly who you're talking about when you say that.
Yeah, it's like it was like why? But I try to be a nice, gentle midget because I'm very short.
Gentle midget.
I'm a gentle giant. I'm nowhere near a giant. I maintain that I'm 5'5", but I've been told that the peanut gallery says I'm 5'4". So
the views and opinions expressed are not necessarily those of Indie Volt Media LLC and do not reflect the official policy or position of any guest or sponsors. Viewer discretion is advised.
I'm usually not the person you have to worry about when you post that up, right?
Yeah. Unless you get really upset.
I get really upset.
Talk about some things. Someone calls you a dude, and that's it. It's over. Ring the bell. The fight has begun. You have to send me that new one, and we have to add Geek Insider and Comic Book Advocates to that variant because you're also on our streams when you're saying things.
Yeah. I'll just make one for Varian Grant's opinions. May not even be his own. Depends on what medication he took today. He may say some things.
And if you have hate mail for Rob, you can send it to the indiedevil@gmail.com and tell me how my sign has hurt you today.
Point on the dog.
So let's start with your bump.
Yeah.
So I'll move over to our our official studios, and here's the Terraform bump.
New from Terraform Comics, Hybrids, The Sons of Gods, Volume 1, Trash Day. When everyday people develop godlike abilities, it is up to a small band of heroes to expose an evil superhuman trafficking ring. This 128-page volume merges history with fiction in an exciting, fast-paced adventure. Get your copy now.
Live on the Indiegogo.
Am I the only one who gets turned on when I hear him talking that way? I'm like, oh,
You like that?
fuck me slower.
Get your copy today.
Get your copy today. Did we actually get over the 50%?
We have not. Oh, we have not. We're just sitting at it.
$29 short yesterday.
Yeah,
Come on.
that's it. $29 away. I've had a lot of people sharing it. It's been kind of going around on Twitter. I've kind of been staying off of Facebook lately. It's been a little crazy over there on Facebook. So
Yeah. I wanted to give a shout out to Carl Witzman. He is tuning in on YouTube. Hey, you know what? The great thing about this is that it's going to be available on YouTube for the replay. We're also going to be sharing it out to our websites. The few that we have, which includes IndieVent. It'll also be on Geek Insider, I believe Comic Book Advocates, and I'm not sure about IndieVault. I don't want to speak for them. But definitely on 2 sites guaranteed. And we'll have those updates likely by Tuesday because I think I'm going to sleep in tomorrow.
you deserve it. You deserve it. I'm so glad to see that he has subscribed. I think more people need to be subscribing to this this channel, for crying out loud. I mean, come on. What are you waiting for? Subscribe already.
Right. Hit the button.
It costs nothing to subscribe.
Right.
Like it costs 2 seconds of your time to hit that button.
I know. Oh, my finger hurts. No, not acceptable.
No, get on that button.
Luke, you've been on a. It is afternoon somewhere. Okay, yes. I'm like, I think I need a drink after this. But Luke, you've been on a pretty hectic kind of circuit as far as podcasts and trying to get your book out there. And I know that I'm excited about it. And I've got a dog in this fight, if you will, because for anybody who's listening, if he hits the $8,000 stretch goal, 2 of my pages are going to get published. So I'm like, I definitely want to see this happen. I'm your biggest cheerleader right now.
Now, I've been telling people that these numbers are not arbitrary. Like, you know, we set the goals intentionally. Like, this is what we need. Now, people's like, well, I thought that this book was already like everything's covered. And yes, all of the stuff is done in it. But the reason why we're going for the numbers we are is so that we can print the quantities that we want, but at the same time have resources in the bag so that we are able to go ahead and jumpstart production on issue 6, 7, 8, 9, and maybe 10. And so to do that, and they're like, well, why can't you just go ahead and automatically add the extra 12 pages? Well, because that's going to up the printing cost for the number that we've got to go. And so if we can hit the 8,000, then our cost plus my my part of the contract for Terraform and all that kind of stuff, all the money gets to go where it gets to go. And that will give us enough to be able to do that. And so that's why we have that number set the way it is. It's not just some arbitrary number that I pulled out of thin air. But it is to cover kind of the expense of what it's going to be to make that happen. So we really want to get to that 8K, like really, really want to get there. That's kind of my main goal. Even though we set at 5, I'm really going to only be happy once we hit that 8. So that I can feature your story and these other people's story. I actually got one of them back from Todd Altman's. I think I'm saying that name right. I want to read it out loud so I've got it. Yeah, Todd Altman's Holtman's. Him and Nick Mueller are doing a 2-page, and I have gotten a chance to see those 2 pages. It's really cool. I like them. Doing a little rework with some of the lettering so that it fits kind of in our editorial thing before I send it to the editorial team, because I kind of know what'll pass and won't pass. You know how that is. So, but yeah, I'm excited to
that. Yeah. Okay.
I do. Yeah. I kind of have a good sense of what's going to work and what's not. But I really want these extra pages in there for people. I think that they're going to love them. And I don't want to send this book to print without them in there. So please help us get there. And right now we're just, so we've got, we're not even at the halfway point yet as far as time goes. We just got done with the 1/3 mark. So we're just at like 19 days now, I think. And so we are $29 away from hitting our halfway mark as far as the funding goal goes. So $2,500. And so we're doing really, really good on that. But I would so like to break that before we go into next week. And so I think next weekend is going to be a good weekend for us. I've been ringing the bell a lot. So going on, you said it, I've been on a lot of podcasts, been on a lot of, I think over the course of the last 2 weeks, 15 days. Yeah. I've been on 30 different podcasts.
Wow.
Yeah. And so, I mean, that equates to thousands of listeners. And so we've had 46 of them back the project. And so I think we can do better than that. I know we can long term. Indiegogo is a little different than working with Kickstarter. And so we're kind of learning that a little bit. But so we're kind of working on that. But I really want to see those numbers. And it'd be great to go into Monday more than halfway funded.
Well, I just posted the link to your Indiegogo to the listening audience. And yeah, I mean, we definitely want to see that happen. I mean, first of all, for me personally, when because I had gotten your books with your Kickstarter, the 5 issues, and I was reading through it, and I was like, okay, this is a good story, this is a good story. And then I got to book 5, and I was just like, holy crap. And it stuck with me.
Yeah, it'll smack you. Issue 5 was by far my best.
It was just like, for anybody who isn't familiar with it, it was such a surprise. And for me, I love that because I love writing stories and I love the story arcs and stuff. So when something surprises me as much as that did, I was just like enthralled. I'm like, oh my God, I love this so much. And it stuck with me. And that's kind of like what motivated the 2 pages that I sent you.
Yeah.
I
know which one you're talking about. Yeah, there was 2 kind of major kind of moments in there, and and that one definitely it was hard to write, and it was even harder to draw. It was tough, but I feel like it made me, if I felt something, I knew everybody else would too. So, but this next arc, it's really it's really good. So I've been working with Chuck Pino. He did copy edit for issues 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then kind of a little story edit, but mostly copy edit for issue 5. And he, had some input, but he had a lot of input for the Serafina book that is also going to be in the trade. So that's one thing that a lot of people don't realize. Yeah, you can get all 5 books. It costs about $25. Right now, what we've got going is you can get the entire trade for $25, but it includes the Serafina book, which was a $10 book by itself because it was limited edition. And then it also has a special story that was going to be in an Advocator, but wound up not being. So it's the first time you'll be able to get a hold of the story is inside of that trade paperback. And it's kind of like an end credit scene that launches us into the next arc. And then you've got, extra content. So for $25, you can either get the floppies, or you can get the trade, which has more content to it. So same price, same shipping, but you get more content. Or you can also add on the floppies if you want those too. But yeah, so it was this next arc. So Chuck had been working with me on these, and so the content that you're getting is absolutely tremendous. And so we are working with a new editor for the next arc, and it is coming along beautifully. I'm very excited about where that's going. And so I think everyone else will be too. If you liked the first arc, Meredith, you're going to love the second one. And so I say that to anyone that's actually read it. Yeah, it's really good. Silence. Everybody's muted.
You're muted, Meredith. You're muted.
I know. I'm like, what? I have a couple of browsers open and a ton of tabs open. I'm like, where am I? I cannot wait because like the first story arc was excellent, and so more of that, please, definitely.
Yeah. We're trying to up the comedy a little bit because we're also upping the drama, the tense nature of the book, so we work in a little bit of horror, kind of some elements of kind of horror thriller stuff, and then we work in a lot of action, a whole lot of action in there. So it's going to be big massive fight scenes that last a long time. A long time. Yeah. And so it's going to be good. And we're also kind of expanding upon the personal relationships of the characters and stuff like that. So yeah, you're going to get a whole lot with this next arc, but none of it is going to make sense unless you have the first arc. Which I also think is good.
I have to ask you because with Indiegogo, it's a 30-day campaign. And you've been thinking about extending that, but I mean, before we even get there, it's like let's try and survive the 30 days first. How are you pacing yourself for those out there who are thinking about maybe launching a campaign and things, because it's a lot of work.
It really is. So about 10 days prior to the launch of this campaign, I was really pushing hard, but I was also at the end of another Kickstarter, so I was pushing hard for that too. So I did a whole lot, about 12 podcasts that week alone, have to promote the end of the one and have to promote the beginning of this new one. And so I've kind of been keeping that close to that pace between 8 and 12 podcasts a week or streams a week that I've been doing. But that was for the first 2 weeks. So now we are calming down big time. And so I will do 1 or 2 podcasts next week. I'll do a few lives on my own, like for my own channel. And then I will take some time off for family. But I'm also going to be advertising some new perks. I've got a couple of really cool new perks coming out next week, so that you guys are definitely going to want to check those out. Get in on the thing today, and then you can add the perk once it comes out next week. And you're definitely going to want to get notification of that. The only way really to get the updates is to sign up for the notification or to actually support the project. And so then I'll pick it up towards the end of that 30 days. Now, Indiegogo has this thing where you can extend your campaign for up to a full 60 days. And so there is the possibility, if we don't get to the 8K, that I'll extend it so that we can get there. Because anything so after it goes to in demand, we're going to not do any of the stretch goals. Like any of the stretch goals we didn't meet, we're just not going to have. So we'll stop it right there, and that's what will go into in demand. And so, but I really, really want those extra pages in the book, Meredith. I really do. So I'm going to work really hard to try to get it there, and hopefully we can get there before the end of this next 19 days. We can get there. Hopefully that's possible with your help. Not your specifically, Meredith, but yes, with your help, but with the help of everyone that's out there. Yeah,
that's out there.
The yous that are listening, with your help, we can get there. And you can take that. That 128 page book that you're getting for $25, and you can turn it into a 140 page book. And I don't know if you do the math on that at all, but if you take 140 pages, if you take that $25 and you divide that by 140 pages, you're paying. That's not the right math. 25 divided by.
Well, he's doing the math real quick. We do have a live Facebook room that I've created for you guys to come in and try to chat. We're going to experiment with that. It wasn't working at first. I don't know why I couldn't get the camera to work, but
And Rob froze, or is it me?
No, he froze. I'm good. Yeah.
At least it's like.
I love it when it like a Brian K. Morris face, because he's so animated with his face. I love it like when he freezes. It's like
angry. Then that would be a screenshot.
Yeah. So, but the math on that, if we can get that up to 140 pages, you're talking about 17, 18 cents a page, which is a huge value for that, So, yeah, and you get a lot of extra stuff with it too. So
I think the biggest negative about Indiegogo is the fact that they take the money immediately. So like you have to be aware that your credit card's good. Like you have money on the credit card or the PayPal, or does it even take PayPal? I don't even know. But
yeah, all that stuff. But
I think that's one of the biggest challenges with Indiegogo, at least with Kickstarter. Like, okay, I can budget, and get the next tier.
Well, and I think it depends on the customer because I mean, as a consumer, I prefer the money coming out right away because I've had a weird thing. I've had a situation where I backed a Kickstarter and then I had a problem where I had to go to the doctor 3 or 4 times, in between that time, and so that's costing $140 every week to do that. And then I had 2 tires bust on me. So I had to get 2 new tires. So when all that stuff adds up and then I forget about that Kickstarter that I did, and then it either doesn't go through or doesn't fund or I have to cancel it, all that kind of, I would much rather that money come out right away. So it kind of varies. So, usually with a Kickstarter, you get most of your backers right up front. I'm noticing with the Indiegogo that it's slower going. It's I probably will still have the same amount of backers, but it's definitely a slower going thing because they wait till they have money to do it.
Now,
Sorry about that, Meredith. We lost power here for a minute. I was saying that the room is open, so I don't know how much you guys heard that, but if you have any questions for Luke, I'm on my cell phone now using the Wi-Fi from that temporarily. So stay tuned.
Yeah, you're going to be burning through your minutes, Rob. I mean, we've got this for a little bit. Hopefully you get. Yeah. Don't send the storms my way, okay?
I do have some good news.
You do?
I just got a notification
on
that we have a new contributor.
Woo!
And they got the Early Bird Collector's Kit, which is awesome, which is great because here's the thing. The Early Bird Collector's Kit allows you to get the to choose what cover you want, plus you get to get free U.S. shipping,
now,
which is amazing.
When does that close down?
I will be closing that down next Tuesday. Okay. So I will be hiding that perk next Tuesday.
People need to jump on that immediately, especially because shipping is that sometimes the shipping is the thing that puts the skid marks in the sale. You know what I mean? It's like
absolutely. And I don't know that I gave the listeners that link, but here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pop that link in the private chat so that we can share that out real fast. So,
Marion, were you going to say something?
Oh yeah, I was going 2 things. One was as a consumer and as a publisher, a creator, I kind of like the Indiegogo platform because it takes the money right away. I know I'm locked in for whatever it is I backed. I know that money's gone. Nothing sucks for me more than realizing that, I forgot about this and the payment just cleared out of there. I really, especially, I mean, imagine you're standing in line at a store and maybe because like I use a particular card for those purchases.
Exactly.
So I don't have to really worry about. I'm not really worried about it. But like, if those are coming out of just the overall bank account, it could mess up some bills. Yeah. So one of the sponsors on the show for Indie Vote Live, they really want you to use their service because hopefully you won't be victim to that a campaign clearing later. But then again, also as a publisher or a creator, I like knowing that the money's there, the funds are locked in. I'm not hoping that they're going to clear, on the day that the funding closes, because I mean, you might back at you might only need it, $500 to back a campaign, and that's what you sit at, and then you find out that you lost a bunch of backers. Now you can't even afford to put the book out. Of course, Kickstarter says you fund it.
Yeah. And that's something that I've dealt with every campaign that I've done. Some of them worse than others. But for instance, I was on a campaign that we had close to $500 not come through that they dropped. It was dropped pledges, and that makes $500 makes a big difference to actually funding the project or not. Yeah. Now we work in, if you're smart, you work in, that 10% of it's going to go to fees, which is why my number's set the way it is. It's set so high because I know 10% is going to go to fees. 20%, how much is going to go aside for here. And then this is how much profit I need to be able to do what I need to do personally. But 20% of my profit goes to my publisher. And so, so you start breaking that all up and setting that aside so that you know how much you really truly need. And with Indiegogo, yeah, for the most part, when people need to cancel, they can contact me directly. Sometimes Indiegogo will just go ahead and cancel it for them. But sometimes I do have an opportunity to kind of connect with them on whether or not I'm going to, be able to save that back or get them into a different thing or whatever. So, but with Kickstarter, if people don't, you only got 2 weeks to get it or else you lose it.
Yeah. It can be rough. And I've made a mistake and did that a campaign or two. And it's like, oh crap, the money wasn't there. I forgot all about it. Because the money's, on this, little prepaid card that oh crap. Oh, I got $20 on here. I'll use that. Here, I'm buying dinner tonight. And then you realize, oh, wait a minute, that can't, that money didn't come off that card. Now I gotta put some more money on here so that I don't screw someone over. The other thing you mentioned was shipping. Shipping can put the brakes on a purchase real quick.
Yeah, it really can.
There's been some books that I've seen that I'm like, oh, I want that. Then I click it and I see the shipping is, almost as much as the product.
So, that's something I'm running into right now with international. So, we all know right now the USPS is having some issues and so they're raising prices and things like that. And so domestic shipping has increased, which I'm not used to charging so much for domestic shipping as it is. But baseline domestic shipping is like $10 right now. Which is why that secret perk is such a huge deal because, I eat the shipping on that particular perk. Now it is the collector's perk, so you get all the other collector's items, but you also get to choose your cover. So basically you're getting the entry level, like regular standard cover, but you get to choose even the Kanan White cover, which is the most expensive one and the most limited. Mm-hmm. But what I'm doing, because I can't cut the shipping for the international, I am putting in extra stuff for our international backers. So instead of being able to give them lower cost, I'm trying to make their particular investments more valuable. So that's what we're trying something new. We're seeing if it works, and if it works, it might catch on that other creators are doing the same thing. So,
and we just shared the secret perk token with the audience. So if you are tuning in to YouTube or Facebook, you will be able to see that. And we're on Twitch as well, IndieVolt on Twitch and IndieVolt Radio, which you can't see it, but if you head over to the IndieVolt YouTube channel, you will be able to see that there in comments. Luke, I wanted to ask you about the sketches because you've got two.
Yes.
One each.
Yes, the pencils. Yeah, the pencil work. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised that those are still around.
Well, I am too. But I figure people are probably waiting for payday. Like right now, like my payday is next weekend. So anybody I support is going to be next weekend. So
I know that's the thing. Again, it's that thing. It's like, okay, when's payday?
Yeah. So I can understand that that's how Indiegogo is working. And so I'm trying not to get too concerned when, because I know people have different things coming in. So this is kind of the best kept secret that I've been able to do. And I'm pretty proud of myself. Because I'm really bad at I just want to hey, look at this, check this out. This is what I'm working on. So I,
you're about to let the
work. What's that?
You're letting something out of the bag.
I am.
All right, cool.
I'm letting something out of the bag.
Should I typically on the big screen?
Yeah, I typically work all digital. And so my pencils are digital and my inks are digital. And sometimes I don't even keep a pencil. I just keep the ink. Okay. And then I will print that off and I'll initial it and sign it 1 of 1. And that will become my original. On a very few select pages, I decide to print off my blue layouts and then I will pencil with actual pencils, and draw the page. And so I've been able to do that for 3 pages, and I've kept them under wraps and I've kept them secret. And so those are one of ones that are actual pencil drawings that are available only through this campaign. And I will only do it with the trade paperbacks because it's such a big, those are usually the bigger campaigns. So yeah, if you want some original pages from the comic, you can get them right now. So I've got 2 of them up. I will have a third one that once one of those goes away, I'll add the third one in. But I got the 2 most popular pages that I feel like were probably the most popular. And so what's pictured is actually the inks. It's not the pencils aren't pictured because I don't have a good scan of them right now. And so, for the image, that's what's up there. So yeah, that's what I've got. And so you get your choice of cover. So you get the book, the bookmark, and the art. You get your choice of cover. And the first one starts out at $135 and the other one's $140 because the other one's a pinup and it's a full page spread, and it's or what they call a splash page. And it was way harder to draw, so it took longer. So I'm charging more for it. So you're muted.
I was going to say it's only like by $5 or $10.
Yeah, it's just an additional $5. Now it does cost a little bit more to ship those because I have to, I'm shipping a big piece of original artwork, so they are on 11 by 17. So it does cost a little bit more to ship that, but only about $5 more. So I think the shipping is $15 to the US. We are shipping those also overseas. So if someone wants to get those, it's a little harder for me to ship it, a little more expensive, but yeah, we will ship that overseas. So
now I'm curious because it's a larger piece. Are you rolling it up and shipping it?
No, ship it flat. Yeah. So I've got special stuff to ship that stuff flat. I put it in a we used to put baseball cards in. We're real rigid. They've got giant ones for 11 by 17. So I put it in one of those. I stick it in a very rigid envelope, and then I put it in a box with the other stuff that you'll be getting. So yeah, so it's triple packed.
I've gotten a few posters, and they were rolled up, and I guess I'm okay with that, but it's such a pain in the ass to try and flatten them up and then hang them up and everything, especially if I don't have a frame to put them in.
Well, if you're working with a thick card stock, which is what I do, Artboard is 100-pound cover card stock is basically what it is, without any gloss to it. And if you're working with that, it doesn't roll real well, and it doesn't unroll real well either. So yeah.
All right, so that's good to know.
Yeah.
So, thank you to the last contributor who got him over the 50% mark.
Yes, thank you so much.
Super, super cool. Onward to the next. So I would say, like, if you were giving yourself kind of a daily goal, you wanted to see that marker moving. Obviously, it'd be nice if it was just already funded.
Yeah.
But some campaigns, again, it's just we're back to school right now.
Yeah.
So there are some kids who are actually going back to school, and so there are the costs of getting clothes and supplies and things like that.
Yeah, personal protection equipment costs more, and you got to have all of that stuff, and hand sanitizer and all of those things.
Yeah.
It's all more, everything's more expensive, and so it's understandable. And so, but my goal would be, because my main goal is backers. It's not really dollars, even though like we do have those, we have 2 big dollar amount stretch goals. And so the first one is the 8K, which will give us the 12 extra pages. And then we have one at 10K, which will give us the role-playing game Quick Play. And so that one's cool. And the reason why we have to go so much on that, because that's producing an entire new book. And so we have to pay for production of that. We have to pay for printing of that. So everybody gets a copy. And so, which is pretty cool, but that's why that one's set so high. We'd like to do that. We're pushing for that. Our goal is for that, but we'll see. But my main goal is really backers. I would like to have a certain number of backers. And so my goal is hopefully 3 to 5 backers a day.
Yeah, I mean, you're at 47 backers right now. So, I mean, like that 50 mark is a good number, 100's better. Oh, we're pushing this so hard. Like I said, I've got a dog in the game, so I just,
Yeah, we all do. So right now, I think I've been 11 days in. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I'm on my mark. I'm on my mark for my average days. So
Yeah,
we're 11 days in. So yeah.
It's kind of a long campaign.
Yeah, 30 days.
Really, and you've been really busy with campaigning.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see. Who do we have popping in here at the 3 o'clock hour? Let's just pop him into the stream here.
Yeah.
Hello.
It's Greg. How's it going, man?
What's up?
Welcome to Indie Vent. This is the Booksellers Day. You know what? It's funny. It's about 3 o'clock, and I'm like clockwork. It's like that low energy. Like I could go take a nap right now. So I'm just going to try and wake up, drink some more coffee. Hi, Greg. You want to introduce yourself? Let everybody know who you are and what the heck you're doing here.
Yeah, I'm Greg Moquin of Sierra Nova Comics. I'm one of the co-owners of that. The other co-owner is, I think, still waking up. He lives in Nashville, so it's 2 o'clock there, but I don't know what he's doing. We currently have a Kickstarter, and we're like 65 hours. We got 65 hours left of our Kickstarter. And it's for our comic book this year, Chronicles, and we are funded, but we are trying to get to a second stretch goal.
Mm-hmm. Let me just put you down here so you're with the rest of the group here. Luke, I'm not gonna boot you out of here. I'll let the Hammer do that when he gets back, if he wants to.
I'm sure Luke's got other stuff to do. I promised him it'd only be a half an hour today, so he can spend time.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got, because you had your morning duties.
I did, yeah. Today was a work day.
Thanks for being on. I'm glad we got you another back. We're going to keep working on that. We're going to give Greg his time. So we got a busy schedule now. We're heading back into the busy hours. So let me get off all the crazy kids screaming.
All right. Hey, appreciate you guys. Great. Good luck selling your wares today and hitting that next stretch goal. Yeah. I'm pulling for you, man. Pulling for what you're doing. So you do good work. All right. I'll talk with you guys later.
Thank you, Luke. So we're actually expecting Kenny as well, so that you guys can talk about what's happening over at Sierra Nova Comics, and I've got a QR code in here somewhere for you guys.
Yeah.
Don't mind me while I look, but yeah, I mean, so did I not? Oh, you know what? We're kind of in between folders and things like that, so I think that I put the QR code up, and then somebody moves the folder, and then
no one moved the folder. I think you uploaded it to the wrong place.
I've been uploading it because every time I see a different folder, I'm just like, okay, we're in that one. So I start uploading. We're gonna have QR codes all over.
I thought I saw you putting something up. I was showing something for Varian before, and I thought I saw you uploading it. And I totally meant to tell you, hey, you're putting it in the wrong place.
No, I did it on purpose. So there.
Okay. I moved it over to you. So
we're going to be deleting them all over. But here, let me put up the QR code. So anybody who is listening, and where is this comment coming from?
Kickstarter.
How do I, Rob? Where is that ticker?
It's in the banners.
I'm in the banners. I'm in Geekcast.
Oh, I guess. Well, no, you just got to go back. They're all different folders. So it's in that one.
Alrighty.
I got you.
You got me. Okay.
You're done. You're done.
Yeah, this is what I mean. It's like too many.
And for the record, the room canceled out because Facebook is having problems too, because that's my life today.
Really?
So I cannot win today, no matter what I'm trying with Facebook today. I'm losing.
Oh man. So what I wanted to do was just let you guys know that up here I'm going to hide the TVMA. There we go. If you've got your smartphone and you scan this QR code, you are going to go right to Sierra Nova Comics, and that way you can take a look and see what they have as far as their books and their offerings on the website. And I highly recommend it. We're just, we are waiting for Kenny to pop in here. I'm pretty sure I sent him the link.
That's me.
Oh,
yeah.
Wait a minute. Who are we expecting?
It's Greg Kenny
Greg.
Mobley.
Okay. I thought you told me somebody else was popping in here with you.
Oh yeah, Dylan, but I don't know if he's coming or not.
That's why
Yeah,
I'm confused.
yeah, I don't know if he's coming or not. I don't know if he fell back asleep or something. So.
Oh, yeah, well, it happens. So tell us a little bit about what's going on with Sierra Nova Comics, because not only do you have your books, but you also have a podcast.
Yeah, we have our SNC podcast. We also have another podcast called Breakfast Talk that we do with Hector Barrero from New Leaf Studios. And the Breakfast Talk thing is more for creators to like advice. And it's like 10, 15-minute videos of just shorter form of our normal podcast, but we don't have guests on. And we just go over things like our first episode was about like page rates and like we didn't really have a definitive answer on like what to do for page rates because everybody has different rates and stuff.
Wow. Is that you?
Yeah. Yeah, I live right next to like a main street, so it's kind of annoying. Yeah, we're I think on our 9th episode or 10th episode, but we're taking a break for like a month or whatever for that podcast. And then the SNC podcast, we're going up to episode 50. And then that's like our goal for the year.
Mm-hmm.
And the 50th episode is going to be a 3-day live event, kind of like a thing like this. Cause you gave me like an idea when you were doing all of this. So yeah.
Excellent. Now, what are you featuring as far as that for a 3-day event? Yeah, I mean, you have a platform here that you can talk about it. So
yeah,
if you can.
Yeah, it was just like an idea that I came up with because I'm like, oh, well, there's this indie event thing, so basically, same thing. And we like share stuff all the time from like other people as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Not just our stuff. So we're going to be able to have like different time slots, basically what you were doing here, for whatever people want to like come on, they can talk to us or they can just have their own little like show or whatever. So we have to figure all that out still. But
now, are you featuring strictly comic books, or are you doing podcasts and other indie creators?
Indie creators as a whole, because we have our video game that's launching on Kickstarter in October, and that's not only for indie comics. It's like the background story of our comic universe, but that's a continuous thing, which I can't wait for. But we're also featuring indie filmmakers, musicians, and even musicians. And how we're going to all do that is like different features throughout the game. So music-wise, it's like if you ever played like Grand Theft Auto, they have that radio. We have like a radio like that in our video game, and you'll be able to listen to like indie music through that way. There's indie film, which is the hardest thing to get. Any like indie filmmaker will be able to send us like their movie or whatever, short film, and then we have a movie theater in the video game that you'll be able to like open another tab and then it'll be able to play because the game is going to be on our platform that we have, that we're reconstructing right now. Well, Dylan is, and so yeah, we're basically doing that.
So now, do you have crowdfunding happening now?
Yes, for the Seer Chronicles issues 1 and 2, and yeah, there's like 65 hours left of that.
I think that's where that QR code is directed to. You know, and I'm gonna cheat and grab my phone, and I'm gonna scan it right now, just to see. I'm gonna pop it up on the screen again, so that anybody who's tuning in right now. But I'm gonna get in here and just see because I want to double check and make sure. Yeah, that's going right to your Kickstarter.
Yeah, our website is currently down, so.
Oh no.
Yeah, well, it's like not a bad thing, really. Well, it is like.
Is it a server thing or a hacker thing?
Oh, it's just Dylan is reconstructing it because there was like a memory issue or something. And it's like WordPress, and he knows all about that.
Yeah, so anybody who's watching right now, this is your opportunity to take a screenshot, and you can go right to Sierra Nova Comics, Kickstarter. This is the Sierra Chronicles Family Matters. And hey, you've reached goal and you're getting towards your stretch goal. So first stretch goal is has been achieved.
Yep.
So that's cool. Let's see, Rob, are you in the background? Are you able to play this video for us, maybe?
Well, you're stuck somewhere.
The Kickstarter.
Yeah, but I'm seeing my screen right now. All I see is Sierra Nova. Is that not?
No,
Okay.
that was the overlay.
All
Oh,
right.
are you still on your phone?
No, I
Yeah.
finally got everything working, and I was dealing with some Facebook stuff. We can talk about that at a break. There's just nonsense going on with Facebook. Today's becoming very difficult, Greg. I think someone's out there deliberately trying to make my life harder. Do you want me to play it through Kickstarter, like do a screen share? Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah, if you could do that way.
Yeah, give me all of 2 minutes, and I'll have it up. All right.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm dealing. We had a lightning strike around here, and it turned everything off and on. So,
I could probably do it. I just don't know if I'm going to have.
I'll beat you to it. So I'm already there.
Okay. All these technical difficulties. That's the wonderful thing and the terrible thing about live streaming is you just never know what's going to happen. And I don't know where you're located, but I'm in Florida with Rob, and I think he's sending the storms up my way because it's getting really dark outside. I'm like, crap. We only have a few more hours to go. I'm like, you just hold off out there.
You see, Meredith, the trick is that I've learned since doing Indie Volt Live is never to raise your quality standards. The minute you do that, what happens is all these gaps and pauses start to stand out. So if you're always messing up, it just becomes a part of the show.
I never thought of it that way. So I'm just going to dumb it down from now on, okay?
Yeah.
Why? Oh, there it is. I was going to say, why does it look so weird?
The universe is out to get you, Rob.
You're not kidding, man. Today's just, it feels like I'm really at a con because every so often you just have that off day at a con. That's what I'm having today. Enter their universe.
Yeah.
So, when I see like gambling and thugs, I think New York City, but that's not based in New York City.
It's all of the cities are based off of cities I've lived in or, around. Cedar City is the first main city that we talk about in the comics, and it's based off of Schenectady, New York, where I'm originally from.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like a mixture of Schenectady, but like with New York City as well.
I was going to say Schenectady. I've lived upstate. I'm like, I don't think thugs. maybe casinos, but not thugs.
Yeah. And that's like the whole map and the video game and everything that's surrounded by everything that we're doing is my friend Scott is like our game developer, and he took like Google Maps API or whatever, and he did like a 3D thing, like extrusion to it, and he did that with Schenectady, and the video game basically is that it's the map of Schenectady, but instead of regular houses, it's going to be like actual like New York City style like apartments and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so I can't wait for that. That cork board in that video took 5 hours to make.
Really?
Yeah, because I don't know how to use GIMP, and that was the first day I ever used GIMP. So like Dylan was like walking me through everything, and I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, that's so fun because I mean, for me, it's always a challenge to learn new things, but I'm always trying to learn something new. I always feel like I'm on a learning curve, which is frustrating, but at the same time, it feels good to just say, hey, I've got this under my belt, at least familiar with it. So if I need to talk to somebody about something, I'm a little bit knowledgeable with it.
Yeah, I'm learning GIMP, so I don't have to ask him for like graphic design stuff anymore, because that's basically what I ask him most of the time is like, oh, can you make this? And for our reward tiers on our Kickstarter, I basically just used Canva, and he helped me a little with that, but I already knew how to use Canva. And I'm going to learn GIMP probably around December, because we're going to do this like disappear December thing and just go off of social media for that month. And that's when I'll send out Kickstarter stuff too. Like it'll be in November, but other stuff that's coming as well, and hopefully our video game if it's funded.
So beyond the video game and the comic book, once this is all distributed and things, what's kind of next in the pipeline?
The third issue of this, and because there's going to be, it's a graphic novel trilogy, but the first story arc is like 12 issues.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's the longest of the trilogy, just because as of right now, unless Dylan like stretches it out.
Right. Now, so my question, I guess, with something that's that long and kind of hefty as far as the story arcs and things like that, did it start off as prose? And you just said, and then you were like, let's break this into like a graphic novel.
I wrote like a 1,200 page story of all of this, and then I took that story and broke it apart many times because certain things didn't fit in the beginning, and that's what turned into the solo series that we have. So like we have Ink, Scales, which was unlocked. There's another story that's coming out next year, hopefully, and it's based off of my friend Brett, but he's like a boxing type kind of character. Not Daredevil, but he's like a boxer, and we still have to figure out that story a little, like what's gonna work, how it's gonna all play out. But that's going to be a short mini series because he's not around that long, and then all the solo series connect into this Defenders type graphic novel that we're going to have, and then they later connect into the Seer Chronicles. We have a huge plan.
Okay. Can you give us any teasers into that?
It's
okay.
Not really.
No, you can say no.
Yeah, not really.
See, I'm sorry. It's like Geek Insider is just like we try to get some inside scoops every once in a while, and sometimes it works. No, that's good. But okay, so as far as your podcast goes, let's kind of go back to that. Where are you as far as guests? I mean, are you looking for more guests? Because I'm sure that there are a lot of listeners out there who are, looking to promote their work and things like that. Do you kind of have an open call? Is it by invitation only? How do people get in touch with you?
Anybody can just ask, and I'll be like, yeah, you can come on. Like, I have Rob on the list of people. I just haven't gotten to him yet. There's so many people on that list. I know there's a guy that is like the animation director for The Simpsons. He's probably like the biggest person so far, I think, that's going to be on our show. But that probably won't be until next year now, because we only have 3 more episodes or something that I have to record. Because I did a ton last weekend because I'm insane. And I was like, oh, anybody that wants to do this, just let me know. And it was Kyron Silva, Chuck, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a few others too. And I'm just oh yeah, if you just let me know right now, we'll just record it right now. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then the next thing you know is your day is full, and you're like, "Oh my gosh, I'm exhausted, and I didn't get anything done." It feels like that hamster wheel, you know, like you're moving really fast, but you're not going a lot of places.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you have a whole bunch of content that you can put up and schedule. So that's the perk about that. It hopefully frees you up to pursue other things because you're like, okay, I got that off my to-do list.
Yeah, that's basically why I recorded a bunch, because I was like, I'm not going to wait for Dylan just because I want to do these now and not like get them over with, but like in a way so we can do other things, because we still have to edit like 2 or 3 other things that we got to do by the end of this year. And yeah, so.
All right. Well, you know, you confused me with Greg because I've been calling you Kenny this whole time.
It's fine. It's because my middle name is Kenny. So, yeah.
Well, you know what? I want to thank you for spending time with us and telling us about Sierra Nova Comics. The Sierra Chronicles is on Kickstarter for anybody who's listening. Make sure that you head over there. We are going to put his QR code up once again, and we're going to say our goodbyes to Greg Moquin. I call him Kenny. I think that's what his profiles say, so I'm sticking to that. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. But Sierra Nova Comics, if you are watching, you can scan this QR code. It'll take you directly to his Kickstarter. Support him, throw him some love, and if you can't, just hit the share button. Share it out with your friends. Thank you so much for spending some time with us. Our next guest is up. We're going to bring him in the queue as soon as I do a little commercial bump. Rob, if you're there, I don't know if we've got our Facebook group going to kind of say our goodbyes properly. Yeah.
What group?
Oh, the Facebook. I thought you were going to.
Oh, that failed.
Okay.
Happened where that crashed. I've given up now trying to do the sideshow. We'll relook at it and do it right the next time. For some reason, the tech gods are not on my side today. So we're just going to move on, play a bump. We'll bring in Mark, and we'll continue on with the show. No matter the tech issues, we're still here. We're still going, and we're still promoting Indie Create.
There you go. I'm going to, which one is we're going to remove that. Greg, Kenny, Moquin, Sierra Nova Comics. Thank you very much.
Yep. Thank you,
Greg. All right, Meredith, do you want me or Varian to take this? Varian, do you want to take Mark and do the interview? I can do it. Do you want to take a quick break?
You know what? I think I'm good to go. I just want to play a little bump here. Let's do something funnies, and then we'll bring Mark on.
Go for it.
Now, every Sunday morning, longtime independent comics creator and Indie Volt podcaster Randy Zimmerman hosts a discussion on the lighter side of comics, the more whimsical and fun comics out there on the Sunday Funnies. That's 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time every Sunday on Indie Volt, indievolt.com, the Indie Volt YouTube channel, and the usual Indie Volt sites on Facebook. Listen in, won't you? Participate in the chat. Let's have some fun. See you there.
All right, you guys, our next guest is Mark Darden, and right now I've got his QR code, and that is pointed to the Kickstarter, which will be launching September 15th. So make sure you go over there, sign up for notifications, take a screenshot. That way you can save it for reference later. And Mark, when you're ready, just give me the thumbs up. Let me know that you're ready to get on camera here. All right, thumbs up. Hey, how you doing?
Morning-ish.
Long time no see.
Yeah, so long, so much has happened.
I know. And we lost everybody else. That's all right. They're taking a break here, and there you go. You're on the big screen. The Guano Guy. The more I see the character, the more it makes me smile. I love it. It's campy. It's fun. I love the strong lines and the colors and things like that. And for anybody who didn't tune in last night, tell us about the Guano Guy, the idea behind him, and let's hear your pitch.
Yeah, I quick elevator pitch. Seinfeld with superpowers. It's just a comic about some superpowered jerks who don't know they're jerks, who are really out for themselves without realizing how selfish they're being. But it's mostly fun and gags. I really developed it based on my love of sitcoms and superheroes, and I put those two things together.
Mm-hmm. I love the fact that I guess you could almost call him an accidental superhero. That's not quite right.
I mean, he's doing it on purpose. He's just saving people isn't his real concern. It's saving people on camera and getting paid for it.
Right. Like I want to get, yeah, like I want to get, I'm going to do this good thing. Hey, where are the cameras?
Yeah. Oh, hold up. Can't save you yet. Got to wait for that camera crew to get here.
And I can see so many situations where that could be very bad. And I know I read the first issue, and it was it was kind of like that. It was where he's going to sit back and he tried to do a good thing, but then somebody else got the credit for him, and he's like, "Hey,
yeah,
right." I mean, that happens to us, but we don't all put on superhero costumes and go and try and save the day. What was the motivation behind this? I mean, like, what was the journey of bringing the Guano Guy to paper and sharing it out?
Yeah, I always loved comic books, and I would have always wanted to do something in them as a kid. But I just didn't see the pathway.
Mm-hmm.
When I was growing up, it kind of like all I knew about really was Marvel and DC. There were other companies, but as far as I could tell, the only way to ever put out a book was to go to work for somebody and to give away all your ideas. Or, I mean, you get paid, but you're getting just that payment, not the long. And I don't know, I just never liked that idea. I wanted to get to own it, and I think it's just so much more fun knowing that it's mine. And when webcomics came along, it just hit me like, wow, I can do this. And I was working at a game company at the time, so I'm already creating products every day at the game company. So there's an education right there that I could put to use. Plus I had some art and graphic design training, and it trained to write as a kid. So why not start making a book? And I was getting a lot of funny ideas. I was playing video games, and I was inspired by a lot of silly comics I liked reading as a kid and sitcoms, and I just kind of put it all together. And it started with short strips that would be a story that was only a couple pages long, just quick gags, and it grew into a bigger book. So here I'm still doing it.
I actually want to take a minute and play this. It's got your QR code on the front end and the back end for anybody who's tuning in. But this is one of your, I want to say, your crowdfund videos. I can't remember which book it is, but it's one of my favorites. And so just hold on one sec. We're going to play that for you right now.
Hi, I'm Mark Darden, and thanks for finding your way to the Guano Guy Kickstarter. Boom! Pow! Epic explosions! Yeah, this is the second Guano Guy Kickstarter. The first one had these 5 comics. Ooh. But now, we're back with a new 40-page comic with 2 beautiful covers. We're up to 170 pages now. Do you like rewards? You bet you like rewards. Who doesn't like rewards? Well, we've got them, right? We've got stickers. Bam! Prance, pow! Posters, come get them! Who's the Guano Guy for? It's for everybody who liked The Tick, Darkwing Duck, the old Batman TV show. It's a lot of fun. We've got gags, insults, we make fun of criminals, and if you want to know more about it, check out the little post videos where I'm doing readings from the comics. Thanks for stopping by, and I hope you'll help support. I'm Mark Darden.
I love that with all the props. That was great. I mean, you made it really fun because it kind of puts you in the mood to go, okay, I get it, without actually flipping through the books. So that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and if people look, I think I was doing them on Facebook though. But if you look around Facebook, if you're friends on some of the Facebook pages I'm on, there's a lot of little reading videos that I did. I'll have to put those on YouTube so other people can enjoy them. But it was a lot of
definitely
funny,
definitely.
silly videos, and probably I can get Rob's help and we can put them to the pictures and make them even more fun.
So now the 15th is coming up. That is about 15 days away, and you're going to be launching which book are you?
Guano Guy number 3, which along with the short story issues that I have 4 of, it'll be the 7th Guano Guy issue, but the 3rd one in the actual continuing story.
Nice. So I hope that now, where do you have physical books that people can buy from? Is it just PDFs? I mean, what are we doing?
Yeah. Well, as I have here in front of me, some of the lovely physical copies.
But
a big part of why I wanted to be part of Terraform and get to have my books with Terraform was so that people would have a place that, like, if they liked the book, it'd be pretty easy to go there and get it. So I've got physical copies and I've got PDF copies, and hopefully very soon that's where they're going to be available. Right now, you just have to message me. But the Kickstarter, all the books will be available in the Kickstarter, and there'll be physical copies, PDF copies, 7 issues in all if you want to go big time. But we'll also have, like, you can just get the new one plus the PDFs, or PDFs for all our overseas friends, because shipping is still quite the obstacle.
And quite honestly, I've got to, because I work with the Terraform website, I've got to get your first issue up because you actually offered that as a free PDF download. So that is going up this week, just to let you guys know. And we're teasing that to kind of lean you and funnel you towards the Kickstarter, because you really want this book. You need laughter and light and sarcasm and all kinds of goofy stuff in your life, and that is what Guano Guy is. So now, how did you come up with the name? Because my husband was like, Guano Guy. He's like, do you even know what that means? And I was like, no.
What? You didn't?
Right. It just sounds funny. I mean, he's a much more casual superhero. He's not trying to be Guano Man. It's just, Guano Guy. I'm out. But Guano is bat poo. I mean, it's kind of poo in general, but bat poo more specifically. And it just lets you know, like, clearly I'm making, at least initially, was very much making fun of a very particular hero. But the Guano Guy grew into himself and has become his own thing.
Yeah, I heard you, Barry. You're like, what? How do you? Well,
it's funny because my son had seen the book on screen. And he reminded me that, he's like, guano is poop from bats and birds. And he's 10, so he's like, he's trying to school me on, like literally trying to school me on poop. And I'm like, all right, son, go away.
Well, the word that my kids tried to get me on was weenus.
Weenus.
Oh,
weenus.
Yeah, I remember that from Friends, but they probably mean something different.
That is another word for your elbow.
Really?
Your weenus.
Oh. So I can tell someone to suck weenus?
Yes, and it would be quite proper, but a little odd if they actually did.
Oh, baby, I can explain. I'm just giving her a little weenus when you can.
Yeah, can we stop saying that word? Google Translate's going to put it in as a completely different word.
I know. That's why I love that word.
I'm using it forever now. It's the name of my new. It's the name of my new wrestling finisher. So no longer be called the Judas Effect. No longer called that. It's the
That's the new. So I graduated from butt beard to weenus.
Yep, there we go.
Or slip like genus in there. It's scientific, but
yeah. So what else can you tell us about the Guano Guy and what it is you're doing, and like how you're getting prepped? Because we just had Luke Stone on, and he's doing Indiegogo with his campaign, and it's I mean, he's I don't know how he's going to keep pace. We'll keep feeding him like No-Dos and Jolt Cola or whatever.
Yeah.
What are you up to?
Well, my job never quit or took a break. I'm doing 50-hour weeks right now, and 6 days a week. So
Air traffic controller.
yeah, so I'm getting it in everywhere I can. I actually just got off work again, and just staying busy.
Now that's got to be a really stressful job.
Sometimes.
So would you say that the comics, whether it's writing or drawing or and even doing your stand-up and stuff, that's got to be an escape?
I have always been a creative person, and if I'm not doing something creative, I get really unhappy in life. So it's kind of just something I have to do. Makes me very happy if I am doing it, and unhappy if I'm not. So I try to stay engaged in something creative.
All right, and so we're going to put your
Guano
QR.
Guy Kickstarter. I think we've mentioned that coming up 2 weeks.
Yeah, September 15th, guys. Make sure that you mark it on your calendar, and I'm going to put your QR code up here again so that people can see what it is that you're doing. This is where they can sign up, right? For
they can sign up now. I mean, I promise it's a lot of fun. If you enjoy a sillier, lighter-hearted book, you like jokes, there's a ton of cultural references. There's a lot of people who have, a lot of times where there's someone who's read the book and then the girlfriend looking over the shoulder is like, wait a minute, is that from Labyrinth? Or there's a lot of like little cultural gags that I slip in there that are fun too. But I'm just trying to make a really fun, all ages appropriate book that the big kids and little kids can read alike and pass it to each other, and hopefully just entertain people, give you a break from the day.
I have to ask, have you ever cosplayed the Guano Guy?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. Definitely
There's
gonna
a possibility.
Yeah.
We're looking forward to that. We want the conventions to open up again so that we can all, meet up and have a good time and get dressed and be all goofy and everything. But that's awesome. Have you been working on a costume or?
Well, I have an idea of like what I'll do as the first one, where I won't have to do full blown, like it'll be his casual costume while he's just chilling in the house. So I'll do that.
Or there's that, or Mark Darden walking around in a bathrobe going, "Hey, why aren't I on the news?" That's great. I can just imagine it. Pictures, or it didn't happen.
Yeah. Well, the initial shirt was like the shirt looked like it was ripped open, but with a chest with chest hair in the shape of a bat, and that was the initial comic T-shirt I would wear.
Oh my gosh.
I did have once. I was trying to pick up an artist for a cover, but he said he knew what guano was and wasn't going to be involved in children couldn't read.
Oh no.
So I don't think he did know what guano was, and we're not throwing guano on anybody. It's just a gag name. There's nothing being done with guano.
Now that we know. See, who knew Indie Vault was going to be educational?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. This current issue of the Guano Guy will be at least 2% educational. So tell your parents it. We'll go in front.
We always say hashtag get an education. So
hey,
as long as we can provide morals, like the morals tonight's episode is, stuff like that. That's cool. Yeah.
Not an Indie Vault. Guano. Don't get it on your hands. But get Guano Guy in your hand.
I don't know. Did that sound right?
It's not right. Yeah. Well, yeah.
It did, because Guano Guy's a great comic, and Guano's like after you don't wipe right, and it gets on the side, even though you use the baby wipe, and the rest of the day you're smelling your finger. I can't figure out if I got rid of it all. You're going underneath your nails.
It gets like right in the cuticle area, and you can't. You gotta like use a toothpick sometimes to get in there.
I love Mark's face.
Why am I on the big screen? What am I doing?
Just buy my comics. That's all Mark wants to be here for. Just buy the comics. They're good. They're fun. Great covers, by the way. There are a lot of great covers that he's not showing off right now. He has an amazing collection of covers.
I got a question for Mark. Mark, any plans on a trade at some point? Can you talk
yes.
about it?
Yes, that's a very good question. Because we're coming out with issue 3, one of the next projects I'd like to launch next year is to collect all the short stories from the 4 short story issues. It's over 100 pages of material. So I'd like to put that together so that there's just one easy trade for reading all those fun short stories that we did at first. And then next year, also see Guano Guy issue 4, probably 5 too. I think we'll get both those in there. So should be a good year. Actually, we will get issue 4 and 5. I can almost guarantee it.
Definitely looking forward to that because I love to read a book from cover to cover, and so when I get teased with that, like the one copy, and I don't get the whole story, and I don't get the whole story arc, I get really frustrated. So I love the trade paperbacks, I love the graphic novels and things like that because I binge. I binge read, I binge watch. That's what I do. I think it's just part of my personality. It's like all or nothing. And so I'm looking forward to that, but I am definitely looking forward to the books. Like I said, I got the first issue. We are going to be updating the website at terraformcomics.com. So make sure you sign up for the newsletter as well. If you are tuning in, make sure that you're following Mark Darden on Facebook and YouTube. You've got a couple of your comedy things, I think.
Yeah, I do. The only thing I want to warn is most of the videos that went online were from the prep comedy club that I used to go to. So that was usually the first run where I was trying the material out, unfortunately, rather than the third run where I had worked out the kinks.
All right, so guys, if he's dying on the stage, revive.
Like some of those jokes I got done, I was like, yep, that goes in the don't ever do this again file. The ones that are good, if you see it and it was good, it went on to the later club performances.
Yeah, but it's I love that, the humor and the ability to laugh and just being goofy and stuff like that. We need a little bit. Actually, we need a lot of that these days. Just to kind of have a reason to get out of bed. Got to laugh and have a good time. Mark, is there anything else that you can share with us? And then we're going to let you go. We're going to take a little station break, and then we're going to get back into programming.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the issue launches September 15th. The campaign's currently up on Kickstarter, so you can go ahead and start following it. And we've got 5 different artists. Not only do we have the main story, but every issue always includes some short stories. So we have more fun short stories, little gags that are going on. Risky Rabbit comes back. It was a guy that only just popped up in the last one on a couple panels on a TV show, and now he's an ad. So there's always fun stuff happening in the book, and I hope people will give it a shot. And go check out that free PDF.
Yep. And I promise everybody that it's going to be up on Terraform Comics this week, probably Tuesday. I think I'm going to be sleeping tomorrow. Or at least sleeping in. We'll see. But yeah, the free PDF is going to be available very soon. And again, Kickstarter, I'm going to put the QR code up once again, because that is what today is about. We are trying to get books sold. And we'll have links to Mark Darden as well. So if he's got physical copies of his other books and you want them, you need to get in touch with him as well. And that's about it, Mark. I want to thank you so much for your time. I know that you just got off of work and you're probably exhausted and ready to eat.
Yeah, ready to go
lunch
relax a little bit.
Relax a little bit. Hey, that sounds like a plan. Guano Guy, guys. Mark Darden, thank you very much. Have a great day, and we're going to be in touch. We'll see you soon.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
See you again soon. Thank you so much for the time.
All right, you guys. Let me throw in a little bit of love here as far as the station stuff. Where is it? Where is it? Devolt.
Yay.
Yeah, little station love. Hi, Rob.
Hi. How you guys doing?
How you doing?
I'm good, good. So
were you able to get a little bit of a break in?
I've been doing things behind the scenes. They're just silly problems. I think someone's going around trying to report some of the things we've been doing this weekend. So I had to reverse them, and there was a problem with the messenger room and, the earlier problem with Facebook. So, people just always trying to kneecap other people because they think they'll get ahead.
You know what I noticed too from the last indie event that we did? People, I think they were reporting our hashtag.
Really?
I think they were reporting our hashtag because there were a lot of things that were hidden, especially on Facebook. So
Yeah.
You try and get something trending, you try to do something good, and somebody wants to tear it down, and they can try, but you know what? My weenus is bigger than yours.
Well, not just that, but jokes aside, you have to understand we make content that holds up. The reason we're trying this as one whole stream is so we can mark it with times, so we know when the people came on and when they were where, so we can later put this in as just that, where the people were when we give this video out. We'll go back in and we'll edit the video and we'll put in the timestamps of every different creator. So it's a one-stop shopping. I think Mark wants to come back on.
He can definitely come back on if he wants to and just kind of
I don't know. He doesn't want to come back on. Nope. Never mind. I think he's trying to figure out his way out. Is he trying to get out of here?
Are you trying to get out? You can come back in. And actually, Rob,
you want me to kick? I can kick you, Mark, if you want.
Or does he want to go?
Give me a thumbs up if you want me to kick you.
Do you want to?
You just want to hang out.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
why don't you just come inside then?
Hanging out in the green room.
You can come inside.
Oh, there we go.
Dun, dun, dun. There you are.
You can get yourself in. We have to because we're running the stream. You can hang out. We don't care.
Yeah.
We've been putting people in and out. I think the rest of the day, if we're going by the original schedule, actually I'm up now, and then I'm up again, and then Sean, who we don't know if he's coming in, is going to be in, and then JD is in.
Yes.
Well, me and you up together, correct?
That was supposed to be at 5, but we moved me into this spot because we're going to do the 5 as a closeout program. If you want to do something now, I'd rather separate Barbara Unleashed from Cat Dad and Supermom. You can go ahead and do something right now if you got something to promote.
Well, no. I was just wondering because I wanted to know before I go get something to eat, like when I have to be back.
Well, we're just going to do a wrap-up between 5 and 5:30 and call it a day. It's been one of those days where we're going to have a quick wrap-up show.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so,
I mean, and if I disappear, guys, it's because Rob sent the storms up my way.
I did not. You can't blame me for storms. So many things I get blamed for. That one I should be clear of.
Okay, fine.
All right. So who wants to interview me? If you want to go eat, you can go ahead.
I shall return.
All right, later, dude.
Well, I personally have read Barbara Unleashed.
Well, we're doing Cat Dad first, right?
Are we?
That's a court. Well, we can do Barbara. I don't care.
Let's talk Barbara.
Okay, we'll do Barbara now. So I don't actually have a bump for Barbara, do I?
Mark, are you familiar with Barbara Unleashed?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So it's actually one of those where I think, Rob, you probably get a lot of pushback because of the title and the content, but actually, I personally feel it's an important book. And this isn't about me and my opinions or anything like that. I mean, I really want you to talk about Barbara Unleashed and I guess the reason behind it. Like, what kind of prompted you to write the book in the first place? I
promise I'm not ignoring you. I just don't want to wear my Cat Dad and Supermom shirt while I'm talking about it. Like anything to do, I just don't feel. At a show, it's different, but with people online, you can never be too careful and you got to watch yourself.
Mm-hmm. Rob's going to be with clamps on, and he's going to be swinging from the ceiling.
Well, actually, I'm Dom, so that stuff doesn't attract me. It'd be someone else in the background. Mark, and if you're volunteering, say, I got my shirt. I turned this into my gym shirt. You should see the looks I get. And one of the reasons I turned into my gym shirt is that for a while I was using my free hugs and spanks button. I was putting it on here, and Jax would grab on it during shows and leave these little holes in the shirt. So I turned them into gym shirts, and you should see the looks I get, because even the back says Fetish Monsters and More, like in the sign behind me. So I get some of the best looks at the gym. But if I know a girl's smiling at me, I know what she's into suddenly. No, the reason I made the book, 50 Shades of Grey, a little bit, not a lot. It wasn't just because 50 Shades of Grey. I had written something that actually was went to the safety of people. I've been on the community online and heard of a lot of women getting abused over the years. Just people taking advantage, scumming people. And it doesn't have to be about fetish. They're just scummy people everywhere. But when you have something where a person has to trust a person, and has to give that trust to a person to do something that, for a lot of people, it's not a choice. It's just part of their sexuality. I had this fight with one of my ex-girlfriends. So she spends an hour fighting at me that everything to do with the BDSM lifestyle was a choice. And I kept telling her it's not a choice. It's like a sexuality. And she was fighting back and forth with me. And finally, at the end, out of just losing my temper of being calm about it, I turned around and said, let me ask you a question. If I told you all the things I do and I wanted to show off I was gay and I'm a gay man, would you tell me that all of that is just my choice? And she's like, no, absolutely. It's not something that you ever chose. It was something that you're attracted to. And she suddenly heard it. But there's still that disconnect in our culture. We understand being gay was never something anyone asked for. If someone asked me, well, would you want to be into a fetish? You know, jokingly, I'd say no. Why would I want to make my life harder? Because literally it becomes something that people get to pick on me for. I've literally had people threaten to call the police on me because I have a sign that says free hugs and spanks. Nothing wrong with that at all. And, oh, well, the children around it. Okay, if a little kid understands what that sign is supposed to playfully mean, then you're the problem as a parent. What are you trying to find, Meredith? I see you churning. You're muted. You're muted. You're muted.
I wanted the TVMA. I was like, what folder?
Oh, it's in mine. It's in the Devil's too. I actually like it. Okay. We'll give a little flames while I'm talking too, because, you know, it's nice and it's nice and warm now. Now that the devil has the thing. No, but seriously, you know, you have this whole community of people, all these people who are just regular human beings. Everyone knows someone who has a fetish. Some of them aren't about tying someone up. Some of them aren't about spanking people. It's not about that. There's no real connection to why some people have a fetish for certain things and why we even are sexual the way we are. Some of it, I do think, don't get me wrong, there's dangers. And I always say, you know, a fetish is like an ism. ISM, you usually don't see isms that are dangerous, but like philias tend to be very dangerous, such as, of course, pedophilia, one of the most dangerous sexual compulsions that they are. We don't understand why they are, and I'm not excusing at all pedophilia by saying this, but some of it is just part of who people are. Now, we do know that pedophilia can easily be traced back to abuse. We cannot prove that with fetish, actually. For some reason, they can't. There have been theories. I've heard the theory that we are just inherently violent as human beings. So sexually, there is that almost attractive violence. When they do surveys, the number one thing that a woman wants is a fantasy, not reality, but as a fantasy. The number one fantasy for a woman, believe it or not, is a rape fantasy. And people are shocked by that are men, not women, because most women are like, actually, the idea of a man, if they're into, and again, being careful in the culture we're in, I'm talking about someone who's straight, not bisexual and not a lesbian, but someone, or asexual, who would not have these sexual impulses, because I understand all those. I'm talking about just a straight woman on man relationship. There is that attraction of a man overpowering a woman. And in lesbian culture, they would like the idea of a woman overpowering a woman. But that comes with consent. It comes with all these different rules and aspects to it that the common person doesn't even stop to consider. They just make a snap decision and make that, oh, well, this is just this because of this. Religion is against this. And I've never seen a religion against anything in this. There are laws against it. And yes, there actually are. If you think it's fun to tie your girlfriend up and put her in a trunk because you want to have fun and you think it's hee-hee funny and you get pulled over by a cop, you get a record and you could actually be registered as a sexual offender, if not worse. Even if the girl says that you, or guy, because it could go the other way, and it did one time where a guy was tied up in the trunk, you can get in a lot of trouble. First off, you're violating the laws of motor vehicle, but also you're involving kidnapping laws. What was that, Mark?
Seatbelt safety.
Yeah, all that stuff. Like, and sometimes people do cross over that line. You know what I mean? And I'm someone who has a tattoo on my leg of a tied up woman who's naked, and I've had it since I was 20. Looking back on it now, of course, I do regret it to a certain degree. At least the position, because it's right on my calf, so it's hard to hide if I'm not wearing something. Luckily or unluckily, however you want to put it, my back injury causes me to actually need to wear compression sleeves because I have a lot of spasms in my calves, especially on my right leg. So I have a reason to hide it, but I do hide it if I go to Disney or Universal. I'd never show it. If we go to a con where there are a lot of kids, especially on Sundays, I'll never show it. But ultimately, we're so afraid of sexuality in America. It's disgusting. It's like we can't have honest conversations. I mean, Meredith was picking on me about not having a shirt on and all that, and sort of sexualizing me as a person. But there should be nothing wrong with that. It's easy stuff. We do it to women every day. We talk about how great a woman looks in a top. We talk about that. Well, you tell a guy anything, it's like, you get guys who are like, oh, I'm uncomfortable. Or you get the vain guys. I don't care. I wear a shirt because it's what you're supposed to do. Right now, I don't care about showing off my shoulders, but I can tell you, while it does not affect the sales with women, dressing like this at a show would affect sales with a man or a man and a woman together. Something about having muscles offends other men, and I don't understand it. It is what it is, but they do. They get it, and I'm sure Mark knows that. Mark's in a pretty good shape. When you're in good shape, I think it intimidates the guy who comes over to the table with his girlfriend, and I just think that that's sometimes an issue that you have to be a little mindful of, because people are afraid that you're flirting with their girlfriend and you have jealousy. And that's, I think, more American than anything else. I'd love to go overseas and see it, because I've talked to artists who love the book and are like, it's like, this would do so great. And where I'm from, you should think about getting it over there. And it's hard to get overseas with certain things, but I'm definitely aiming for it. I actually had someone reach out to me from France. They said, well, we'd love to take it. You just have to make it more sexual. This is too PG. I'm not kidding. That is what they told me. It was too PG. And of course,
I can see that. I can actually, having read it and not making assumptions about what's in it without turning the pages and stuff like that, I can see that.
No, I can too. It's on purpose. It was because this book was meant to invite people to have a conversation, even if you weren't into it. It uses very little nudity. Everything is powerful in the story on purpose. There's no cheap, like there's a couple images that are sexualized on purpose because it's to make a point. We have one picture of one of my character just absolutely in a very skimpy outfit. Looks amazing. She looks beautiful. Her legs are wide open. And the whole thing she says, and the entire purpose of it was to say, oh, I have your attention now. Trying to prove that sometimes you have to do that was my mockery of the entire industry using women to sell a book, because my character is such, to me, she's an interesting dynamic character. Mm-hmm. She gets into trouble, and instead of like blaming the world, she blames herself for a lot of what went on. She thinks she didn't do the right thing. She put herself in a situation, not to say she should have blamed herself. If there weren't bad people, nothing would have ever gone wrong. But there are bad people in the world. So she wanted to learn how to better explore and not get herself into situations. And the entire second issue is about abuse, which I've never seen anyone write a book about abuse that deals with abuse the way that I have necessarily, and that it's going to be a theme. And I remember that when we released it, everyone's like, oh, you're just dealing with it in one issue. I'm like, no, this is a character now. There's no taking back what happens to a person. Like, well, we all deal with abuse. I am a 42-year-old man, and I'm still dealing with shit from my childhood that I didn't even realize has affected me until this moment in my life. So that character is forever going to have this be something, and there's stories I want to tell that show it. But again, like Meredith said, people who don't bother reading the book miss out on everything, and they make assumptions because they've seen 50 Shades of Grey. And there's so much in 50 Shades of Grey that I consider straight out abuse. And there's so much that they got wrong about it. And it's heartbreaking that we live in this culture where people think it's okay to have snap judgments about people. And, I have the Cat Dad and Supermom sign behind me. And I'm proud of the work I've done as a kid's author. And, a lot of people are like, oh, it's disgusting. You could sell 2 books at the same con on the same table. I'm like, what? Do you have a problem with Barnes and Noble? Do you have a problem with that stuff? This is for the kids, so the kids get something to read, and then the adults come over to me the other side of the table. And we have a conversation about the more adult material. There's nothing wrong with that. So many people in America are so amped up and like publicly against sexuality, but ultimately behind doors, I find most people are pent up and don't know how to express what they want. That's why I don't think porn is causing a problem. I think porn alleviates a problem to a certain degree. I think the biggest problem is that people don't know how to communicate with their partners what they want. My problem with partners were never really sexual. It was always more, real life stuff. Because sexually, I can explain things all the time. I even had an ex who got in their own head. And when they got in their own head, they couldn't enjoy things. And I had to kind of talk to her about that. And through actual BDSM, she was able to learn to let go of that. And it's amazing how this ability in a community to have conversations and to do things, by the way, scientifically proven, like a lot of the stuff in BDSM, it's playful. It gives you endorphin release, which makes everything better, of course. For those who have ever ran, you understand endorphin releases, the adrenaline, a lot of it's not what you see. There are extremes, don't get me wrong. And I am actually one of the people who comes out against the extremes. I don't think you should ever do harm. And my definition of harm is not the same as other people. There's a thing in the community that says, my kink, not your kink, and it's about trying to respect people. But I do in my writing talk about extremes, and will continue, and even upsetting people that I don't think there's certain things you should do within sexuality. But again, if you have an adult and you're 2 adults and you have a conversation and you want to be tied up in the back of a trunk, and as long as you're willing to go to jail for that moment, then that's a choice. You should be able to make that choice. I mean, it's the same as having sex in the car. I know there was a case, and it was a weird case. Someone had sex. They were like 30-year-olds. They had sex in the car, plain old vanilla backseat sex. They did it in front of a school. They tried to register them as sex offenders. They did it at 2 a.m. No one was in school, and they did it during summer. But the one judge and the one prosecutor tried to make it something. And I remember it was a big deal because there was a pushback. Like, okay, wait, this is too far. That, doing it in front of a school when the class is in session, obviously we have to have a conversation. And maybe they should be registered as sex offenders at that point. I'm not a public voyeur type person. I do think that you don't want to ever have children exposed to, explicit acts of sexuality, obviously. I think what's on television is sometimes too explicit for its own good, to be honest with you. And I write the fetish book because I do think there's a time and a place, I have a little child in my house, and I don't expose him to things that I think would affect him. He's not allowed to flip through comics when I'm writing certain things or working on certain things. He's not allowed to be in the room if I think that there is something. But I also don't want to teach my son that he should ever be ashamed of his sexuality. So that means at a certain time when he's old enough to have the conversation, I'll have that. And usually for parents listening, whether you like it or not, the perfect time to have the conversation is the moment your kid starts asking about it. When a kid asks where a baby comes from, talking about a stalk usually starts to teach a child that they should be ashamed of sexuality, whether you want it to or not. And that's where our problem is in America. If a kid asks where a baby comes from, depending on their age, there's literature. Tell the child you can't talk about it right then. Read a book, see what you should do, and follow that. Or if you feel comfortable, have the conversation in the way that you think the kid is ready for. So many times we try to protect our teenagers by telling them, oh, sex is bad, sex is bad. We don't realize we're damaging them to have a healthy sex life and actually understand it. We're setting up problems for them, and it sounds weird. Well, you shouldn't have a teen that's proud of their sexuality or comfortable with it, but you really should, because you're not going to stop a teenager from having sex. Sorry, parents. It's never going to happen, no matter what we do. So what we can do is have the conversations where we sit down, we explain the use of condoms, we explain being safe, and all that. I'll tell you the truth. I was on the comic at a Comic-Con, and this I'm going to say that this girl had to be about 16, and she came up to the table and wanted to see Barbara, and I was like, I'm sorry, I can't let you do that. That's content that's just, it's not appropriate for your age group. I was like, I just don't feel comfortable with that. I was like, if you bring back your mom or a parent and they buy the book, then that's fine. And I'd said that a couple times. I was shocked but proud to see the mom walk over and buy the book for her kid after she asked me to give her the pitch. And I gave her the pitch, even though the kid was there and the parent chose to have the kid there. And I have ways to tell. Like I always say, it's like 50 Shades of Grey if someone knew what they were talking about with an educational aspect that allows a person to understand how to do things safely. The minute I said that, the mom wanted the book for her kid because apparently the mom knew she had a relationship with her child and knew that the child was engaging in these activities and wanted the child to understand how to do so safely and bought the book and gave it to her. Personally, I think that that's an amazing thing. I think that that's a powerful moment to have with the relationship with your child. Because think about it. Kids can do things and get hurt. They should be able to reach out to someone. I know some parents aren't going to feel comfortable with that. So if you don't feel comfortable, instead of telling them certain things, you should be able to send them to someone in your family who might be comfortable to have that conversation. Go ahead, Meredith.
Well, I want you to segue into this survey that you have.
So we have a book. Actually, I don't know if I have it. Let me turn off my camera for a second. I'm still here, though. So I made a survey. So this came out of, believe it or not, just a weekend with the flu. So I had created a survey for online, and I have had everyone I've dated fill this survey out for years. And I don't date that often. I know that made me sound like a slut. Like I'm giving out this thing every weekend to different people. That's not how I meant it. What I meant is that anyone over a decade who I had dated, a decade's a nice round time, I had filled out an earlier version of this that I created. And then I happened to have a flu one weekend, and I thought, well, I want to put this in part of the trade for Barbara Unleashed. At one point, I was going to do a trade. When I tried to do the trade under the old name, I got reported to Facebook. I got 30 emails because the original name of the project at one point was Fetish Babies, which everyone, looking back on it, maybe I should have seen it coming, because I did have at least one person warn me. But I always meant it as the mentality of the people not reading, the mentality of the main character that you're reading about. She ran into something, didn't understand it. She was a fetish baby. And there's a moment where they get in trouble for actually that. Varian's here.
Well, here's the thing. Again, I've flipped through, I call it the workbook. And there's nothing dirty or nasty or anything like that. It's literally a survey for people to take, like your comfort zone, what you're okay with, what you're open to, and things like that. So it's always surprising to me when I hear how much pushback you've gotten because of this book.
Well, I mean, again, sexuality, ha ha ha, he he he. Ooh, it's funny, but I can't help but say it. The survey says, so this is basically what you're going to fill out. Very moderate. Now, this cover actually leads to a different cover that some people have saw. It was actually available on the last Kickstarter I had, but we had to cancel it because my mom got sick and, sadly passed away. So I took some time away. But yeah, it's also, it's not just a survey to fill out, but it gives you a lot of information that you might need to know. And look, this is the inside of a fetish book. And this has already blown out of 100 issues. 100 copies of these have been sold, and it was only brought out last August. Last August, September, we're already 100 issues gone. 100 issues already gone. Because people like the idea, and they don't just buy it for one person, they buy it for two. And you guys can see. You can sit down, fill it out, and have an adult conversation with someone in your life about what you want to be doing and how you want to be doing it. So it's one of those things that, it's just about communicating with someone. It's not encouraging anyone to do anything. It's encouraging them to do it safely. It's inviting people to the conversation. Do I expect everyone to be like I am? No. I think it's ridiculous to ever expect that. I don't do what I do so everyone gets excited about it. I do it because I know that there are people out there. 50 Shades of Grey, whether you liked it or not, proved that there are a lot of people with a lot of money willing to spend on a movie that is just about something that they really want. Where in America, we're very closed off. We can't talk about sex in an adult fashion. You know, we see that a lot. And that's why even when you have a bunch of women creators talking, the way that they talk about sexuality is more honest and more pure than when you get a bunch of guys, because especially guys, we're taught that, and I don't want to pass this to my son, and I'll admit it, and this is one thing I completely agree about, and I didn't realize it, we treat women as trophies. We are raised to, what's that?
Conquest.
Or conquest. I never looked at it as a woman as a conquest. I understood it. And I know one time when I was really young, I ran into a friend and I wanted to brag about that I wasn't a virgin anymore. But the truth was I had conflicting thoughts on it because I got really drunk and I was very depressed at that point. And it just kind of happened. And she couldn't even believe I was a virgin after it, which, you know, come on. But someone doesn't believe you're a virgin, complete virgin and drunk. That's when I found out what whiskey D meant. And I definitely had it. And for those who don't know what that is, it's when you can't finish. And it was one of the few times in my life I couldn't. And I apparently went for 2 hours because not only was I drunk, but she also was a little bit of a pothead. So I might have taken a drag or two of something. So that was my first experience. But I remember I tried to brag about it to this guy and I felt horrible about bragging about having sex. Not necessarily later about bragging about having great sex. Now, that's different. Usually I like the girl around when I'm bragging about great sex so I can see the bashful look on her face, but like, yeah, he's right. You know, it's no fun if they're not there. Like making fun of Varian. I always like Varian around when I make fun of him because if he's not there, I never get to have his reaction. There he comes.
I'm here. I'm just, I was working on some stuff.
I always get very, but no, I'm serious. Like we're ashamed of sexuality. I mean, Varian just touched upon something yesterday about Lola being called out for something she has no control over. It's like when people are like, you know, even with me a little bit, I wear this shirt. How can this shirt be bad? Because I have muscles on my arms. I should hide who I am. But this intimidates people. Truthfully, having someone who doesn't look out of shape intimidates people who are out of shape. Or it makes people feel inferior. Because I'll tell you the truth, when I had smaller arms and I wore shirts, no one ever made comments. Every so often it was like, oh, look at little arms. Just trying to be, a little bit of a dick to me. But now people are like, oh, look who's trying to show off. Dude, I liked wearing sleeveless shirts before I had on any arms. And I was a little guy. You know, this tattoo, if you look at it, oh, wrong arm. This tattoo has expanded so much on my arm because when I first got it, it's like a balloon thing. When I first got it, this tattoo, I'm not lying. See how high up is it on my arm? You want to laugh? Guess where it started on my arm? Down here. It is migrated up because of the fact that I did this thing, and I know it's radical, and I'm going to get hate mail about this. I'm sorry, Varian. This is going to get some hate mail. I apologize immediately, and I'll even put up my thing.
I was going to say, put up your card. Send all hate mail to you.
I'm going to put up my card. I'm already ready for the hate mail. I know it's coming in. It's going to come in heavy and hard. So send it to me, not Varian. Here you go. TheIndieDevil at gmail.com. Okay, so here's how I got big arms. I fucking worked out. I went to a gym and I picked things up and I put them down. I don't even work out like I used to because I have a back injury now. This is from me working out and simply going to the gym and continuing to do small little moderate things because I take care of my body. This is nothing fucking that impressive, honestly. It's really not. Yeah. Just like everything about our lives. We're just who we are.
Well, with shirts like that and stuff, you had your vest on yesterday. You were talking to Gamal and all of a sudden, rip.
Yeah, so, let me see if I have it nearby. So I was on the show, right? And Gamal, man, great book. The crowdfunding, what was it? And we have it teed up here, so I'll read it for where I'm in the wrong room. It's like the professional guide to creating comics, right?
Hold on a second. Let me
business. Yeah.
Let me grab that for you. Go ahead, but get your.
No, I'm going to put it up. Okay, so the business of independent comic book publishing. So I'm on interviewing him, and I told Meredith before I did it, I'm like, I'm nervous, man. This is the rare time that I know I'm the dumbest person in the room. I am so careful right now because I know he's smarter than me, and I don't want to look stupid, right? So I get all dressed up nice, right? Got all my shirts on and all that stuff, and I have this nice little vest on. I got the tie and all that. So I'm sitting here, and it's all buttoned up, and I'm like, I bend forward, and I hear, and I'm like, oh. So when I go off air, literally half of the sides had busted out because I'd flexed my chest at one point. Because the one thing that's different is since the pandemic, I've taken my back a little more seriously because I want to be in less pain. So I've been doing the exercises for my back, and I've been pushing through the pain, and I've gotten to a good point where I must have built some back muscle because someone had even said to me recently, your back looks a lot stronger than it did. So I was like, oh, cool. So it must be working. And I'm talking about, guys, we're talking about 10, 15-pound weights, repetitively doing it so I don't have as much back pain. So when I have to pick up my son, I don't pull anything. I'm not on the floor in immense pain anymore. Like, this is how I got arms. You don't have to be intimidated. It's not a choice. If I could have picked how to look, I'd pick to look better too. I'd want to be Brad Pitt, man. That guy, he's amazing. You know, Brad Pitt's my crush, my celebrity crush. He's my hall pass. I'll tell you right now. So, I mean, we're all afraid of sexuality as an American audience, and we shouldn't be. We should be okay with it. And a lot of that comes from these books. Even with women, you see these books of these girls with all these boobs, and you look at it and you go, well, wait, the nipple's not even supposed to be there. One of my favorite games is looking at an image of a woman when they have the low-cut shirts, and I'm like, where are her nipples? Like, do you know anatomy? Do you know women have nipples? I'm just asking for a friend. And I can see that, but that's what we want. The truth is we want that sexuality. We want that look. There's a reason that teenage girls are used to model, because that's what people ultimately desire. It's how we're created as animals. Whether you like it or not, we're animals. Yes, we have to control ourselves. Yes, we have to follow laws. And if you're touching a kid, you deserve to be shot in the back of the head. I'm sorry. There are just some animals that need to be put down, and I'll never. Actually, I'm not sorry. I take back the sorry. I'm okay with that. But then other things, just because one person does something doesn't mean another person. Like, I'll tell you, the most disgusting thing. All right, don't share this with anyone. Don't tell anyone this, Meredith. Okay, the most disgusting thing you can do. Missionary position. Like, oh my God, what is that? If you want to have a conversation, like, am I supposed to be like, you want me to look at you? Like, at that moment, you don't want to look in the eyes. That's when the devil's coming out. Like, you just don't want to see it. But we can't have those conversations because boobs are still intimidating men. Oh, she has boobs. I like looking at boobs. The hardest part of my life is learning not to move my eyes. Like, I've learned how to keep my eyes right here. I have great peripheral vision. I'm very thankful for great peripheral vision, and I've always been very good at it. But it is hard because there's that teenage boy who's like, boobies, boobies, boobies. You can't turn it off. It's part of my sexuality.
But obviously, when Ennis and I, we were kind of teasing you and stuff like that, the girls have the same problem. We do the same thing. And it's kind of funny because we like teasing Rob, and he kind of gets that grin. He turns a little pink and stuff like that, and it's cute. but that was the thing. It was just like my eyes are right here. One of the things that I really like about the survey and Barbara Unleashed is even though it's talking about fetish and it's talking about those adult things that people are very uncomfortable talking about usually, there are lessons in it. And that seems to be a common theme with your books. There's always some kind of a lesson or a moral to the story. Yes.
I don't know what you're talking about. My books have no morals. It's not a metaphor for not judging human beings and getting to know them before you talk crap about them because they might be better people. No, it's just a book about monsters. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. But I mean, seriously, it's one of those things where there is powerful messaging in it, in all honesty. There's powerful messaging in it, and a word of caution, to really understand what you're getting into, and have those conversations before you find yourself in a dangerous situation.
Yeah. And Varian, are you still with us?
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about a little bit about like that? Do you want a few minutes to discuss? Because we are talking about the power sexuality, and my book is about empowering people, not taking anything away. Not. I advocate for the right for people to choose their own path, literally. And I don't talk about it, but my character's bisexual, so there's representation. No, I will never make my book an LGBTQ book, but in the real world, people are still being judged. And Varian had a very honest conversation last night about it, and how he felt when Can we talk about that, Varian?
Yeah. I mean, I think for me, I've always said that you can say whatever you want to say. Sorry, the ice cream man's outside. I thought about running. You can say what you want about me, and I may take offense, and I may come at you. But the things that I usually find unforgivable is, the spouse and children. That's usually when I'm like, okay, now we have to go. We have to say something. Now, I mean, there are some side rules to that, but I won't go into that. But yeah, there's an individual, and I feel like I'm I feel like a broken record. But there's an individual who made some disparaging remarks about Lola, about her breast size, and she's very aware. She's very aware that her breasts are large. I believe the size she's in currently is what is it, Lola? An H. So she's very busty, and someone made a comment about she shouldn't host a show like that. She shouldn't be on a part of a show like that. And she's aware that they've been big since she was in 4th grade. To say that a woman can't host a show because her breasts are large, shame on you, sir. Shame on you. The what is it? 11 or so years you've been in this industry should have taught you better than that. I'm ashamed of you, and you need to educate yourself, not just in comic books, but I think just in being a better person. There are women out here of all shapes and sizes. I mean, next it'll be, what's it going to be next? Color? I mean, if you went to breast size, I'm guessing color is just a quick stone throw away. Maybe she doesn't belong behind the mic because you can't get her. I don't know what it is, but I think that there is a problem with sexuality in this country. I'll go even further. I had a situation where one of the lead funding companies online, they still allow for a person to put in a memo when a payment is sent, and a person wrote, "Thanks for the awesome, effing picture." Their bots crawled across that, found the word effing and picture together, and the next thing you know, Lola gets a notification, and this is our joint PayPal account, that PayPal's been limited. Actually, now it's been frozen, and you'll get the money in 190 days. 190, was it 190 days? Was that it? Yeah, 190 days or so. It might have been 90 days, but it was a long time. And so we have a problem with sexuality in this country, and being ashamed of it, like Rob said. And I think now we're seeing a bit of a counter movement to that. We're seeing people say, "Hey, I'm not going to be told that I can't have what I want in my comic. I can't have." I just came across an artist whose erotic artwork is very, very detailed, and it's actually pretty good. But it's erotic artwork, and good for, because it's so often we think that we see erotic artwork. So often we think, oh, who is this guy? Who is this guy drawing it?
Well, no, it goes deeper than that, because we're taught. I was raised to be ashamed of it in religion. My mom made me ashamed of who I was. Society's made me ashamed of who I am because of the fetish aspect. And, I'm a little rebellious, so I get a tattoo, and I don't fucking hide it, and I get shirts that read this. But again, how does this shirt hurt anyone? And there are people who can run their mouth literally accusing me of being a pedophile because I have a Barbara Unleashed book and a Cat Dad and Supermom on the same table. I'm so tired of people shaming me because of who I am. I could even wear a shirt like this and people will be like, oh, you let Rob on that show because let it showing off his arms. What? How did these arms offend you? Why is everyone so damn offended? Maybe you need to have more sex. Maybe you need to go out and get laid,
I think we've demonized it in this country, and in a lot of places where it's you can't talk about it, you can't say it, you can't think it. I read something I won't repeat here, but I read something this week that left me scratching my head. I ran to my wife and asked her if she felt that way, and she's like, hell no. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. And it was about, positions. And it really was
it wasn't about missionary, was it?
No. No, it was, but it's just, people try to control what you can and can't do, can and can't say. I think that for comics especially, it has a rich history of underground comics pushing the envelope sexually. There's sex in the underground comics, drug use, alcohol use, sometimes abuse. There's all these things in underground comics that could trigger and inspire and motivate, and titillate, and piss you off. And there's all these things. And we used to look at these things and can have conversations about them. And nowadays, people don't have conversations. They run to Twitter and they create an outrage hashtag. And have you seen this bullshit? Maybe the thing was what we needed is maybe in the past, everyone was on drugs, so they were a lot more introspective and they talked.
There's pot all over the place. For a country that's legalizing pot, we got some stressed out people. All right? People calm the hell down, but why is it that that's the left side, who's the biggest proponents for making weed legal, are so stressed out still? I was like, vote yes so they can calm the fuck down. Please, get. The only thing we'll have to hear about is Doritos, and they're still angry. What do you want?
You know what I thought, and this is kind of related, not quite, but everything that's going on recently. I thought about, how, imagine a situation where you're a child in a house, and let's say your mother remarries, and then as far as you can remember, this man has been whooping your ass, for the slightest thing you did. Maybe you did nothing. Maybe you're just watching TV.
What do you mean, Dad?
Well, yeah. Maybe you're just watching TV and you want to watch the game, and now you got to get your ass kicked because he's missing the first half of the game. I would, and that kid turns 14, 15 years old, and he says, "Hey, yo, I'm out of here. I'm moving in with some friends. Or I'm leaving. I'm not coming back. I'm moving out." And that kid leaves, and the mother is crying. Oh, her baby's leaving. How could you leave? How could you leave the family? We're never talking to you again. And you think, well, no, I'm not gonna stay here and get abused. And I think that's what we're facing in the comic industry right now. I'm getting abused. I mean, because I've been there and I'm there. Hey, I'm getting abused, and no one, very few people, come to your aid. And the people who do, they're like, hey, there's an easier way. So when you're making your comics, Rob, and you're getting told, you can't do this and can't do that, sometimes there's an easier way, man. There's a way to make your comics where they can complain, but it's almost like you're out of reach.
And we've got JD Calderon in the green room right now.
I want to answer Varian's thing.
Yeah.
So Varian talks about going to the other side and all that. And the problem is I'm not going to the other side. I'm going to stay right in the center. I'm going to continue to make what I'm going to make. I'm going to continue to piss people off. It's the only way you change shit. Is by being able to take the hits, is being able to get beat up and stand up and still be there and prove that they can't take you down. You can keep making lies about, you can keep making me the boogeyman. The only thing you're doing is make me scarier. Because now you're making me a legend. Now people are really afraid of me because you've made me the monster. So they're more afraid of me than they are you now. So thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if like it's funny, sometimes you just get tired of getting your ass whooped. And it's like I gotta move. I can't stay here. I can't stay here with Pops anymore if he's gonna keep whooping my ass and Mom's just watching and not saying anything.
And we don't mean Pops from the internet. Don't go sharing this.
No. I'm talking about that old drunk motherfucker that
still not the same Pops.
Yeah.
Who said go get my belt?
I was gonna say the old drunk motherfucker that Mom brought home from bingo. That's who you don't want. That you don't want. That's the person is whooping your ass every day. And you're like, okay, I'm out. I'm moving. I can't take this ass whooping anymore. I got to go. I mean, look, I think we would do it with marriages. The quote I was given was, and this is an adult program, so I can say it. When the fucking you're getting is not worth the fucking you're getting, it's time the fuck you getting. So
I'm gonna bring JD in, and then we're gonna do a little station thing. Hold on a second.
I want to do the station thing first.
We're gonna do a station thing first. Hold on, right? We'll be right back. All right, you guys, this is Indie Vent Day 2. This is the book sale portion of our programming, and we are getting ready to close out. We're closing out with JD, and then we'll probably do a little bit of after show. If my internet.
No cat.
What?
No cat dad?
We're gonna do Cat Dad. We're gonna do Cat Dad because
for the record, Cat Dad has been moved around this program the entire day. She wants to talk about his fetish. Like, this is not my Katie. Not my
No. As the keeper of the schedule, I actually had you at 4:00 for Barbara Unleashed and 5:00 for Cat Dad and Supermom. But
she didn't schedule anyone for the whole day. That's what she did. No, a lot of people back.
Bite me, Rob. Bite me here, right here on the weenus.
That's what you get. That's what you get for saying you're a better interviewer. I'm sorry, JD. This is your time. By all means.
Listen, I read Cat Dad and Superman. Fantastic book. Right? No, it really was. I really enjoyed it. I mean, it's not. I'll be honest with you, not necessarily my thing is made for kids, but it really was nice. I enjoyed it. It was nice. I really liked it.
Thank you, dude.
So JD, let's get you on the big screen here and talk
Oh
about.
Jesus, not again.
Yeah, you're getting on the big screen. There you go.
Oh, that's the wrong screen. That's the wrong screen. That's not what we wanted.
Yeah, and it looks like I walked in on a conversation.
There you go, JD.
Oh, lovely.
Introduce yourself and tell us about the Oswald Chronicles.
The Oswald Chronicles. Yes, I'm the writer and the creator of the Oswald Chronicles. And basically, that's it. I'm currently running a Kickstarter for 2 issues, which I actually have present.
Ooh.
That is the first issue. And it's actually in color, which is a bit of a departure for me because normally I print these books in black and white. But I had a little extra cash, so I actually did them. I actually had them colored. So at the time, I had some extra cash. Unfortunately, that wore out. Which is why I'm doing a Kickstarter. Hopefully, get more books colorized. So and it's listen. It's the life and times of a mouse who's destined to become the greatest sorcerer of his time, and he does a lot of different things. As my byline goes, it's the greatest mouse adventure going. So please, any other questions?
Now this is on Kickstarter?
This is currently on Kickstarter. We're on our 14th day. We've actually doubled our goal. We're about $1,300 in. I have a very low goal, $500. I actually do that because I want to guarantee people that this book is going to come out. You understand? No matter what happens, this book is complete. It's coming out. It's going to get to you. I've done, I think, 17 of these so far, and I've always fulfilled. You know, people always get their books. You don't have to worry, and I try to turn them very quickly. So, once the campaign date is done, I'll probably be shipping within 3 weeks.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, so I try not to take too long. The only part of it that sometimes takes a little bit of time is Daphne. She does, she'll do sketch covers, and sometimes that might take a little bit longer. Sometimes it might take an extra week or so. But she's actually really good about it. She stays on top of it. Those are all the other various campaigns that we've done. As you'll see, Tall Tales in there mixed in with Oswald.
Mm-hmm. And I'm actually gonna. When Rob is done scrolling there, I'm going to put the QR code up because that is directed, I want to say that is directed to the Kickstarter site.
Okay. And actually, let me show this off as well. This is the other book that's going along with these two books. This one's in black and white. This is done by a different artist. This is It Came Seeking Me. This is illustrated by a good friend of mine. His name is Matt Lunsford. His art style is a little different. That's his artwork there, but the interiors are in black and white, but actually quite swanky. Matt is actually a skilled guy.
Now, what's really neat, and I don't know if it's your lighting, the way you have your lighting, but a lot of times when people have been showing their books, it's shiny and you almost can't see the pages. But
yeah, what's fantastic is that I look grainy and crappy, but the books look good. So, you know, that's what's kind of working for us here. So,
that works.
Exactly. So, yeah, like I said, I mean, I think if you like fantasy, if you enjoy something like, I don't know, like high-end fantasy, you know, if you enjoy that sort of thing, you'll probably enjoy this. You like something like crazy, like Sandman or Fables or anything along those lines, you know, Mouse Guard, you'll probably enjoy this book.
Time to take a picture, guys. Take a picture of your screen and be taken to the Oswald Chronicles.
Yeah, and actually I'm going to do, I'm checking this with my phone. I was doing this all before to see.
Yeah, and for anyone who doesn't know, I have my own YouTube channel and I do interviews under JD Calderon, soon to be changed. I'm going to be changing the title of the channel soon. But I am a much better interviewer than I am an interviewee.
Why is that, JD?
I honestly don't like talking about my work. I don't know why. I've explained this a couple of times. It feels like I'm bragging about something. You know, it just feels weird and unnatural to me. Everybody says, no, you got to talk about your work. You got to tell them how special it is. And I, you know, I'm going to sit there and say, yeah, I'm the greatest thing running. You know, I'm sitting there going, Jesus Christ, you know, because I've worked professionally as a writer. I've had people pay me, editors pay me for writing and stuff. But the thing is, though, is that in my heart, you know, I feel I'm good, but I'm always trying to get better. You understand? And that's my goal, is to always be better. I want to be a better writer today than I was yesterday. And tomorrow, my intention is to be a better writer tomorrow than I am today. You understand? So I live with that self-doubt every day. You understand? So sometimes it's a little difficult for me to come out and be like, yeah, it's the greatest thing ever. You know?
Well, you know, I mean, as creators, I think we all go through that, where at some point we just have to cut the umbilical cord and let the baby go and do its thing. And, you know, it's got to be good enough. And then maybe in the future, I don't know if it's different with comic books. I know with writing prose, and I know you do that too.
Yeah.
You know, there's always that temptation to go back and fix things. I'm not talking grammar, but maybe like the mini story arc, or, you know, some kind of conflict or resolution or something that you feel that you could have done better. In comic books, I don't know. I kind of like the idea of, you make your mistakes and things like that, like it or lump it. And then, as you develop more comic books, people will get to see the improvement in your stories and maybe the artwork, if you're doing your own drawing. So I kind of like that, but I don't know one creator in any field or in any genre who's 100% happy with what they put out there. And if they are, then they've got other issues, I think,
True. I mean, there's some people that go out there and like, I don't know. I hate using the word shamelessly, but it seems to just go out and just shamelessly promote their stuff. Like, it's sliced bread, whoever, what's that? Just this, that's all you got to worry about.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things, that's one of my big hangouts. But I tell everybody with all sincerity, you will probably like this book. I mean, at one time when I was at conventions, I had a $1 book on my table, and it was for the Oswald Chronicles. It was the first issue, and I would actually do a refund. If you didn't like that book, you could bring it back to me, and I'll give you back your $1, as long as it looked like a truck didn't run over it. Okay. Or you could even bring it back and trade it in for something else on the table.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I only had one person ever take me up on it, and it was because he was trading in for like the graphic novel.
Okay.
So he took it, he bought it, and I've sold hundreds of those things, because they were at the time they were just small digest size, it was very inexpensive to print. So I was like, okay, so we'll sell it for $1, And I also have that option currently running on the campaign. It's not a refund, but you can get a single issue PDF file for $1, and I've actually spiced that up a little bit. So there are 2 books available for $1. You can get My First Day, which is basically Oswald's origin story. And you'll also get It Came Seeking Me, which is, this book by Matt and myself for $1. So you get 2 books, roughly about, I think, so 56 pages worth of material for $1. And it's been said before, and it's very important. Not every people can afford $1. If you can give that $1, it's important, because what it does is it shifts the campaign up in the algorithm, and then more people get to see it, so that it becomes more successful. And the other thing is, with my stuff, whatever money I make, it doesn't come to me. I pay it all out to the artists. I have a day job. That's what I live off of. Now, what I use for my very expensive hobby comes from Kickstarter and Indiegogo, and all that stuff goes straight to the artists. And I don't mind doing it. I love doing it. I love my artist. She's fantastic. Her name is Jade Gonzalez. She's I met her online through DeviantArt, probably about 10 or 12 years ago. I can't believe it's been that long. But yeah, but we're running on almost 1,000 pages of material. So I have a lot of backlog, so that has yet to see the light of day. But it's coming. It's all coming.
I want to speak to self-promotion, because it is not easy for a lot of people, and there are many who don't do it well. Right. And I think probably because they're like, I'd rather be creating. I don't want to do the whole circuit thing, and it brings back a memory of a good friend of mine who told me, she's like, you have a talent that is not common. Mm-hmm. And for you to, and that's singing. This was a long time ago. It's been a while. But she says, you have a talent that's uncommon. And when you sit there and you say, I don't feel like going, I don't feel like doing it, I don't feel like sharing it, she's like, you are actually not sharing your talent. And you are you're not giving the world your voice. You're not sharing your talent. You're not sharing this gift. And she says, how selfish of you. And I was just like, oh, because I've never been called selfish in my life, Right. And she says, there is a certain point where you have to promote yourself and you have to let your voice out and be heard. Because if you don't, then, you know, you're what's the word I'm looking for?
Well, you're
not
denying the world.
Exactly. You know,
Your gifts.
and I never thought of it that way, and I still struggle with that, because even though I can be in front of the camera, I'm okay with being in front of the camera, and I'm like you, JD. I'm more comfortable interviewing people than being interviewed, because I've never been good on my feet, and maybe that's personality, maybe that's just training. Like when you train to sing, you know, you have the sheet of music, you learn what's on the page.
Right.
And you present that, you practice that, you present that, and you have your interpretation and everything, but it's all prepared.
Right.
Whereas when you're on an interview show, you don't know what questions are coming at you, and then you have to think on your feet, and it's just, for me, it's exhausting. You know, and that's why, like, my personal interview style, and I sat with you on your show, and I love it when it's a little bit more like a conversation.
Yeah, which is how I try to keep it. So.
Yeah. Exactly. And so I think that speaks to, and I'm teasing Rob here because I was teasing him earlier. I said, we have very different interview styles. You know, he's like business.
No. What she said is we have very different interview styles. Go back and watch it. And she continues to say, I ask in-depth questions.
Well,
that is the quote that everyone should go back and listen to. I
remember that. I had a mind. I blanked out.
Here's the thing, Rob. She's asked me several questions, and I have not been confused not one time.
That's because people confuse easy. I'm sorry. I'm a genius. I forgot I have to slow it down for the rest of you.
You know, hey, listen, you know, genius to one, and, you know, hey, something else to somebody else.
The devil to the others.
Right. There you go.
Don't understand how these are so complicated. It's layered questions. Answer them now.
No hidden meanings, no nothing. Yeah.
Dog pooping on lawn, bad or not.
There you go. No, but you know, it's funny is because it's funny. I have two styles when it comes down to talking about my work, right? It's either very brief, just like, you know, I gave my pitch. I was like, okay, my elevator pitch is, you know, Oswald, you know, a mouse. He's the only mouse in his world who can read or speak or think, and he's destined to become the greatest sorcerer of his time, right? Very brief, very succinct. Okay, that's what it is. You understand? Or I will talk to you for a week, and you know, then it becomes too much, because then I start to going into detail as far as the stories and all that stuff. And I don't like talking about it because a lot of this stuff has yet to be revealed, and I want people to read this work, and I want people to enjoy it that way. You know, so it's going to be one of those things where either we talk, you know, it's either going to be quick or it's going to be like, he's still talking.
You have to find a happy medium.
Exactly. This is like finding the happy medium. This is,
And we're
look.
back on Facebook, actually not being like they reversed their spam thing on us. So hello, Sarah. We're back live on Facebook. Imagine that. It wasn't.
Yeah.
We're actually having a real conversation with people. Thanks, Facebook, for being so on top of everything.
Yeah, that's because I came on.
There you go. See, the gifts keep on giving.
I don't know what happened to JD. He had to suddenly leave.
Rob, don't, you know, listen, envy is a terrible thing.
It's not envy. I'm from Queens. We just know when someone comes to your house and they piss on your rug, you don't let them stay.
I'm not. Listen, I wouldn't just piss on your rug.
I'm so glad I'm putting that down.
I got Meredith. I watch her drinking, and I usually try to hit my jokes at just the right time, and I've gotten her twice now. I'm keeping count.
There you go.
I don't need a new keyboard yet.
Mm-hmm.
Word
Hello,
of the day,
Sarah.
weenus. You can bite that, Rob. Bite my weenus, okay?
JD's just looking at you because he doesn't understand it. It's priceless because he doesn't know what you're talking about. Go explain it. Oh, no, it's funny. It's
Listen,
actually funny.
I watch UFC. I'm picturing her elbowing you in the forehead.
No.
Huge gash, blood all over the place.
Right,
This sort of
leaned
thing.
over like then I think of Fight Club. You don't know where I've been. You don't know.
You don't know exactly.
You've seen the books I write. Just imagine where I've been.
One horn hanging loose.
Bloody torn up Band-Aid hanging off.
Exactly.
You go to like the local, horn repair shop for that one. Like, I got this one coming off right. Help a brother out, will you? Here.
There you go. Crazy glue, man. Crazy glue. That's what it was invented for.
UFC does. The guy's bleeding. They put him in the corner. Yeah. Get it back out there. You'll be fine.
That's it. That was an old trick by the old guys, man. Crazy glue. That's what it was. It was literally invented to seal wounds.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Oh my goodness.
All right.
Oswald Chronicles. Where were
we went far afield.
We went off the rails a little bit here.
Yes. So again, available on Kickstarter right now. Issues 1 and 2 of the Clive's Tale. So it's about Clive. Is this little guy here? Well, here, right? That he's a Cyclops baby, and Oswald finds him in Dream, and he's alone, and he's lost. Actually, he was enslaved to some demons. Oswald rescues him and basically makes a promise to help him find his parents. This is the culmination of that story where his tale is finally told and where Oswald gets to reunite him with his parents. So that's basically it.
The wonderful thing about Cyclops Baby is that eventually Cyclops Baby is going to grow up.
Oh yeah.
Are those tales that you're working on now?
Well, this page, that's Cyclops Baby telling the story of his youth with Oswald.
Mm-hmm.
And Oswald taking him to hell, because that's what he does. He takes children to hell. That's what Oswald does.
Okay, so this might not be a children's book. What is the target age range, though, for these books?
The way I explain it
as an adult, I would enjoy.
Right. I typically explain it to people is like, if your kid can watch Lord of the Rings, the movies, you're good. There's no adult language. There's no there's nothing terrible. You know what I'm saying? Conceptually, there's some stuff that might really like in this one. We have Baba Yaga, right? And she goes around, and what she does is she eats her victims. So she's a cannibal. All right. And I think, we should have a picture there of her slicing open some poor Fae.
My goodness.
And then,
I'm trying to remember how old I was the first time I heard the word cannibalism. No, seriously, I think I was like 9.
I was 6.
Were you? You remember?
What were you watching?
Cannibal Holocaust.
I thought. I thought maybe because you were being told what you were doing.
No.
Oh, okay.
Cannibal Holocaust and the Green Inferno. And my dad thought that was okay for me to watch. And I'm telling you.
Watching with you, just taking notes. Was he like a scientist? I'm just asking.
No. I think he was like, I'm gonna make this boy creative yet. That and I'll tell you guys my Shaka Zulu story after we're off the air.
Okay.
Speaking of off the air, we have 8 minutes left. No Cat Dad on the show today, apparently.
No, do Cat Dad. We can extend it a little bit.
Yeah. Listen, I'll tell you right now. Cat Dad, awesome book. Go pick up that book.
And we definitely want Cat Dad on the program. It's a perfect way to finish it off. Between the Oswald Chronicles and Cat Dad and Supermom, finishing it off. Feel good and all that. Plus, it's in demand. What did you do to your hair?
I got tired of it being on my forehead. I'm going to grow out all my hair and get long hair just to bother someone who I work with now who always makes fun of my hair. So as I'm growing my hair, there are going to be plenty of points where he's going to really be upset. But don't tell him I'm doing it. Hi, Marianne.
Wow.
All right, JD, I'm not going to kick you off or anything like that, but Rob, I do want you to talk about Cat Dad and Supermom because it's award winning.
I don't know.
It's in demand.
Do we have time? All right, fine, I'll do it. All right, so Cat Dad.
You twisted his arm.
I had to twist his arms a little bit.
All right, fine. Give them what they want, right? That's what I was always told. Give them what they want. So, without further ado, this is what got us Project We Love, because I was honest on a video, and I suggest everyone try this just once in their life, being honest when they're talking to their fans. An all-ages tale that teaches morals with farts and shows the power of imagination that will entertain everyone in your family, including the parents reading the book. Thank you for hitting play and allowing us to introduce you to Cat Dad and Supermom, the award-winning Farts with Morals storytelling awesome adventure that people seem to love. And we could keep going that way. We could use words that could try to get you to be excited and convinced to buy it, but I'd rather just be honest with you. I'd rather be humble with you and tell you why I created the story. You see that little boy over my shoulder, right over there, and the other side, the Supermom, and the big elephant that farts? All of that is based on my boy. He's a special needs 5-year-old who I love with all my heart. And he has made me a better man and has taught me what unconditional love is. So if this story is about him, the standard had to be higher. That's why I got one of the best artists in the world in Raheel Mohsin. I got Chuck Pinault, who has done such great work as an editor and as a writer himself, to be part of this. Both of them became co-creators because of how much passion went into this. It was about passion for creating a top-notch story that was meant to entertain your entire family, and I think we did that. The rest, they're all keywords. They're all ways to convince you to do it. Truthfully, this is a story that matters to me, and it had to be one of the best stories that I wanted to share with you. It advocates for people who get bullied, and it advocates for the right things to do when you see someone get bullied. It advocates for being a better human being, but it also represents my son. And because of that standard, because of the fact that my son is in this book, it had to be one of the best things I could create, probably in my entire career. Anytime my son is attached to something, it is that high of a standard for me. So if you're looking for a reason to back this Kickstarter, it's because, well, because I love my son, and I wouldn't put anything out with his name on it that wasn't amazing. Thank you for watching, sharing, and backing Cat Dad and Supermom, and Ella Fart never forgets. Come on, you know that was good. I'm just saying, like, the Oscars should definitely give me one for that. And it wasn't even acting. That was just good portrayal of being honest. Done 2 o'clock in the morning when a little boy was asleep. The beginning of the pandemic, like at the very beginning when this all started and was getting crazy. All right, so that's just like the end of the show, isn't it? But before we go, I got something special. Not only can you back it now that we're on demand here and get all the interesting covers that apparently aren't. There it goes. Okay, I was going to say they're not showing for some reason, but there they go. You can get all these amazing covers right now. And since we've been on Indiegogo, we've gotten 4 great backers, but I'd like to see it get a little higher. What do you say we get like some 20 more backers on there? And if you want to get the standard cover, here's what I'm going to do for everyone. A back-to-school moment. Everyone gets the standard cover today. Here we go. $7.99 shipped. So all it's going to cost you is $7.99 plus tax. Can't help it. The government gets their cut. I'm not messing with the IRS. So $7.99 plus tax. It gets shipped to your door. Includes everything, the book. You get the book. You get the 32-page amazing, well, not amazing, but what I've been told is amazing book by many different people. People have used words amazing, very well done, professional, high-grade comic. These are all words used, not mine, but theirs. And I've got people on tape saying it. JD just was very nice to say something. This is something I'm very proud of. Like I said in that video you just watched, it had to be important. It had to be as perfect as I could get it. There's no such thing as perfection when it comes to humans, but that's as close as I will get. And it's what we're doing. And I'll even, you know what, you guys want a treat? Give me a minute and I'll bring up maybe some art from the next one. And we talk about going to the second book. So the second book is underway, and I'll give you guys some exclusive new images as Jax walks behind me. Hey, what are you doing, crazy? So Jax is in the house. Jax, you want to say hi? Oh, you just want a tablet? So he ran out of power and all the stuff. He came in to get a tablet walks away. So we have, I'll show you guys some new art. Oh, don't you hate it when you're trying to get new art and you can't find it in your messenger? So this should be out in October on Kickstarter, and I'm pretty excited about it. And this is, now I mind you, to be fair, this is a not a finished image, but you guys get to see for the first time an image from the second book. This has never been shown publicly before. This is the first time you're seeing it. The book will take place at a convention. Admiral Hero is the new baddie. You guys will be seeing that, and we're pretty excited about that. That this is going to be, I think this is going to be a great book. So the theme of the book is the difference between the actor and the hero in the comic books, and how you explain that to a kid and how a kid has to deal with that. How we're perceived as one thing, but really another thing behind the scenes. And I think it's a great metaphor for even adults to read and understand how they might come across. So that's all of my time. I yield the floor to Meredith. I'm not sure if anyone else wanted to jump in the show. They could let themselves in if they wanted to, but for now, this is the wrap-up. So Meredith, take us out. We'll stay for a pre-show for a couple minutes and then be out of here.
Yep. Well, what I wanted to do was post this real quick. Well, we've got the QR code for you. And actually, I was just double checking to see where it went, because I think it does go to your Indiegogo.
And that's fine. Let it go to Indiegogo. Just for those who are watching, just go to Written Sins Comics right now, and it's on there. You can get that, or just message me. If you listen to us, the 4 listeners who made it through all the Facebook problems, or the people on the radio who are amazing and have been with us all day, just go to Anderson Rob or Cat Dad and Supermom on Facebook or our actual website and say, I saw you during the indie event. You said it was $7.99, and you'll get that deal. Anyone can have it. I'll even give you the link. Don't worry about it. You're all covered. You're all family. Take us out.
So if you're watching this, thank you for tuning in to IndieVent. On the screen now, if you're tuning into YouTube, take a screenshot of this. Scan it on your phone. Do some shopping. We had some great artists and writers, just comic book creators.
And real quick, I forgot to shout out. That's Raheel Mohsin on the art. And the editing is Chuck. So the 3 of us has really brought. I didn't want to go without saying Chuck Pinault and Raheel Mohsin. Amazing work on Cat Dad Supermom 2. Can't wait for you to be talking about it more in just a month.
Yeah. And again, this is an event, guys. This is one of many. We hope to be bringing together more of these where there are book selling opportunities, implementing these QR codes. We hope that you take some of the things that we've done, make it better, spin it into your own thing, and really sell books. Be an advocate for independent creators. That's why we do what we do, because we love what we do and we love what you're doing. And, that's the thing. Quality stories, quality books, and quality people. That's the thing. We want to network. We want to help everybody grow their networks. And if you're tuning in, subscribe. Go to the YouTube channel, subscribe. Again, it's one of those things where at some point when we can monetize the YouTube, that'll help offset. It's not going to pay all the bills, trust me, but it's going to help offset some of the costs that Varian has with IndieVolt, because it costs money to have servers and broadcasting and broadband and equipment and things like that. So, it's not a handout, but basically go over there, hit the subscribe button, give us a little bit of love, subscribe to Geek Insider, go to Comic Book Advocates, sign up for the newsletters, get in the know with what's going on, have your finger on the pulse of what's happening in geek news, in indie news, comic books, and all that stuff. For everybody who's tuning in, we want to thank you for spending the day with us, and in fact, spending the weekend. This has been IndieVent. Rob, do you have anything else you wanted to add? You're on mute.
Sorry, I was taking away the thing because I noticed it was blocking JD's face. I will say that our We're officially opening up the end of the show, which means anyone is welcome for the next 20 minutes. We'll have a 20 minutes post wrap-up show. It'll be on the same stream. We're going to try one link today, and the reason for that is just to be able to share it. Because when JD shares this out, hopefully he'll share it out. Hey, I was at this mark, and his mark is, and I have it written down, you started at 4:30. So you'll be able to say, hey guys, at 4:30 I'm there, but check out this list, and we'll, if he wants it, we have the list. But even if they go to the video after Tuesday, it'll be written down where everyone is, because this is probably going to take a day to cook in YouTube. So because we're pushing the boundaries, they're allowed to do an 8-hour video. I think on Facebook we're only allowed to do a 6-hour video. So I think Facebook's about to cancel us out on a couple things. That's why we're going to keep the after show to about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm sure Facebook is going to start to decide that we shouldn't have it. Not that they haven't tried to take us down before. Actually, maybe we should just close out right now and then just do an after show.
Yeah, that sounds good. I'm up for that. Let me just put up this card. This card, if you get over to that QR code, that should take you to indievent.com, and that is where you will see the Saturday lineup of events. Those are all the guests that we had yesterday. By Tuesday, I suspect that I will have the Sunday lineup, and we're going to have the QR codes of all our guests that were here. Some of them have sent in videos that were in various forms of incompletion, and that's okay, because we want to shout you out too. At least you made the effort, and I appreciate that, even though you could not be here for the live show. So we are going to be giving out some love to our friends and definitely the participants of IndieVent. Again, thank you very much. Rob, if you want to take us out, we'll end the night.
We'll see you the next one.